Fallen star, my wife is a film queen. Zhang Yuntian was reborn, and all the skills from his previous life were imprinted in his body. He thought he was making a triumphant return, ready to dominate and eliminate anyone who had wronged or harmed him. But to his surprise, he ended up with a fierce, tough, and amazing actress wife. With no choice, he had to live off her. Rumors spread in entertainment tabloids that Zhang Yuntian was dating the film queen Chen Tianjiao. Zhang Yuntian went live to clarify, "It's not true, I didn't, stop spreading nonsense." Just then, Chen Tianjiao, freshly out of the shower, walked into the room. Chapter 1, Rebirth. I can't take it anymore, my head feels so dizzy. Let's see where you're going. Hearing a voice that sounded like a duck's quack, Zhang Yuntian felt his entire body freeze, as if all the blood in his veins turned cold. His head was still spinning, and he couldn't summon any strength. Hadn't he escaped? He clearly remembered snatching a gun from those people and shooting himself in the head. Why hadn't he escaped? The intense pain felt like it was about to pierce his brain. Then, suddenly, his mind cleared up. His eyes snapped open, bloodshot and reddened, his vision blurry. It hurt so badly. He lifted his eyes and vaguely saw a chubby guy standing there. "Hey, think you can run? It's not that easy. Feeling unwell, huh? You can't muster any strength, can you?" The voice was so grating, and now his body felt all wrong. It was Wen Xianxian. Memories flooded back like a bursting dam. 8 years ago, when Zhang Yuntian had just entered the entertainment industry, his handsome face had attracted some people's ill intentions. Unfortunately, he had refused to comply. Not only did they steal his resources, but they also spread a ton of rumors about him online, accusations like being a fan magnet, a gigolo, and being kept by rich women. These baseless allegations flooded the internet, and for a time, Zhang Yuntian became a target of online bullying. During that time, he felt miserable and thought of ending it all. But his fiancée, Wang Yuning, never left his side and comforted him. One day, Wang Yuning invited him to visit a filming set, and that evening, the big shot who had once tried to coerce him, Wang Xianxian, appeared in his room. He felt something was wrong with his body, and when he thought he was doomed, the fire alarm in the hotel suddenly went off. Wang Xianxian, thinking there was a fire, fled in panic. Wang Xianxian was a representative of the investors in the industry. After offending him, Zhang Yuntian's career in entertainment became even more difficult. The online attacks intensified, and there was no way to explain himself. Most people believed those rumors were true. Once, at an event, he was even pelted with feces. But that was all in the past. So why was Wang Xianxian here now? Before Zhang Yuntian could think further, Wang Xianxian, who had just been knocked down, cursed and stood up again. "Damn it, you little pretty boy still have so much strength left. Didn't Wang Yuning say everything was arranged? Take a good look. Do you know who I am?" Wang Xianxian yelled. "Wang Yuning? Zhang Yuntian's former fiancée? Was she involved in this too? Idiot." Zhang Yuntian cursed and ignored what Wang Xianxian said. His body felt weak, but with all his remaining strength, he swung at Wang Xianxian's head again. Bang, bang. He hit a few times, but Wang Xianxian was prepared. Though he was pushed back, it didn't seem to have much effect. At that moment, Zhang Yuntian's peripheral vision caught sight of a fruit knife on the table. Without hesitation, he grabbed it. Wang Xianxian seemed a little confused, not expecting such a bold move from a mere small-time actor. Zhang Yuntian didn't care. He swung the knife fiercely at Wang Xianxian's shoulder. "R!" A scream echoed through the room. Zhang Yuntian felt his body weakening more and more. He still didn't know what Wang Yuning had fed him, but the after-effects were overwhelming. Shaking his head, Zhang Yuntian bit down hard on his tongue. The pain jolted his brain, helping him regain a bit of clarity. Wang Xianxian, who had been stabbed earlier, felt his pain fade and looked at Zhang Yuntian with murderous intent. But Zhang Yuntian didn't give him a chance. He pulled out the knife and stabbed again. This time, it went straight into Wang Xianxian's thigh. R. Because of the location, Wang Xianxian thought he had been incapacitated. His face showed terror as he staggered backward and collapsed onto the floor. He looked at the blood oozing from between his legs, panic written all over his face. "Don't come any closer, you devil." Despite how vicious Zhang Yuntian seemed, he too was nearing the end of his strength. He couldn't stop himself from swaying and dropped to one knee, still holding the fruit knife tightly in his hand. Wang Xiangqian saw the state Zhang Yuntian was in and knew that the drug was taking full effect. However, he was now covered in blood and too weak to continue fighting. His main priority was survival. Just wait for it, he muttered bitterly, clutching his wounds and limping toward the door. Zhang Yuntian watched Wang Xiangqian escape, but he didn't have the strength to stop him. The door was open. Zhang Yuntian could barely see the hallway outside, his vision blurry. But his mind was still clear. He knew he couldn't fall here. If Wang Xiangqian came back with people, he was finished. With his last bit of energy, Zhang Yuntian staggered toward the door. As he reached the door, he saw someone walking out of the neighboring room. He couldn't make out who it was, but the person seemed to have a single ponytail. Holding the knife, his body swaying, he collapsed into the person's arms. So soft. Zhang Yuntian looked up to confirm that this person wasn't anyone he knew, and he felt a little relieved. He rested his head on the soft body and murmured, "Please call an ambulance for me." "Thank you." His consciousness completely dissipated, and he passed out. The woman, seeing a man covered in blood holding a knife collapse onto her, froze for a moment. He seemed familiar. Instinctively, she caught him. "Tianjiao, listen to me. The variety show I introduced to you this time is pretty interesting. Since you have time, just consider it as a little break." Fuck. Her manager, Wang Ting, who had been following Chen Tianjiao, stepped out and saw her artist dragging a man with his eyes closed. The position of the man's body was incredibly ambiguous. Very good, we meet again. What's going on here? I was just grabbing a power bank from the back, and suddenly a man appeared out of nowhere? And he's holding a knife? Seeing the knife, Wang Ting noticed the bloodstains. Tianjiao, are you hurt? Her voice immediately rose by an octave. Don't make such a big fuss. Do you think I'm that easy to hurt? The blood's from this guy. The girl had a pretty face, a tall figure, and straight legs, but she didn't look delicate at all. On the contrary, her face was full of resolve and sharpness. After speaking, she glanced at the open room next to them. He came out of there. Wang Ting rushed into the room opposite and looked around. The entire room was a mess, with clear bloodstains on the floor. She then turned back to look at the man's face. "Zhang Yuntian?" Wang Ting said in surprise. "HM? Do you know him?" Wang Ting waved her hand and explained, "An 18-line actor, a newcomer. I don't know if he offended someone, but there's a ton of bad press about him online." Being in the industry, Wang Ting knew full well this guy was framed. At the moment, Chen Tianjiao was still holding Zhang Yuntian in her arms. While it wasn't particularly tiring, it wasn't an ideal situation. However, when she looked at Zhang Yuntian's face, she couldn't bring herself to push him away. Instead, she let him stay like that, not because he was handsome, but because it triggered some memories in her heart. She spoke up, "Should we move him back to the room? Then call 120. Wang Ting quickly snapped out of her thoughts and replied, "We need to move him back, but we absolutely cannot call 120 right now." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and added, "With a situation like this, he was probably set up. I don't know what sick individual would do this, but these days people in the industry have no morals. This is a film city nearby, and things like this are happening. I'll find a doctor, and we need to talk to the hotel manager. You have to delete the video of you holding him." "Hey, Tianjiao, what are you doing?" What shocked Wang Ting even more was that Chen Tianjiao, this little lady, directly picked Zhang Yuntian up in a princess carry. It was a dramatic scene. "Your room's too far. Just take him to mine." "Who is he?" "Your room. What else can we do? Just leave him at the door." Seeing how serious Chen Tianjiao was, Wang Ting knew she couldn't talk her out of it. With a helpless sigh, she muttered, "Fine, take him to your room, but you must lock the door behind you." She mumbled to herself, "What's with this? Saving the hero now, our schedule's all messed up." Even though she was the manager, Chen Tianjiao had the final say when they were together. Wang Ting knew about Tianjiao's family background and her powerful abilities, so neither of them ever worried about safety or whether they could carry him. Chen Tianjiao's complaints were completely drowned out by the sound of the door closing behind them. Once inside, Chen Tianjiao laid Zhang Yuntian on the couch, worried he might hurt himself. She reached for the knife in his hand. His grip was strong, holding the knife tightly. Though he had lost consciousness, he wouldn't let go of his weapon. Chen Tianjiao looked quietly at the unconscious man on the couch, her mind returning to a photograph. He looked just like him. The man on the couch had his brows furrowed, and his face was determined. Finally, Chen Tianjiao gave up trying to take the knife away, letting Zhang Yuntian hold onto it. When Zhang Yuntian woke up again, he smelled the sharp scent of disinfectant. The hospital. Good. He felt a bit relieved. After settling himself, he fell into deep thought again. He remembered he had already died. It was suicide. His mother, Huang Cuifan, sold him to an underground black market live stream for 10 million. He heard that these websites specialized in buying celebrities or influencers with big followings and forcing them to do unspeakable things, with big tips as rewards. The bigger the tips, the more props and positions they unlocked. That day remained unforgettable. His father hosted a banquet, and surprisingly, allowed him to attend. He thought his family had finally begun to accept him. But what awaited him was a cup of colorless, tasteless poison. By the time he woke up again, he was trapped in a cage. Though he had extraordinary skills, he was helpless. He fought and resisted, but it was all in vain. He had wounded himself badly, using sheer willpower to fight off the drugs they kept injecting him with. Until he was on the verge of death. The black market live stream feared he would die and waste their investment. They showed him the video of his sale, hoping to break him completely and turn him into a slave. In the video, he saw the darkest side of humanity. His half-brother said to his mother, "How could you sell my brother? If the family is struggling, why not sell me instead?" "Sell you? You're the legitimate heir of the family. He is the one to sell. His reputation is already ruined, but that makes him even more appealing." Wang Yuning, his former fiancée, appeared in the video. "Auntie, 10 million doesn't seem like enough?" When Zhang Yuntian heard that, his heart bled. Wang Yuning, the woman he thought was his only warmth, had helped deceive him and drugged him. After hearing Wang Yuning's words, Zhang Qiancheng added, "What do you mean 10 million? With his looks and fame, is he worth just 10 million? If he appears on screen, he is worth at least 50 million. These devils." Now, thinking back on the scene, Zhang Yuntian could still feel his head buzzing. He vividly remembered what happened that day. After watching the video, his heart turned to ash. Like a dead dog, he was dragged into the live stream room and injected with more drugs. He knew his body was nearing its limits. Without hesitation, the moment his restraints were loosened, he drained every last bit of his strength, grabbed a gun from the guard, and shot himself in the head. He ended it. He swore to himself that if he got another chance at life, he would live for himself and never try to please anyone else. No one was worth it except for himself. Well, his next life came. Zhang Yuntian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His mind was a bit confused. He had died and come back to life. Back to 8 years ago, the day he almost got seduced into a deal by Wang Xianqian. He had injured him and then met a kind person who helped him call 120. A whole series of events led him here. Which meant rebirth. That word suddenly sprang into his mind. A plotline straight out of a novel had come to life for him. 8 years ago. It was before he had been pushed into the abyss by those devils. Hatred burned like a fierce fire in his chest. This was an opportunity given by heaven. Huang Cuifan, Wang Yuning, Zhang Qiancheng. The people who had harmed him. Well then, they would meet again. 3. The best actress. Rebirth was truly a joyful experience, but Zhang Yuntian quickly calmed himself down. Wang Xianqian had said that it was Wang Yuning who had given him something to eat. In his past life, Wang Xianqian never mentioned such a thing, which was why he was still deceived by Wang Yuning. Of course, it was mostly his own fault. His father passed away when he was young, and his mother remarried, moving him into a new family where he wasn't welcomed. He developed a personality of trying to please others. If someone was kind to him, he would easily believe them. But not anymore. With both new and old grudges stacked up, he had settled the scores. Once his body had mostly recovered, Zhang Yuntian went to handle his discharge procedures and found that all the fees had been settled. After leaving the hospital, he went to the hotel. As the elevator doors opened, he quickly walked over. Wait a minute. The person inside the elevator pressed the door open button. Once inside, Zhang Yuntian subconsciously said, "Thank you." Then he looked up and froze for a moment. Chen Tianjiao, the Grand Slam Best Actress, a legendary figure in the entertainment industry, hailed as an Eastern miracle. Zhang Yuntian quickly masked his surprise. He had seen her many times on the news in his past life, but he never expected to meet her in person after his rebirth. She was indeed beautiful, and he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. She exuded a heroic aura without losing her feminine charm. No matter how great a woman was, she was destined to be beyond his reach. The elevator slowly ascended, and Zhang Yuntian, using the elevator's reflection, continued to observe Chen Tianjiao. After all, such an opportunity might never come again. But suddenly, from the reflection, he saw that the woman in the elevator had turned her head to look at him. What? Zhang Yuntian was confused but turned his head to look back. You look at me, I look at you, are we sweet? For a moment, their eyes locked. What are you looking at? Chen Tianjiao spoke first, muttering inwardly, ungrateful wretch. Me? Didn't you look at me first? Zhang Yuntian responded, but Chen Tianjiao didn't give him another chance. The elevator door opened, and she walked out. She was beautiful, but the situation was really strange. Zhang Yuntian quickly brushed off the little incident from his mind. After the elevator reached the designated floor, he quickly walked toward the room he had stayed in the previous day. Following his memory, he entered the room code. Ding, the door opened. The room was still as messy as before. As he walked through the hallway, he saw his reflection in the mirror. Dark, naturally curly hair, a face that was both rugged and delicate, and a body with an almost perfect proportion. Indeed, he was quite the handsome man. Otherwise, why would Chen Tianjiao, the grand actress, suddenly look at him? With looks and physique like this, he thought he would have done well in the entertainment industry, but he didn't expect to encounter such bizarre events. Now that he had been reborn, maybe such things could still happen, but he wasn't afraid anymore. The knowledge he gained from his past life was still etched in his mind. That was the best treasure he had. Zhang Yuntian packed up his things and was ready to leave. However, there was still some regret. He wasn't sure if he would ever meet the Good Samaritan who had called 120 for him. He had been so dizzy at the time that he didn't get a good look at their face. Zhang Yuntian took a flight straight to Kyoto. Kyoto, Jingqi Building. Zhang Yuntian was lying on the couch lazily, playing with his phone. His manager, Wan Jun, looked at the suitcase by Zhang Yuntian's feet and his lazy demeanor, feeling frustrated. He pushed him and said, "Why are you still avoiding me? There's a variety show we finally negotiated for you. Come and sign the contract." Zhang Yuntian lifted his head and spoke lightly, "What variety show? If it's bad, I'm not signing." Not signing? Wan Jun was furious. You think you can just turn it down? Do you have the right to say no now? Do you know how much the company spent on PR because of your scandals? If you weren't so handsome, you wouldn't even be working now, you'd be sitting on the cold bench, but here you are picking and choosing. Ignoring his manager's rant, Zhang Yuntian maintained his lazy expression and said calmly, "If it's too bad, I won't do it." Wan Jun was losing patience and slammed the contract in front of Zhang Yuntian. It's a web variety show from Qi Network. Whether it's bad or not, I don't know, but you have to take it. Not signing. Zhang Yuntian glanced at the stars who were listed to participate in the show and directly rejected it. Wan Jun was furious and slammed his hand on the table. I'm trying to be nice to you right now. You better listen up, Zhang Yuntian, if you go against me, you'll only destroy yourself faster. Zhang Yuntian looked at Wan Jun, who was enraged, and said, "Jun, this show won't last. It will be cancelled soon. You're a prophet now, how do you know?" Wan Jun was almost laughing in frustration. Zhang Yuntian naturally knew because he had experienced it in his past life. How do you know? Wan Jun asked, suspicious. I have my sources, Zhang Yuntian replied. It was just like his previous life. Because of the scandal involving XD and extramarital affairs, the pre-recorded variety show was banned before it could even air. Wan Jun didn't believe it. He made a few calls, and after a while, his expression changed as he looked at Zhang Yuntian. After a moment, Wan Jun said, "All right, there's another new variety show. Go give it a try." The contract will be given to you later. After saying goodbye to his manager, Zhang Yuntian bought some daily necessities and returned to the small dormitory that the company had arranged for him. There was only 60 yuan left on his bank card. Wan Jun didn't make Zhang Yuntian wait long. Soon, an assistant arrived with the contract. When Zhang Yuntian saw the list of guests, he paused. Wang Yuning. The assistant, in a hurry, urged, hurry up and sign. Just sign at the last page. While Zhang Yuntian signed the contract, the assistant explained, this is a celebrity backpacking show. The crew arranges a butler to take care of the daily needs of the stars. Originally, Ling Yu was supposed to do it, but when she saw that Wang Yuning was on the guest list, she dropped out. Ling Yu dropped out after seeing Wang Yuning? Zhang Yuntian raised his head in confusion. Ling Yu and Wang Yuning debuted around the same time. Now Wang Yuning is playing the second female lead, while Ling Yu is still playing small supporting roles. She didn't want to be the butler for Wang Yuning, so she disappeared, and no one can find her now. That's understandable, Zhang Yuntian said as he signed the contract. Wang Yuning, who doesn't he hate her? Hearing Zhang Yuntian's words, the assistant glanced at him oddly. I thought Wang Yuning was your ideal type. I remember your phone wallpaper used to be her. Zhang Yuntian raised his phone. You mean this one? The assistant looked down, and indeed it was Wang Yuning, but her face had been edited into a big pig's head, her mouth exaggerated into a massive gaping hole, and the whole picture was covered with a large X. Oh, so she's your enemy. He. Zhang Yuntian chuckled, handed the contract back to the assistant, and said, don't worry, I'll take good care of all the star guests, especially Wang Yuning. The assistant, still confused, took the contract and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and said, this show is live. Are you alright with that? Totally fine. Live? Zhang Yuntian sneered coldly. That made it even more interesting. 4. First kiss. After signing the contract, Wan Jun urged Zhang Yuntian to hurry up and leave. This variety show was meant to cover for some gaps, and the pressure was on. 2 days later, Magic City. Zhang Yuntian checked into the hotel arranged by the show crew. Once the crew left, he immediately took his work badge and headed downstairs, ready to enjoy some free food and drinks. During the filming of a variety show, all expenses were covered by the crew, and Zhang Yuntian, who was truly broke, was more than happy to take advantage. Holding his room key and work badge, Zhang Yuntian entered the elevator. As the elevator stopped midway, 2 people entered, the scent of perfume wafting in. They seemed to be 2 women. However, Zhang Yuntian was too busy looking at his phone to pay attention to who they were. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him. He looked up. Chen Tianjiao? Not her again. Chen Tianjiao glanced at him, and beside her was a woman with a towering figure, holding many items likely Chen Tianjiao's assistant. Zhang Yuntian subtly moved aside. He didn't understand why this famous actress was suddenly showing interest in him, a mere nobody. When the elevator reached the restaurant floor, Zhang Yuntian saw that Chen Tianjiao had also come to eat, but instead of heading to the main dining area, she entered a private room. After quickly finishing a hearty meal, Zhang Yuntian returned to the elevator, ready to head back to his room. But just as he was about to press the button, he heard a hurried voice behind him. Wait, hold on. Zhang Yuntian instinctively pressed the door open button and saw Chen Tianjiao's assistant, supporting a very pale-looking Chen Tianjiao as they entered the elevator. Thank you, the assistant said to Zhang Yuntian, then looked at her boss. Tianjiao, are you okay? The woman had her hand pressed to her forehead, eyes shut, and lightly shook her head. The assistant was nearly in tears. It's my fault, I didn't realize there was a lot of shiitake mushroom in that meat paste. Tianjiao, do you need to go to the hospital? Tingjie told me you're allergic to mushrooms. It's fine, the woman spoke hoarsely. Zhang Yuntian was listening and thought it was strange. Mushrooms were so delicious, how could anyone be allergic to them? And from the look of it, her reaction seemed to be quite serious. Just then, the elevator suddenly shook violently with a loud bang. Tianjiao! The assistant screamed. Zhang Yuntian, who was standing at the back, saw a figure lurching towards him. Without any time to hesitate, he braced himself and caught the falling person. A fragrant scent wafted from the person. It was Chen Tianjiao. Zhang Yuntian, who had been about to push her towards the assistant, now had no choice but to support Chen Tianjiao as the elevator continued to shake. He thought to himself, I didn't ask for this, but he had no choice. He had to hold her steady. After a while, the elevator stopped shaking, and the lights came back on, but it was stuck halfway, not going up or down. Come help, Zhang Yuntian said to the assistant, who was still dazed. Oh, right, the assistant hurriedly responded and helped lay Chen Tianjiao down, but quickly realized she was unconscious. Tianjiao! The assistant called out, panicking. Zhang Yuntian, who was growing more impatient, was about to reprimand the assistant when he saw that Chen Tianjiao's eyes were closed. His expression changed instantly, and he urgently said, lay her flat, quickly. The assistant hesitated. What? Flat, lay her flat on the floor, Zhang Yuntian said, his voice growing louder. The assistant still seemed unsure but finally obeyed and laid Chen Tianjiao down. Zhang Yuntian knelt beside the now unconscious Chen Tianjiao, preparing to take off her outer jacket. What are you doing? The assistant asked, bewildered. Stop asking and help me, Zhang Yuntian snapped. With the assistant's help, Zhang Yuntian quickly removed her outer jacket and inner lining, then started giving her first aid. But the assistant was too dazed to be of much help. Impatient, Zhang Yuntian pushed the assistant away and took over. Though Chen Tianjiao's figure was now fully exposed to Zhang Yuntian, he had no improper thoughts. His hands went to work, interlocking his fingers and pressing firmly to perform CPR. After several rounds of CPR, Zhang Yuntian leaned close to her chest, trying to hear her heartbeat. A moment later, he tilted her chin up. You don't want to do this, do you? Let me take over, the assistant said, with a mix of confusion and concern. Zhang Yuntian ignored him and leaned in, their lips meeting. After a few minutes of CPR combined with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, the woman on the floor finally coughed. Seeing her stirring, Zhang Yuntian quickly stood up, wiped his mouth, and fiercely pointed at the assistant, saying, you better not say anything, or I'll send you straight to Africa. The assistant, looking pitiful, nodded silently. Chen Tianjiao regained consciousness, but the elevator doors still didn't open. Zhang Yuntian, acting like nothing had happened, stepped around Chen Tianjiao and approached the elevator buttons. All the buttons were blacked out, even the emergency call button. Cough, cough. Chen Tianjiao coughed again. The assistant, who had been holding Chen Tianjiao up, was now on the verge of tears. Tianjiao, how do you feel now? I was so scared, if something had happened to you, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Chen Tianjiao didn't say anything. She rubbed her forehead and looked up at the man in front of her. Zhang Yuntian turned around just then, hands on his hips, and said, the elevator's broken. I can't reach security. After hearing this, the assistant started to panic. What should we do now? We need to get Tianjiao to the hospital. He took out his phone but found there was no signal. Zhang Yuntian glanced at Chen Tianjiao, who was still looking at him. He wiped his mouth nervously and said, she's out of the danger zone. There's no rush to go to the hospital. The assistant didn't know Zhang Yuntian, so he cautiously asked, are you a doctor? Zhang Yuntian, unabashed, admitted it. The assistant immediately became polite. Can you take another look? Although Zhang Yuntian was getting impatient, Chen Tianjiao kept staring at him, so he crouched down and took her hand. Seeing him taking her pulse, the assistant asked in shock, you're a traditional Chinese doctor. What? You look down on Chinese medicine? Zhang Yuntian glared at him. Don't scare me, Chen Tianjiao, leaning against the elevator wall, said weakly. HMPH, Zhang Yuntian muttered, releasing her hand and standing up. She's fine now. The assistant, intimidated by Zhang Yuntian's demeanor, stopped asking questions. The elevator fell into silence. After 5 or 6 minutes, the emergency call button finally lit up. Is anyone there? Came the voice from the security room. Another few minutes passed before the elevator doors finally opened. Zhang Yuntian rushed out first, took another elevator, and returned to his floor. 5. Wake up, service. Early the next morning, at 5 o'clock, Zhang Yuntian woke up on time. It was difficult to change the biological clock of the previous life. After doing some simple warm-up exercises, Zhang Yuntian took a hot bath. Now all Zhang Yuntian's belongings were a suitcase, a bottle of tabao, and 1,000 yuan, which were all the belongings when he ran away from the Zhang family. Now there were only a few dozen yuan left. He applied some tabao, found a decent piece of clothing to put on, and then waited for the arrival of the program team in the room. 6 o'clock. The door of Zhang Yuntian's room was gently twisted open. Zhang Yuntian was slightly stunned, but soon realized that it should be the program team. The door opened. The photographer of the program team came in, carrying a camera, and looked at Zhang Yuntian, who was already dressed and even packed his suitcase. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. "You're awake." The program team originally wanted to raid the scene of the stars getting up to see what the male stars look like when they just got up. It was originally one of the highlights of the program, but I didn't expect to see this situation when I raided in. Zhang Yuntian replied, "Didn't the notice say it would start at 6 o'clock? That's what I said, but I didn't expect that there would be stars who really got up at 6 o'clock. Then let's get started. As the housekeeper of our program this time, you will draw lots now, call the guests to get up in turn, and inform them of the departure time. They will leave on time at 7 in the morning. Those who don't catch up will go to the gathering point by themselves." "No problem," Zhang Yuntian responded. Such a joke has been played out in variety shows in his previous life, and he is not unfamiliar with it. It is estimated that when signing a contract, there will be more or less some tips for the artists. Otherwise, if a big man rushes into the girl's room and sees something he shouldn't see, whose fault is it? According to the instructions of the program team, the drawing of lots began. The first person drawn was a female star named Wu Shui. Zhang Yuntian looked at the room number behind the name and walked directly to the elevator. In the elevator, Zhang Yuntian asked the photographer, "Has the live broadcast started?" "Yes, it's connected." Zhang Yuntian didn't speak. The elevator quickly reached the designated floor. When it arrived at the door of Wu Shui's room, the photographer hurriedly pointed the camera at Zhang Yuntian, wanting to take a picture of Zhang Yuntian's cautious expression. As a result, Zhang Yuntian didn't give any face at all. He just swiped the door directly with a blank expression. Walked in, turned on the light, and said to the guy who wrapped himself tightly on the bed, "Get up." Zhang Yuntian said it seriously and indifferently, but the scene gave people a funny feeling. A guy wrapped in a quilt like a zombie was startled by the sudden sound and sat up directly. Who is it?" Wu Shui looked at the crowd coming in with a confused face, and only realized something was wrong when she saw the camera. She immediately screamed loudly, "What are you doing? No filming, no filming." She hurriedly covered her face with her hands. Zhang Yuntian didn't waste time here, and said directly, "Gather at 7 o'clock, no waiting after the time." Then he left with the staff. The swift and decisive action made the program team a little confused. Then draw lots. Wang Yuning. What a coincidence. Zhang Yuntian looked at Wang Yuning's room number and found that it was also on this floor, so he returned directly to Wu Shui's room. R. Seeing the program team coming back, Wu Shui, who was about to get up, screamed and wrapped herself up completely, like a cicada pupa. Zhang Yuntian picked up a pillow from the bed, then went into the bathroom and flushed the pillow directly. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Yuntian's posture scared everyone in the program team. "What can I do? Just wake people up and add some props. It's live now. What can I do out of the ordinary?" The program crew thought the same thing. It was probably just some tricks. It didn't matter. As long as the ratings were good, it would be fine. Result. After Zhang Yuntian entered Wang Yuning's room, he didn't even turn on the lights. He aimed the pillow that had absorbed a lot of water and threw it out. There was a loud bang. The sound was so loud that it scared the cameraman. The camera was a little unstable and swayed. The wet pillow was very heavy. If it hit someone directly, it would be uncomfortable. A scream sounded. "What's wrong?" A figure jumped up from the bed and turned on the bedside lamp in panic. Then she saw Zhang Yuntian. The wet pillow just hit her side, spraying a lot of water stains. At this moment, her body was a little wet. Wang Yuning was frightened first, then shocked, and her expression management was completely out of control. Her whole face seemed to be twisted together, like a crazy woman. She was very shocked to see Zhang Yuntian appear again. After Wang Xianqian's incident, she couldn't contact Zhang Yuntian no matter how she tried. She also contacted Zhang's family, and Zhang's family also said that Zhang Yuntian had never returned, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Wang Yuning wanted to say something, but after seeing the staff behind her, she realized that this was a recording program. Then she was even more shocked. Did Zhang Yuntian also participate in this program? Get up. Zhang Yuntian folded his hands and said with a smile on his face. Wang Yuning, the guy she wanted to burn to ashes. Gather at 7:30, if you are late, go to the first stop by yourself. After that, he left with the staff. The door was closed again, their wet pillow was still leaking water, and their whole bed became damp. Thinking about what happened just now, Wang Yuning frowned tightly. It was the third person's turn. At this time, the talent of the program team reacted. Did you say the wrong time just now? No, we will gather at 7 o'clock. Everyone knows the time. Zhang Yuntian said calmly, then took the label and went to the next room. I think I heard 7:30. Another staff member said. I can't hear 7 o'clock or 7:30 clearly. I think you got up too early and are confused. Zhang Yuntian said confusedly. Everyone saw Zhang Yuntian's solemn promise and stopped entangled. Everyone got up too early and was confused, so it was normal to hear wrong. After calling 2 more guests, the last one was left. Looking at the list, it was Liu Qingyun, an old actor, known as the gold medal supporting actor, who played many unforgettable roles. Zhang Yuntian opened the door and saw that she was still resting on the bed. He turned on the light and said, Teacher Liu, get up. It's time to record the show. The person under the quilt moved, and then a jade arm stretched out from the quilt, and then rolled up the quilt to wrap the whole body, blocking the light with fingers. After the light eyes adapted, they moved their hands away and stared at the door with an unhappy face. Chen Tianjiao? Zhang Yuntian looked at the sign in his hand again. It was indeed Liu Qingyun, but why was it Chen Tianjiao? 6. Do horse stance. Because it was early, the live broadcast room of the program group itself was not very popular, but after Chen Tianjiao appeared, barrages began to pop up. Chen Yinghu? Am I still asleep? Oh my god, this show actually invited Chen Yinghu. What a rubbish show, no promotion at all. If I had known, I would have called a few sisters to wait and watch. Chen Yinghu is so handsome, and I can't control myself. People who know the business have already taken screenshots. Chen Yinghu's exclusive photo of waking up. They want privacy. I understand the truth, but why do I see Zhang Yuntian in Chen Yinghu's room? Isn't this guy already a mess? In the hotel room, Chen Tianjiao lifted the quilt and stood up directly. She was wearing a dark pajamas. She narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at the people around her with an unhappy look, and said coldly, Can't you knock on the door? Zhang Yuntian noticed that her face was a little pale, especially her lips looked bloodless. It was probably the sequelae of the allergy she ate yesterday. Zhang Yuntian withdrew his thoughts and said in a businesslike manner, Gather at 7 o'clock, and go to the first tourist spot by yourself. Hearing Zhang Yuntian's words, Chen Tianjiao frowned. I'm done, how about you? The strong and soft face of Queen Chen makes me unable to stop. Tianjiao, look at me. Fuck, why do I see such a disgusting person like Zhang Yuntian? I really want to quit, but there is Queen Chen, after all, Queen Chen's first variety show. In the room, Zhang Yuntian still went through the process in a rigid manner. After meeting several times, he felt a little awkward. I have explained it clearly, there are still more than 40 minutes. After waking up everyone, Zhang Yuntian took his luggage downstairs to wait for other guests according to the requirements of the program team. Wu Shui came down first. She had put on a beautiful makeup. After she went downstairs, she looked at Zhang Yuntian. She had heard a lot about Zhang Yuntian's negative information. She didn't know why the program team dared to use such a person with such a good reputation. However, a program must have a hotspot, a good person, and a clown. It is estimated that Zhang Yuntian is the hotspot of the program team, and people come to scold him. After all, it is also the ability of the program team to scold people. Wu Shui thought about it and prepared to find a place to sit down and rest for a while. As a result, just after finding a place and before sitting down, she heard Zhang Yuntian's voice, What are you going to do? What? Wu Shui was stunned and looked at Zhang Yuntian in a daze. In his previous life, Zhang Yuntian was still active in the entertainment industry for a while when he was blackened by the whole network. He knew very well that in this situation, no matter what he did, it would be wrong. Even if he created an image that catered to fans, it would be regarded as kneeling and licking, which would not work. If you want others to remember you and slowly identify with you, You only need to go to the end of one road. Only after people are interested in you, they may really understand you, and then you have the right to explain. The reason why he treated Wang Yuning like this in the live broadcast was, on the one hand, because of hatred, and on the other hand, because doing so can attract the attention of ordinary people. After all, black and red are also red, and may be more widely spread than normal red. After saying a lot, it is actually a broken pot. So when the second star came down, I saw a very funny picture. Wu Shui was doing horse stance, and Zhang Yuntian was sitting on the sofa next to her to supervise. At this time, Wu Shui's legs began to tremble, and she asked a little aggrievedly, "How long has it been?" "Only 1 minute." Zhang Yuntian replied casually. Tilder, Wu Shui dragged out her nasal sound, looking like she was about to die. The second artist to come down was a second-tier artist from the Xbox group, named Duxing. Because the popularity of the group has declined, he is now running around. He was a little confused, so he walked to Wu Shui and Zhang Yuntian and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Wu Shui knew Duxing, and she muttered, "Brother Du, I." Ahem. Zhang Yuntian, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly coughed. Wu Shui was scared by Zhang Yuntian twice in the morning, and was still a little afraid of him. Hearing Zhang Yuntian cough, he was startled. She didn't dare to complain, and whispered, "The program team is making trouble and found a super fierce housekeeper. Put down your luggage and come over to squat. You have to squat for 3 minutes, otherwise you have to do squats." "I just failed once." "What? Do horse stance and squats? Didn't the agent tell me to travel?" Duxing was a little suspicious. At this time, Zhang Yuntian, who had been looking at his phone, suddenly raised his head with a sharp look. Wu Shui said in a panic, "He's looking over here, so fierce, do Ji, come and do their horse stance." Duxing was confused, and he was still a little unconvinced when he saw Zhang Yuntian's fierce look. However, this program was live, so he thought about it and didn't say anything, so he just did it. So when the third guest came down, he saw that 2 guests had already arrived, a man and a woman, but one of them was doing the horse stance and the other was doing squats. The third guest was an older middle-aged actor named Hu Jun. Hu Jun has been in the industry for almost 20 years. He came over with a smile on his face and said, "What are you doing? It looks interesting." A few minutes later, after some popular science, he stood next to Duxing. Because he often starred in martial arts dramas, his body was not bad, and it was easy for him to do their horse stance. The fourth one to come down was Chen Tianjiao. Everyone was quite surprised to see Chen Tianjiao, and the 3 guests in front were just about to speak. Zhang Yuntian, who had been sitting next to him, put away his phone, stood up and said, "It's 7 o'clock, everyone is here, get in the car and set off." Chen Tianjiao's face was not very good. She wore a black woolen coat, with the collar turned up, covering half of her chin. There were still a lot of bloodshot eyes. She obviously didn't get enough rest last night. She stood by the sofa and looked at Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian always felt something was strange. He avoided Chen Tianjiao's sight directly and waved to the staff to arrange for the guests to get on the car. Wu Shui said at this time, "Didn't you say there were 5 guests? Is there another guest who didn't come?" Zhang Yuntian pulled the suitcase and stopped in front of Wu Shui and said, "If you say you're leaving at 7, then leave at 7. Who didn't come? Do you want to wait here?" Wu Shui shook her head immediately. Zhang Yuntian had a lot of negative information flying around, and now he was scaring Wu Shui like this. In her mind, Zhang Yuntian had already been linked to the big villain. "Why don't you hurry up and go? What's wrong? Do you want me to carry you over?" Zhang Yuntian said in a flowery way. Wu Shui picked up her suitcase and ran out. Duxing and Hu Jun also hurried to catch up. They didn't expect the program team to be so cunning. They said they would find a housekeeper to take care of them, but they ended up with a coach. Where is the relaxing and enjoyable trip? 7. I feed you. While these celebrities were secretly complaining, the program team was also holding an emergency meeting. What's wrong with Zhang Yuntian? Does he have any misunderstandings about the word housekeeper? Didn't anyone tell him what a housekeeper does? Should we pause the live broadcast first and call him over to explain it to him? No need to stop the live broadcast. Tell him quietly later. It's a blessing to have him come to our program, but he's still making trouble here. What about Wang Yuning? She hasn't come down yet. We said we'll gather at 7 o'clock, and we'll arrange a follow-up shoot for her later. Let her go to the airport by herself. She really wants to challenge the rules. Are you sure the notification is at 7 o'clock? Yes, Zhang Yuntian notified each room one by one. No matter what, it's her own problem. She's not a big star, but she's a big show. Look, the actress Chen wasn't late. So, when Wang Yuning came down at 7:20, she looked at the empty hall, and there was no guest. She walked towards the cameraman and the staff and said, "Are they not down yet?" The staff was a little unhappy. This guy is playing dumb. Somewhat annoyed, they've already left. Now you have to find a way to get there. If you arrive at the airport at 8 o'clock, you can still make it. Wang Yuning was a little surprised. Didn't we say we would meet at 7:30? Who told us 7:30? You must have remembered it wrong. Wang Yuning clearly remembered that Zhang Yuntian told her it was 7:30. She definitely couldn't have remembered it wrong. It seemed that Zhang Yuntian did it on purpose. Sure enough, Mr. Wang's matter made him feel a little resentful. Therefore, he deliberately didn't answer the phone and didn't listen to any explanation at all. He even deliberately told himself the wrong time on the show. Wang Yuning's face became a little gloomy. She and the Zhang family had worked together for so long to form the current situation. She couldn't mess it up because of this matter. Since you want to play, I'll accompany you. On the bus, Zhang Yuntian sat at the front, Wu Shui sat alone, Du Xing and Hu Jun sat side by side, and Chen Tianjiao sat alone at the back. Everyone got up early and took a nap on the bus. Suddenly, the bus jolted and everyone was startled. Zhang Yuntian looked back to see if the guests had any problems, but he saw Chen Tianjiao at the back. Her face looked even worse, showing a sickly paleness. When I took her pulse yesterday, she was obviously fine, so why was she still so weak? No wonder they say women are made of water, this is too weak. Zhang Yuntian frowned and suddenly said to the driver, "Let's stop in front." The program team was a little puzzled. Why? Why so many whys? Don't you understand that people have 3 urgent needs? The program team had to let the driver stop by the roadside. The program team couldn't stop people from going to the toilet. Zhang Yuntian ran out as soon as he got off the bus, not looking like he was in a hurry to go to the toilet. If he was in a hurry to go to the toilet, he would definitely burst out. When Zhang Yuntian came back again, he was holding a transparent glass cup, which looked like coffee. Wu Shui took the opportunity to interrupt and said, "I want to drink coffee, too." Zhang Yuntian glared at her. Wu Shui quickly shrank up. It was so scary. After getting on the bus, Zhang Yuntian went straight to the last row and walked to Chen Tianjiao's side. At this time, the driver suddenly started the bus, and the vehicle shook. Zhang Yuntian took the opportunity to sit next to Chen Tianjiao, and the two were a little close. Zhang Yuntian handed over the thing in his hand. "You will feel much better after drinking it." Chen Tianjiao looked at Zhang Yuntian. It was estimated that there were some fine beads of sweat on his forehead because he had been jogging all the way. Chen Tianjiao took the cup of instant solution and found that it was still hot, at least it could warm his hands. "Drink it quickly." Zhang Yuntian looked at Chen Tianjiao and urged her. Chen Tianjiao choked. "Do you have a Chinese medicine license?" "Yes, I do." "Just drink it if I tell you to." "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you die from drinking, it's my fault." Zhang Yuntian was irritable for no reason. He grabbed Chen Tianjiao's hand roughly and felt her pulse. Zhang Yuntian's hand was warm, while Chen Tianjiao's was cold. Chen Tianjiao was a little greedy for this warmth and curled her fingers quietly. As a result, Zhang Yuntian, who didn't understand the situation, let go of Chen Tianjiao's hand directly. "It's not a big problem, it's just that your body is weak. Drink this, sleep on the plane, and have a good meal when you get off, and you'll be fine." This medicine was prepared by Zhang Yuntian at a Chinese medicine cabinet just now. It was directly ground into powder. Chen Tianjiao's black eyes looked at Zhang Yuntian steadily. Zhang Yuntian was a little impatient, and said in a mysterious way, "What are you looking at? Do you want me to feed you?" "All right." Chen Tianjiao suddenly said. "Zhang Yuntian." Zhang Yuntian calmed down and said, "You still have the mind to joke, it seems that there is still hope, drink it quickly, I told you that I am the one who suffers when traveling with a sick person." After that, Zhang Yuntian walked back to his original position. At this time, everyone knew that Chen Tianjiao was sick. No wonder she looked so cold that they didn't dare to say hello. After knowing the reason, everyone hurriedly got up and wanted to go to the back to show concern. Zhang Yuntian in front suddenly said, "Be good, fasten your seat belts. Those who die in car accidents are you who don't obey traffic rules." Everyone was silent after hearing Zhang Yuntian's words. Due to the pressure of the devil housekeeper, everyone could only return to their seats and fasten their seat belts. However, the program team still avoided the camera and asked Chen Yinghu. If Chen Yinghu had any accident in their program team, they would probably not be able to compensate her even if they had to pay for her underwear. After hearing Chen Yinghu say that she was fine and had drunk the granules given by Zhang Yuntian, they were somewhat relieved. They thought that she had drunk granules such as banlangan or xiao chaihu. They did not think much about it and said that they would arrange for a doctor to see her immediately after arriving at the destination. The bus arrived at the airport, but Wang Yuning arrived first. Wang Yuning saw Zhang Yuntian in the crowd. She had already asked clearly that Zhang Yuntian replaced Ling Yu as the housekeeper of the program. To put it nicely, he was a housekeeper, but in fact, he was there to help everyone with work, or more precisely, a servant. A mere servant dared to tease her like this. She would let Zhang Yuntian know what would happen if he offended her. Zhang Yuntian was too easy to control. As long as you treat him well, he would stick to you like a dog. At this time, Wang Yuning still didn't know that Zhang Yuntian was no longer the person she knew. If she still treated him with the previous attitude, there would be a good show. Just thinking about it, Wang Yuning suddenly saw Chen Tianjiao in the crowd. Why did she come to participate in the program? Although she was very unhappy, she still trotted to gather with everyone. "Why did you arrive just now? I thought I didn't catch up with you. Isn't this Sister Tianjiao? You are here too. I'm so excited. I can participate in the same program with Sister Tianjiao. I am your super fan. I have watched every one of your movies at least 10 times. Can you sign for me? You are the idol of all actresses." As she said that, she took out paper and pen from her small purse. 8. Do you deserve it? Chen Tianjiao frowned slightly. Wang Yuning's attitude was too exaggerated and too fake. Because of the illness, her face looked pale, and at this moment, it looked even colder. Zhang Yuntian was standing next to them. He took a step and walked directly between Chen Tianjiao and Wang Yuning. Chen Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, looking at the curly-haired man, who was standing between her and Wang Yuning like a fighting cock. "She's not feeling well, and you still asked her to sign for you." Zhang Yuntian looked at Wang Yuning with contempt. "It seems like you still want her to do a backflip for the little princess." Wang Yuning froze, holding the paper and pen in her hand with an embarrassed look on her face. She quickly looked at Chen Tianjiao and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Sister Tianjiao, I didn't know you were not feeling well." After that, she looked at Zhang Yuntian again. "I am not guilty of ignorance, what about you? Our housekeeper, you don't need to talk to me in such a tone. Do you want to be a flower protector? And I heard the staff say that the gathering is at 7 o'clock, but why did the housekeeper tell me it was 7:30? You are not deliberately targeting me, a little girl, right?" When Wang Yuning said these words, she had already expected that Zhang Yuntian would definitely panic. After all, being exposed on the spot on the show, with his psychological endurance, he would definitely be caught off guard. As a result, Zhang Yuntian laughed out loud. "I am targeting you? Is it necessary?" Zhang Yuntian looked at Wang Yuning straight and said contemptuously, "I am a handsome guy and a responsible housekeeper. Why should I target you? 3 yuan for a key, 10 yuan for 3 keys, do you deserve it?" Wang Yuning was stunned. She never expected that Zhang Yuntian would scold her in front of the program group and the live broadcast room. Is he crazy? Wang Yuning was dumbfounded. You, what do you mean? Zhang Yuntian opened his mouth and sprayed, "Is your tongue knotted? Can't you straighten it? You stutter when you speak. I tell you that from a medical point of view, the articulation is directly controlled by the brain. If you can't speak clearly, consider whether you have cerebral palsy." Zhang Yuntian. Wang Yuning was a little overwhelmed and yelled directly. "What? Why are you calling your brother?" Zhang Yuntian replied lightly. You. What do you mean you're still coming? You don't want the ticket anymore." Zhang Yuntian didn't want to talk to her anymore, and glanced at the electronic clock at the airport. "Check in at 8 o'clock. If you don't come to get the ticket, no one will be waiting for you after the time is up." The live broadcast room barrage. Is Zhang Yuntian really seriously ill? He actually started cursing in the live broadcast room. Didn't anyone from the program team intervene? A man scolding a woman. Their horse is gone. Does this live broadcast room have a playback function? Did he and Wang Yuning agree to meet at 7:30? If so, wouldn't it be a personal vendetta? By the way, do Zhang Yuntian and Wang Yuning have a grudge? How could our Princess Ning know a person like Zhang Yuntian? Zhang Yuntian is a cancer in the entertainment industry, a stinking piece of shit. I seriously suspect that he failed to court love and turned hatred into love. No more to say, Zhang Yuntian, get out of the entertainment industry and that's it. Look at the black materials on the internet, such as keeping a mistress, picking up fans, being gay, fighting. This person is just trash. I came late and didn't see it before, but since Chen Yinghu is here, I will definitely follow her. Don't stop me. The live broadcast room was full of comments, but the guests of the program team couldn't see it, so it was not affected too much. Finally, Hu Jun came back with the plane ticket. Seeing that the situation was not right, he asked Wu Shui to take Wang Yuning away. Wang Yuning's face was extremely ugly, but she did not dare to be too arrogant in front of the other people. She said aggrievedly, I don't know what's wrong with him. He targeted a weak woman like me. When he called me to get up in the morning, he hit me with a soaked pillow. If it hadn't been hit off the side, I guess you wouldn't have seen me. I heard that it was normal to call other people. That's true. Hu Jun lowered his voice and said to several people, now the program has started, all his actions must have been arranged by the program team. Wang Yuning was stunned for a moment and said, Teacher Hu, what do you mean? Let's take a look. This program is live. Whether it is unintentional or intentional, the audience's eyes are sharp. Hearing what Teacher Hu said, Wang Yuning also reacted. Yes, the program was live. Zhang Yuntian targeted her for no reason and it was quite bad. Her fans and passers-by would definitely hate Zhang Yuntian even more and feel sorry for her. After thinking about it, Wang Yuning felt that she understood. Could it be that Zhang Yuntian loved her so much that he would not hesitate to use the method of blackening herself to increase her popularity? It seemed to be true. Wang Yuning, who was originally in a depressed mood, suddenly became clear-headed. She knew Zhang Yuntian's situation very well. The Zhang family had never given him a trace of care and warmth. Only she, when he was at his lowest point, never left him and gave him warmth. How could Zhang Yuntian, who was a people-pleasing personality, resist her? This stupid guy must have loved her to the point of obsession. He must have been heartbroken to hit her with a soaked pillow and told her the wrong time. After thinking about it, Wang Yuning swept away the previous haze and restored the image of a good girl in front of the camera. After a while, everyone gathered together, and Zhang Yuntian found that Wang Yuning was still smiling at him. What's wrong with this guy? Is he addicted to being scolded? Like SM? Or did he really suffer from cerebral palsy? The first stop of the trip was Europe. Wang Yuning tried many times to find an opportunity to talk to Zhang Yuntian alone on the plane, but there were too many people around, so she finally gave up. After Chen Tianjiao got on the plane, she started to sleep. Zhang Yuntian added some sleep-inducing ingredients to the granules he gave her, so it was normal for her to feel sleepy. The other guests also took the time to catch up on their sleep. More than a dozen hours later, everyone arrived in Europe. When leaving the airport, Zhang Yuntian was called over by the staff. After Zhang Yuntian walked over, the director immediately said angrily, "You are a temporary addition to our program. Didn't your agent explain it to you clearly? The housekeeper didn't ask you to manage the guests, but to take care of them. I told you directly that you are the servant of the guests. Didn't I take care of them?" Zhang Yuntian stood with his legs crossed, half closed his eyes, and said lazily, "I bought Chen Tianjiao's medicine." The director was choked by Zhang Yuntian's words, "You did take care of them, but you are too fierce." Zhang Yuntian continued, "Whether fierce or not, everyone has different opinions. The director thinks it's fierce, but I think I'm very gentle." The director said with a stern face, "I don't have time to talk to you about this. You must do what I say. You must remember your own identity and be respectful to them, especially to the film Queen Chen, and take meticulous care of them. They are all antiques, and you are just a broken clay pot. Do you understand?" "Oh." Zhang Yuntian answered casually. 9. Two-faced. After leaving the airport, the program team explained the rules. There were 5 guests and 1 housekeeper, and 6 people had a total of €100. which was their living expenses for the next 3 days. At the same time, they had to complete the scenic spot check-in task arranged by the program team. The fare and ticket price to the scenic spot were included in the €100. Everyone called him an expert after hearing this. €100 converted into RMB was less than 1,000 yuan. Duxing asked, "Can we use our own money?" Of course not. The staff of the program team directly collected all their wallets and mobile phones and gave each of them a mobile phone that could be used locally. The 6 people were now penniless. Chen Tianjiao stood at the corner, rubbing her eyebrows constantly. Zhang Yuntian looked over and saw that Chen Tianjiao's face had returned to normal, so he looked away. Hu Jun said, "Let's find a place to stay first. Does anyone know of a cheap hotel nearby?" Wang Yuning smiled and said, "I came here last year for an event. I remember there is a relatively cheap hotel near the airport. Let's go and have a look." No one had any opinions. Wu Shui glanced at Zhang Yuntian and said, "Master housekeeper, why don't you talk after getting off the plane? Weren't you quite fierce in China? Weren't you quite talkative? Shouldn't you come out to take charge of the situation at this time of confusion? Is it?" Wu Shui paused deliberately and blinked her eyes. He said with some pride, "Our housekeeper can't speak foreign languages." Zhang Yuntian walked to Wu Shui with the suitcase. Wu Shui hurriedly took a step back. Zhang Yuntian said, "Put away your little cleverness. What foreign language can I speak with you? Aren't you Chinese? Do I have to communicate with you in a foreign language? In addition, the program team has warned me just now, saying that you are antiques and I am a broken pottery jar, and asked me to listen to you. I have decided that no matter what I do next, I will do it according to your words. You." Wu Shui wanted to speak, but thought of the scene where Wang Yuning was confronted at the beginning, so she took back her words. Hu Jun came out to make peace. Let's go, Xiao Wen leads the way." Wang Yuning glanced at Zhang Yuntian without leaving a trace, and then walked in front to lead the way. Zhang Yuntian walked at the end of the team, and next to him was Chen Tianjiao. To be honest, it was really strange that Chen Tianjiao would come to participate in the program. The group walked for almost half an hour. Wu Shui and Wang Yuning were still wearing high heels, and their feet were almost worn off. Finally they arrived at their hotel, but when they asked the price, they found out that one room cost €20. Even if everyone squeezed a little and only needed 2 rooms, it would cost €120 for 3 days. This does not include the car fare and meal expenses. Wang Yuning said awkwardly, "This is the cheapest hotel nearby." Duxing hesitated and said, "How about we stay here for one night and see if there is a cheaper hotel tomorrow? That's the only way." Finally, the senior Hu Jun made the decision and booked 2 rooms, and half of the funds disappeared directly. After everyone put away their luggage, they were ready to eat something, but when they saw their hotel fee, they all turned off the fire and finally decided to go out to find food. When they gathered, they didn't see Chen Tianjiao, so Hu Jun asked, "Where's Tianjiao?" Duxing next to him was about to speak, but Wang Yuning said, "The program team said she was sent to the hospital. Then let's go out first and bring her some food later." Everyone set out together, and Zhang Yuntian wandered around them, looking like an out-of-group person. "Let's go here." Wang Yuning had been here before to participate in activities, and everyone was somewhat led by her. The restaurant she chose was quite popular, and some people were worried about spending too much money. After all, it's their first meal, so we should eat better, and we can save money later. Everyone saw Wang Yuning said so they had no choice but to agree. When Zhang Yuntian walked in, he looked at the signature meal of this restaurant and looked up at the starry sky, which was quite in line with Western characteristics. At this time, a vague line of sight swept over. Zhang Yuntian looked back and happened to meet Wang Yuning's eyes. Wang Yuning's eyes seemed to be mixed with something, and she smiled at Zhang Yuntian. This guy's brain is completely broken. Everyone didn't dare to order too much, but they spent €30 in the end. With such a small amount of money, nothing is enough for anything. Wu Shui complained. When they went back, Chen Tianjiao had already returned to their hotel. Hu Jun saw Wang Yuning diligently handing the packed food to Chen Tianjiao, and couldn't help frowning. Duxing next to him gently touched Hu Jun's shoulder and said sourly, "This Wang Yuning really serves dishes to people. I haven't seen her so enthusiastic to us." Originally, Hu Jun felt a little uncomfortable, but after hearing Duxing's words, he turned around and comforted him. Children have this problem. When they see a big star, they keep flattering. Chen Tianjiao said she had eaten and didn't take the food handed over by Wang Yuning. Wang Yuning looked very depressed, and said to the camera with a face full of disappointment, "I really like actress Chen, she is my idol." Hu Jun, who was standing next to him, called him an expert. Just now, he tried to please Chen Tianjiao in various ways, but now that she left, he immediately put on an expression that the other party did not appreciate it and hurt her heart. This kind of person is really two-faced. Hu Jun suddenly thought of Wang Yuning's accusation that Zhang Yuntian targeted her at the beginning. At that time, he thought Zhang Yuntian was a very tasteless guy, a man targeting a woman like this, but now think about it, maybe Zhang Yuntian knew that Wang Yuning was such a person, so he treated her so badly. Thinking about it this way, it makes perfect sense, I understand. 100 euros, 30 euros left in less than 3 hours. After everyone washed up in the evening, they gathered in the boys' room to discuss tomorrow's travel plan. The program team required at least 5 famous scenic spots to be checked in, but no matter how everyone calculated, the money was not enough. The fare to the first scenic spot tomorrow alone was not enough for 30 euros. Chen Tianjiao, who had hardly spoken the whole time, suddenly said, "What about taking the bus?" It was Chen Tianjiao who spoke, but everyone looked at Wang Yuning, who had already regarded herself as the leader. Wang Yuning smiled bitterly, "We don't know the road conditions, and the bus routes are complicated. I'm worried that we will get lost before we get to the place." Chen Tianjiao glanced at Wang Yuning and stopped talking. Wang Yuning hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll check the bus routes." The tone was bitchy, as if she had to check it because of Chen Tianjiao's coercion. Chen Tianjiao frowned slightly. Hu Jun and Du Xing looked at each other, and Wang Yuning started to play the victim again. Only Wu Shui was stupid and couldn't see anything. Zhang Yuntian sat on the sofa in the hotel, looking at the hotel brochure leisurely with an attitude of not caring about anything. 010, we are clay pots, we can't afford to offend. Wang Yuning picked up her phone to check, but because her foreign language was so bad and the translation software was not very accurate, she was exhausted and didn't understand it in the end. After an hour of tossing, Hu Jun saw that everyone was a little tired and said, "Let's take a rest first. It's still in time to check it tomorrow morning." The 3 girls returned to the room, but when everyone got up the next day, Wang Yuning suddenly said that she had a cold. Wu Shui took it seriously and asked with concern, "Yuning, are you okay? Do you want the program team to send you to the hospital for treatment?" Wang Yuning coughed a few times and said sickly, "I probably checked the information too late last night and was blown by the cool breeze on the balcony. I think I need to rest. You should discuss the route first." Chen Tianjiao ignored Wang Yuning and walked out directly. Wu Shui watched Chen Yinghu walk away directly, and said to Chen Tianjiao, "Sister Tianjiao, I will pour some hot water for Yuning." The boys got up a long time ago and were waiting for the girls to discuss the route together. As a result, when they heard that Wang Yuning was sick, Du Xing immediately sneered. Zhang Yuntian also raised the corner of his mouth. Except for Wu Shui, the confused one, all the other guests participating in the program were sensible people. Hu Jun said directly in front of the camera, "Yuning is a girl after all, and she is also a junior. We can't always rely on her. She will also have times when she is not energetic enough. I think we should not let her take the lead in the future work." Although it was not said explicitly, the issue of Wang Yuning shirking responsibility was almost put on the table. However, without Wang Yuning, they discussed for a long time but could not come to a conclusion. Not daring to bother Chen Yinghu, they finally turned their eyes to Zhang Yuntian. "Yuntian, do you have any good suggestions?" Zhang Yuntian got a bunch of small cookies from somewhere and was eating them. When he heard the question, he said leisurely, "I am a clay pot, you are antiques, I will listen to you." Hu Jun laughed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We are all participating in the program together, and you are our housekeeper." "I am not a housekeeper, I am a servant, I am a clay pot, you are antiques, I can't afford to pay for it if I break it." Wu Shui came out of the room at this time and happened to hear Zhang Yuntian's words. She didn't understand it, but she suddenly said in the next sentence, "Where did you get the small cookies? Give me some, I'm starving." Zhang Yuntian stuffed all the remaining cookies into his mouth, drank some hot water, and washed down the cookies. Spreading his hands, he said, "No more." "You." Du Xing stood up and pulled Wu Shui, and said to Zhang Yuntian, "Don't be so mad, we are all here to participate in the show, to have fun, we are all family, tell me what you think." Zhang Yuntian shook his head and said, there is indeed a way, but I am just a clay pot. Do you have a way? Hu Jun asked. No, a clay pot doesn't deserve a way. Wu Shui immediately stood up and said, Tell me, what do you have a way? Zhang Yuntian said confidently, the clay pot is the worst. Listen to the antique, remember that the antique is the eldest brother, the clay pot is the younger brother, they are porcelain, and you are dirt. Several other guests. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room. I laughed my dad to death. Zhang Yuntian is really the most sarcastic person. Who said Zhang Yuntian is a clay pot? Look how angry he is, but what can he do? What can he do? I guess he is just talking nonsense. Don't you know what kind of person he is? But Wang Yuning is really good. He spent all the money yesterday and escaped with illness today. What happened to Princess Ning in front? Didn't you ask for everyone's opinions when arranging the hotel and restaurant yesterday? Everyone agreed to spend the money, right? And the illness was caused by checking the route. There are 6 guests on the show. Why? Why blame her alone? If it doesn't work, don't act so arrogant. Yesterday, everyone said that the hotel and restaurant were expensive. She felt that she had been there before and had experience, so she insisted. It was difficult for everyone to say, so she agreed. Now she is directly shirking responsibility. Is it reasonable? What shirking responsibility? She was obviously sick. The timing of her illness is really too coincidental. Besides, isn't the actress Chen sick? There are only a few steps between the 2 rooms. Can't she walk over? Humph, Wang Yuning is a two-faced bitch. Don't think that no one knows about what she said about the actress Chen yesterday. The topic gradually focused on Wang Yuning. In the hotel room, Hu Jun was still pestering Zhang Yuntian, tell me quickly, what can you do? Zhang Yuntian said lazily, what virtue and ability are you with just a clay pot? Zhang Yuntian, are you still a man? Can't you talk properly? Wu Shui was very angry and wanted to hit someone. Zhang Yuntian immediately stood up and bowed very respectfully, saying, I'm sorry, Miss Wu is right. Do you want me to kowtow to you? Zhang Yuntian. Wu Shui was about to go crazy. She had never seen such a man. Chen Tianjiao on the other side turned her head away, and couldn't help but smile. This guy is possessed by a nitpicker. He can argue about one thing for so long. Wu Shui was also about to explode. She had no place to vent her anger, so she shouted directly in the direction of the program, who of you said he was a clay pot? Tell me, what should we do now? The program team was also helpless and said anxiously, that's not what we meant. Don't keep talking about clay pots. I heard it very clearly. I am a clay pot and they are porcelain. They asked me to serve them like a servant, and I did it. I obeyed them. You are butler. You have to help the guests solve problems. Now you want me to find a solution. Then my solution is to follow the guest's solution. There is really no way around it. Hu Jun finally understood that Zhang Yuntian must have a way, otherwise he wouldn't be so crazy. He lowered his voice and said gently, Yuntian, slow down first. Butler, no matter how you can be called a butler, you should be in charge of us, and you should be the leader. How can you say that you are clay pot? Zhang Yuntian looked at Hu Jun and didn't say anything. Duxing next to him said, yes, Yuntian, it's still the same as when we first met. We will do whatever you say. Zhang Yuntian looked at Duxing, and then looked at Wu Shui. Wu Shui was still a little angry. Duxing pulled her, and Wu Shui finally said angrily, if you want me to listen to you, you have to ensure that we have food, shelter, and fun. Zhang Yuntian turned his eyes and looked directly at Chen Yinghu. What Wu Shui said was all nonsense. Chen Tianjiao turned her gaze towards Zhang Yuntian. Her black eyes reflected Zhang Yuntian. The smile on her face had not yet faded. She spoke softly, I always listen to you. 011, cool. Always. Zhang Yuntian was stunned, and the other 3 people looked at Chen Tianjiao. However, Chen Tianjiao had already turned her eyes away, and there was nothing wrong with her expression, as if what she had just said was the most ordinary sentence. Wu Shui then said, do you want to go talk to Yuning? Hu Jun stood up and said, I'll go talk to her and get the rest of the money. Hu Jun went out and came back soon, followed by Wang Yuning, who had just said that she was sick and couldn't get out of bed. Wang Yuning took out the remaining €30 and placed them on the table. She looked at Zhang Yuntian and said, I heard that the housekeeper has a way to help us complete the task. Zhang Yuntian glanced at him, then raised the corners of his mouth and said to Wang Yuning, not only can I complete the task, but I can also provide you with good food and accommodation. By the way, you are sick, aren't you? I can also provide you with medical treatment and medicine. Even if you die, I can even buy you a wreath. Wreath? Dead? Hearing these words, Wang Yuning's face changed drastically. But when she thought about how Zhang Yuntian was making fun of himself to bring her popularity, she suppressed the anger in her chest and forced a smile. You are such a joker. Most of the comments were cursing Zhang Yuntian, but many people cheered when they saw Wang Yuning being scolded. Finally, it feels good. This is so weird. Wang Yuning didn't do anything wrong, so why is she so annoying? Is it because she looks fake and pretentious? I'm very curious about where Zhang Yuntian's ancestral home is. Could it be Zhuan? This damn guy cursed women in the live broadcast room, but why can't I hate him? Wu Shui said cautiously, are you sure you have a way? 30 euros, which is less than 300 yuan, can really last 2 days. How are we going to get to those attractions today? Zhang Yuntian reached out and picked up the hotel brochure he had been reading yesterday. While everyone was discussing last night, Zhang Yuntian had been flipping through this brochure. He opened the manual to a page and pointed to a line. The other people all gathered around. Basically everyone knows a little foreign language, so as long as it's not complicated, they can translate it. Wu Shui translated it directly, their hotel provides free vehicles. The barrage became lively again. Good guy, I'm just a good guy. Fuck, their hotel provides cars for free. Who said Zhang Yuntian doesn't know foreign languages? Isn't this pretty good? Is Zhang Yuntian, who is concerned about rubbish, able to speak foreign languages? Is there something wrong with his head? Finally, Zhang Yuntian led everyone downstairs. Zhang Yuntian walked to the front desk and communicated with the receptionist in fluent foreign language. Finally, the receptionist gave Zhang Yuntian a form. After filling it out, he handed it to the front desk. After the front desk confirmed it, he gave him a car key. Damn, it really works. Wang Yuning watched Zhang Yuntian's operation from behind, her brows furrowed so much that they seemed to be able to pinch a fly to death. At this time, Wang Yuning asked kindly from behind, who among us has a foreign driver's license? Without a driver's license, it's useless to have a car. Zhang Yuntian glanced at Wang Yuning and said, you are the only one who is always bothering me. Would your brother come to get the keys if I didn't have a driver's license? Listen carefully, your brother has a universal driver's license for 13 countries. Zhang Yuntian retorted, which made Wang Yuning's face look very ugly. Wu Shui, who had been listening, suddenly said, Butler, I'm hungry. Du Xing also said a little embarrassedly, I'm hungry too. As an old senior, Hu Jun was very cunning. He smiled and said, Butler, I heard that you will provide meals for me. Zhang Yuntian turned around and found that everyone was looking at him, and Chen Tianjiao was also staring at him with her black eyes. Zhang Yuntian said, please make do with breakfast first. I will prepare a big meal for everyone at noon. After saying that, Zhang Yuntian returned to his room, took out a large bag of biscuits and distributed them to everyone. Didn't you say it was sold out? Wu Shui complained as she came up and grabbed a bag, tore it open and started eating. Zhang Yuntian drove everyone out. There was a navigation system in the car, and the text and voice prompts were in foreign languages, but Zhang Yuntian could understand them and led everyone smoothly to the first attraction. After arriving at the scenic spot, everyone took photos and checked in together. Zhang Yuntian led everyone to wait at the entrance of the scenic spot for a while. When he saw people from a tour group coming, he took them in to tour the area. As noon approached, Wang Yuning deliberately asked, Housekeeper, I'm hungry. What are we going to eat for lunch? Zhang Yuntian glared at her impatiently, are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Can't you see that you are walking towards the restaurant? What's wrong? Do you really have to let me feed you with my own hands on the side of the road? Not impossible, I feed stray cats and dogs the same way. Wang Yuning was so angry after being confronted. Wu Shui next to her was somewhat relieved that she didn't ask, otherwise she would have been the one to be scolded. The restaurant that Zhang Yuntian brought everyone to is quite famous in the area. As soon as Wang Yuning arrived at the restaurant entrance, she immediately said, I've been here before. It's a buffet and the average cost per person is 20 euros. Do you have money? If you don't want to eat, you can get out. Zhang Yuntian yelled. Wang Yuning snorted coldly, I'm just afraid that we won't be able to pay the money and will be detained. Zhang Yuntian ignored him and walked in directly. Chen Tianjiao followed closely behind him. Hu Jun and the others looked at each other and followed him in. HMPH, let's see what you're going to do next. Wang Yuning said angrily and walked in. The other people ate with trepidation and did not dare to take too much food. Only Zhang Yuntian and Chen Tianjiao ate with relish. Wu Shui asked in a low voice, Sister Tianjiao, aren't you afraid that we won't have the money to pay and will be detained here? Chen Tianjiao replied, he said no. After finishing the meal, Wu Shui asked cautiously, do you want to pay now or just run away? Zhang Yuntian asked, what bill? Everyone's expression changed slightly, except Chen Tianjiao, who was drinking a bottle of purified water calmly. Wang Yuning sneered and said, sure enough, you don't have money to pay the bill. You don't want the program team to help you pay the bill, do you? Before the guests could speak, a director from the program team immediately said, don't even think about it. What should I do? Wu Shui felt very helpless now. Hu Jun asked awkwardly, Yuntian, what should we do now? Zhang Yuntian wiped his hands with a napkin, then called the waiter. After communicating with him, he took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and handed them to the other party. Chen Tianjiao understood what they were saying and couldn't help but smile. She took the water bottle away from her mouth and shook her head helplessly. This guy, really? What did they say? Wu Shui's English was average and she didn't know what they were communicating. She looked anxious. After a while, the waiter came back, said something to Zhang Yuntian with a smile, then turned and left. 012, hug each other. Let's go. We'll go to another attraction in the afternoon. Can we leave now? Is there no one to care if we dine and eat for free abroad? Wu Shui felt very unbelievable. Everyone followed Zhang Yuntian out of the restaurant in confusion. Wang Yuning was stunned and asked, what did you do? To be honest, Zhang Yuntian didn't want to say anything to Wang Yuning except cursing, but seeing everyone's curious looks, he explained, the hotel we're staying in has an agreement with this restaurant. As long as we cut out the coupon in the brochure and report our room number, and the other party verifies it, we can enjoy a free buffet that does not include a la carte items. We booked 2 standard rooms for 3 people, so we can enjoy 6 servings. Okay, let's go to the next attraction before time is up and check in. We'll check out after we're done. It's €40 a night, and we don't have the money to stay another night. Zhang Yuntian drove everyone to the next attraction, following the same routine as before and blending in with the tour group. When we went back in the afternoon, Wu Shui asked worriedly, if we check out, where will we stay? Wang Yuning, who had been silent on the way, seized the opportunity to speak up, we have checked out, so the free car and restaurant will no longer be available. In fact, the room I chose is pretty good, with so many benefits. Zhang Yuntian turned around and glanced at Wang Yuning, then smiled and said in an exaggerated tone, no way, you don't think the free car and free restaurant are your credit, do you? Chen Tianjiao sat in the passenger seat, gently pressing her lips with her hand, but still couldn't help laughing out loud. Wang Yuning was very unhappy, but she didn't show it. Wu Shui, the little girl, looked at this and that, and she always felt that the atmosphere in the car was weird. The car quickly returned to their hotel and Zhang Yuntian checked out everyone. Everyone pulled their suitcases and became wanderers again. The car is gone and there is no place to live. What should we do next? Wu Shui said helplessly, shivering in the cold wind. Come with me. Zhang Yuntian brought everyone to the subway station and bought a ticket for everyone. It's rush hour after get off work and there are a lot of people on the bus. Hu Jun said, boys should try to take care of girls and avoid being bumped into by others. There was no place to sit, so everyone stood separately. Hu Jun and Duxin protected Wu Shui in a corner so that she would not be bumped by others. Wang Yuning occupied a triangular area and protected himself perfectly. Chen Tianjiao stood alone in a corner. Zhang Yuntian was studying the route map. After seeing it, he walked over. He pulled a ring in each hand, then tilted and arched his body slightly. From the side, it seemed as if Zhang Yuntian was holding Chen Tianjiao directly in his arms. Chen Tianjiao rarely had such contact with the opposite sex. She felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to move away, but this was already a blind spot. Chen Tianjiao said, move aside a little. Zhang Yuntian pretended not to hear it, and looked at Chen Tianjiao with a puzzled look on his face. I told you to move closer. Chen Tianjiao emphasized. Zhang Yuntian narrowed his eyes, lowered his head, and leaned closer. What? A stronger masculine scent rushed into my nostrils. The distance between the two people was so close that Chen Tianjiao's hair stood up for a moment. She really didn't like this feeling. He said loudly, "Are you deaf? Or are you doing this on purpose?" Zhang Yuntian actually did it on purpose. Chen Tianjiao usually seemed cold, but she was really charming when she smiled occasionally. He did this on the one hand to protect her, and on the other hand to tease her. Zhang Yuntian pretended to be confused. "Didn't you say that boys should take care of girls? I don't need your care. Please stand aside. I feel uncomfortable with you standing here." Are you uncomfortable? We've already kissed each other, so why are you uncomfortable standing a little closer? Zhang Yuntian stopped teasing her and stepped back a little, but still kept her within his range. Wang Yuning's eyes were always on Zhang Yuntian. Seeing that Zhang Yuntian seemed to be hugging Chen Tianjiao, his expression immediately turned ugly. Although it was not made public, Zhang Yuntian was her fiancé, so she naturally didn't think that Chen Tianjiao would take the initiative to approach Zhang Yuntian. She just thought that Zhang Yuntian must have taken advantage of the crowd to slowly approach Chen Tianjiao. Trash, really trash. She was very upset. She looked around and found that there was no cameraman here. She immediately shouted to Zhang Yuntian, "Come here." Zhang Yuntian was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the tip of his nose and asked, "Are you calling me? If not you, then who?" Chen Tianjiao also heard what Wang Yuning said, and her black eyes stared at her coldly. Wang Yuning was still shouting to Zhang Yuntian confidently, "Aren't you coming over yet?" Zhang Yuntian looked down at Chen Tianjiao and asked, "Do you think I'm dreaming? Or is she dreaming? What do you mean?" Chen Tianjiao asked puzzledly. Zhang Yuntian said with a sad face, "It's over, it's really over. This guy is mentally retarded. She doesn't really think I will listen to her, right? When I think about the fact that I will be doing a show with this cerebral palsy patient, I feel so miserable. Queen Chen, how about we ask the program team to directly change the guest? Do you think it's feasible? You can try." Chen Tianjiao said. Wang Yuning also heard these words and looked at Chen Tianjiao in disbelief. Zhang Yuntian was also stunned for a moment. He originally just wanted to ridicule Wang Yuning, but he didn't expect Queen Chen to be so cooperative. Zhang Yuntian glanced at Wang Yuning, "Don't you know you're annoying? I really don't want to see you, can you stop hanging around in front of me?" "Okay, Zhang Yuntian, you are really good." After Wang Yuning said these words in anger, she turned around and turned her back to Zhang Yuntian. Watching her turn around in embarrassment, Zhang Yuntian looked at Chen Tianjiao again. Why would this guy help him speak? Could it be that you were attracted to me unconsciously? There were fewer and fewer people in the carriage, and finally they arrived at their station. Get off the bus and exit the station. It was deserted outside the station. Wu Shui was shivering in the wind and asked cautiously, "Is there really a place to live here?" Zhang Yuntian walked in front, pulling his suitcase, without even looking back. Everyone followed him and walked for about 20 minutes before arriving at an apartment building. It was dark inside the apartment. Wu Shui was timid and said fearfully, "Are we really going to live here?" After a while, the door opened and an old foreign lady came out leisurely. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhang?" "It's me." Zhang Yuntian stood up and talked to him. After a while, another man came out of the apartment and helped them with their luggage. The apartment doesn't look good from the outside, but the interior is okay. 013, Haunted House. The old lady prepared food for them. Looking at the table full of European-style meals, Wu Shui's mouth was watering. After everyone put their luggage away, they sat around the dining table. After the old lady and the other man sat here for a while, they handed Zhang Yuntian a €50 bill and left with the old lady. Everyone's attention was on the food and no one noticed the man's actions. After waiting for the old lady to leave, Hu Jun asked, "Yuntian, there's no extra charge for these things, right? Don't worry, 3 meals a day are provided here. How much is the accommodation fee?" Wu Shui asked. "Free. Still free." Wu Shui exclaimed in amazement, "Butler, you are amazing. How come everything is free? I gave you €30 in the morning, but you only spent €3 in the evening. We only spent €3 a day for 6 people, but we spent €30 on dinner yesterday alone." At this point Wu Shui realized that she had said the wrong thing and secretly glanced at Wang Yuning. Wang Yuning's face looked very ugly, but she knew that she was probably the only one in this group of people who still had good intentions towards her. Wang Yuning forced a smile and said, "It's okay. It's my fault. Yesterday's expenses were indeed quite high. But why is their housekeeper staying here for free? The production team has repeatedly emphasized that you cannot use your connections to get free food, drinks, and accommodation. Once you are caught, you will not only be punished, but also have your next episode's funding deducted." Everyone immediately looked at Zhang Yuntian nervously. At this time, Zhang Yuntian was struggling with a piece of steak. After he swallowed the steak, he slowly said, "Someone died here." For a moment, everyone was quiet, as if to suit the current situation. With a click, the room suddenly became dark. R. Wu Shui screamed. "Quiet." Zhang Yuntian said, "I think the power supply has tripped." After some trouble, the lights in the room finally came on again. After the room was bright again, Zhang Yuntian continued, "Several people have died in this apartment in recent years. The man who just arranged for us is engaged in apartment sales and rentals. Because people have died here, there are rumors that the apartment is haunted, so it is not easy to rent. So he posted a task online. As long as someone is willing to stay here overnight and record the whole process to prove that the room is not haunted, they can arrange 3 meals a day. The one who just gave us food was that man's mother. You brought us here to live here even though you knew it was haunted." Wu Shui was almost crying with worry. "Free accommodation, and 3 meals a day are included. And after I called the boss and bargained for some time, I made an extra 50 euros. Zhang Yuntian took out the 50 euros in his pocket and shook it, feeling a little proud. "No matter how cost-effective it is, this is a haunted house after all. It's haunted," Wu Shui said dejectedly. "We were born under the red flag, how could we be afraid of ghosts? Besides, we only have 30 euros left, and we still have 2 days. Where else can we stay if not in a place like this? 30 euros is not enough for food, let alone visiting tourist attractions. If you are scared at night, just come to my room and sleep with me." Wu Shui was completely speechless and didn't dare to speak again. Chen Tianjiao picked up the water cup and looked at Zhang Yuntian. She held the water cup with her slender and clean fingers and said, "You can tell the boss that he won't have to worry about renting out this apartment in the future." Zhang Yuntian nodded and continued eating. Hu Jun and Duxing looked at each other and their smiles also shrank. Only Wu Shui looked confused. "What's wrong? What does it mean? Why don't you have to worry about renting? Is it because we drove the ghost away?" Duxing complained, "What a silly girl. They are broadcasting a live show, and their presence here is invisibly advertising the apartment. Not to mention that there are no ghosts. Even if there are ghosts, I guess the business of this apartment would be very good." Hu Jun looked at Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian naturally thought of this, so he took on this task. The food expenses and 50 euros spent by the boss over the past 2 days are definitely the most worthwhile advertising expenses. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. As a result, after washing up, Wu Shui, the coward, probably had already adapted to this place and didn't think it was a big deal, so she ran to the boys' room and shouted at them to watch a horror movie. "No way, is it that exciting? Watching a horror movie in a haunted house?" Duxing said. "What's the use of ghosts? There are so many of us, even ghosts will be scared away. Besides, watching a movie together can help us bond." Hu Jun said. Look. Wu Shui begged. Seeing that several people were somewhat interested, Zhang Yuntian said helplessly, "Okay. Then I'll go call the other people." The little girl Wu Shui hurriedly called the other 2 girls over. After everyone arrived, Wu Shui chose a horror movie from an island country. Snap. Turn off the lights. It started. Everyone sat on the sofa. Wang Yuning and Wu Shui sat on the big sofa, Hu Jun and Duxing sat on the single sofas, Zhang Yuntian and Chen Tianjiao each pulled an armchair and sat on the side. The movie started playing, and there was a terrifying sound effect at the beginning. Zhang Yuntian has no feelings about horror movies and is not afraid at all. Looking at those bloody scenes feels too fake. A horrific scene suddenly flashed in the movie, and a female ghost covered in blood suddenly appeared in the camera, floating in the air. Combined with the abrupt sound effects, it really scared everyone. With a creaky sound, Zhang Yuntian heard the sound of a chair moving. Looking to the side, I found that Chen Tianjiao had buried her head in the pillow. Wu Shui, who was sitting on the big sofa, was also very scared. She hugged Wang Yuning tightly. Hu Jun looked at Chen Tianjiao and asked, "Tianjiao, are you okay? Why don't you sit with Wu Shui and the others?" Chen Tianjiao put down the pillow in her arms and said calmly, "It's okay, it's just that the plot is too boring and I feel a little sleepy." Feeling sleepy? Then why don't you talk to the screen? I didn't expect that Tianjiao, who played such a heroic role, actually has such a lovely side. Why is it that when actress Chen pretends to be calm, she is so adorable? It's over. I can't pretend anymore. Chen Tianjiao, am afraid of ghosts. Chen Tianjiao pretended to be strong for a while, but her eyes never looked at the big screen again. However, the horrible sound effects followed her like a shadow, and just when she was hesitating whether to cover her face with the pillow again, Zhang Yuntian next to him stood up. Chen Tianjiao was startled by Zhang Yuntian's action and looked over suddenly. Toilet. Okay, I'll go too. 014. Hand in hand. After hearing this, everyone looked over in confusion. Chen Tianjiao, an international film queen, has always been aloof in their eyes. Unexpectedly, after watching a horror movie, Chen Tianjiao would be able to show such a side of her. Zhang Yuntian watched Chen Tianjiao flee and slowly followed behind. Chen Tianjiao is obviously tense in front of unfamiliar people, but in front of familiar people, he probably acts like a show-off. After leaving their hall, Chen Tianjiao finally felt alive. At this time, Zhang Yuntian also walked out of the room. When passing by Chen Tianjiao, Zhang Yuntian asked lightly, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of ghosts?" Chen Tianjiao didn't want to respond to Zhang Yuntian, but seeing his slightly mocking expression, she couldn't help but said, "I'm afraid of ghosts. It's more like ghosts are afraid of me." After hearing Chen Tianjiao's words, Zhang Yuntian paused, stopped, and turned to look at her. Chen Tianjiao looked up and looked at Zhang Yuntian. "How?" Zhang Yuntian stretched out his long legs and walked towards Chen Tianjiao. Chen Tianjiao stood there without moving. But at this moment she suddenly thought of the scene when they first met in the elevator. At that time, this guy was secretly looking at her. I didn't expect that he would be so bold and overbearing now. Zhang Yuntian stopped when he was one step away from Chen Tianjiao, then stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped her cheek. Chen Tianjiao was a little sensitive and immediately took a small step back. Zhang Yuntian did not move closer, but showed her the sweat on his index finger. "It's so cold, are you sweating?" Chen Tianjiao suddenly felt her face flushed, but she still argued, "Can't we sweat when it's cold? Who made that rule?" Hey. Zhang Yuntian smiled, then wiped off the sweat on his fingers and said lightly, "Whatever you want." Then walked to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Chen Tianjiao touched her face, which still had the scent of Zhang Yuntian. She wiped her face and stared in the direction of the bathroom with a complicated expression. In the end, Chen Tianjiao stayed outside until the movie was over before going in. After the movie, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep, but the scenes from the movie kept lingering in Chen Tianjiao's mind. She couldn't fall asleep even when she opened her eyes, and the darkness in the room made it even more terrifying. The lights in the living room were still on, so she went there and sat on the sofa. After a while, with a click, the circuit breaker tripped again. There was a sudden noise, and then darkness. This sudden change made Chen Tianjiao take a deep breath. At this time, she didn't dare to turn on the power switch herself, so she thought she should go back to her room. She groped in the dark and was about to return to her room, but when she turned the corner she suddenly touched something warm. For a moment, Chen Tianjiao froze, and then cold sweat fell down like a waterfall. No way, is this place really haunted? What a coincidence that she, who is afraid of ghosts, ran into it. Chen Tianjiao was terrified. Her feet felt as if they were nailed down and she couldn't move. Many scenes flashed through her mind, including those of her previous training and participation in secret operations. Why was she not afraid of killing people but was afraid of ghosts? Her mind was in a mess, when suddenly a pair of big hands grabbed her wrist. "Chen Tianjiao," a voice sounded. Hearing their voice, Chen Tianjiao came back to her senses and asked hesitantly, "Zhang Yuntian." "It's me." Zhang Yuntian gently held Chen Tianjiao's wrist without letting go, rubbing it, and it was trembling slightly. "I'll see if the switch has tripped again." Chen Tianjiao confirmed that the guy in front of her was a human, not a ghost, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It must have tripped. I'll go take a look. Zhang Yuntian let go of Chen Tianjiao and prepared to turn on the power switch. Chen Tianjiao directly grabbed Zhang Yuntian's arm. What's wrong? Scared. Chen Tianjiao still said stubbornly, afraid. Who is afraid? Zhang Yuntian could hear the slight tremor in her voice. He chuckled, reached out and grabbed the back of Chen Tianjiao's hand, then pulled her hand down and held it. I know you're not afraid, so just assume I am afraid. Can you stay with me? The two people put their palms together, and Zhang Yuntian directly held Chen Tianjiao's hand. Chen Tianjiao was stunned for a moment. Let's go. Zhang Yuntian urged. Since you said so, I will go with you reluctantly. Finally, the two of them came to the switch holding hands. The moment the power switch was turned on, the indicator light above it lit up. Chen Tianjiao looked down at the two people's hands holding together, and immediately pulled her hands out and put them behind her back. Zhang Yuntian didn't say anything. He closed the cover of the switch, brushed the dust off his hands, and walked outside. Zhang Yuntian washed his hands and came over to find Chen Tianjiao still in the living room. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Why aren't you going to bed yet? Not sleepy. Zhang Yuntian smiled, It's because of the horror movie. Chen Tianjiao was a little helpless. Why are you like this? You always bring up horror movies when you do anything. I'm used to my bed and I can't sleep. It's up to you. After Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, he walked around Chen Tianjiao and went back to his room to rest. In the end, Chen Tianjiao sat in the hall all night. Zhang Yuntian got up early in the morning and called everyone over. Everyone dragged their tired bodies, washed up half dead, and came to the restaurant to wait for breakfast. Zhang Yuntian told everyone about today's schedule, and then said, No one has any objections, right? Everyone nodded in confusion. In the next 2 days, everyone completed the task smoothly under the leadership of Zhang Yuntian, and in the end, the money was not spent and there was still €50 left. Wu Shui suggested that everyone spend the money together to celebrate. Everyone decided to vote. Chen Tianjiao was outside making a phone call and did not participate in the vote. Everyone else, except Zhang Yuntian, agreed. The minority obeys the majority, 4-1, and the remaining money should be spent. Zhang Yuntian was calm and said slowly, 4 people agree, but I don't. I'm the housekeeper and I have a veto. So, 4 votes are invalid and 1 vote is valid. The final decision will be made according to my opinion. The remaining money will not be spent. Is that okay with that? Others. On the plane back, Wu Shui took every opportunity to speak ill of Zhang Yuntian to Duxing. Domineering, dictatorial, and bad-tempered. Duxing tried to comfort him verbally, but it went in one ear and out the other. He was still a little unconvinced at first, but after following him for a whole episode, he felt that Zhang Yuntian was indeed a capable guy. Hu Jun also tried to smooth things over. It would be good to keep this money for the next period. We won't have to be so tight-fisted next time. It's a pity that I didn't buy any gifts. I feel like I came to Europe for nothing. I'll buy it next time, I'll buy it next time. Hu Jun said in a low voice, Have you heard? There will be no actress Chen in the next issue. Y. 015, Ling Yu. In fact, the original last guest was not Chen Yinghu, but teacher Liu Qingyun. Teacher Liu was not feeling well, so she asked Chen Yinghu to participate in the show. Is that so? Wu Shui said, No wonder our program team was able to invite a big name like Chen Yinghu. But teacher Liu still has a lot of face. When Qinjiao first debuted, she filmed her first movie with teacher Liu. The two knew each other privately and had some friendship. Hu Jun said. Wu Shui nodded and said with some satisfaction, I am lucky to be able to work with Sister Qinjiao. After all, people look up to her for her status. At this point, Wu Shui suddenly started gossiping and said to Duxing, Brother Du, what kind of man do you think a woman like Chen Yinghu will marry in the future? It's impossible to imagine. Duxing thought for a moment and said, It should be the kind of person who has a matching appearance, the same values, and is devoted to me. Wu Shui nodded, Yeah, I guess this is the only way to be worthy of Sister Qinjiao. Hey, move your legs. It's too crowded. Before Wu Shui could finish her words, she heard an unpleasant voice coming from the front. Everyone looked over and saw that Zhang Yuntian was probably going to the bathroom. He stood up and stood next to Chen Tianjiao. Seeing that Chen Tianjiao had not woken up, he mischievously nudged Chen Tianjiao's knee with his own knee. His action directly woke up Chen Tianjiao, who was resting. Wu Shui and Du Xing gasped when they saw this, and they both felt that Chen Tianjiao was going to be angry. The next second, Chen Tianjiao sat up straight, then put her legs together and opened them a little to the side to make it easier for Zhang Yuntian to pass. Then we saw Zhang Yuntian, the big villain, standing up and walking out with his hands in his pockets, heading towards the bathroom. Finally, Du Xing whispered to Wu Shui, "Anyway, no matter what kind of husband Chen Yinghu finds in the future, it will definitely not be someone like Zhang Yuntian." Wu Shui also nodded frantically. Who would look for someone like this? Unless they are mentally ill. The first episode ended in such a pleasant atmosphere. Everyone goes back to their own home and finds their own mother. Zhang Yuntian walked very quickly, carrying his suitcase, and took a taxi directly back to his small apartment. As soon as I got home, I lay down on the bed. After flying for more than 10 hours, I was exhausted. He took out his mobile phone. He had been using the phone issued by the program crew to record the show these days, and his own phone was out of battery. After plugging in the phone, Zhang Yuntian went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he found that the battery was half charged, so he turned on the phone. After turning on the phone, I found 5 or 6 missed calls and more than a dozen text messages. Several calls were from the Zhang family, one from Huang Cuifang and one from Zhang Tiancheng. The remaining 2 calls were from the company, and one was from his agent Wan Jun. Zhang Yuntian ignored the Zhang family's message and went straight to Lei. Then he called Wan Jun back and browsed WeChat while on the phone. The call was quickly connected. Wan Jun had also watched the live broadcast of the show in the past few days. As soon as the call was connected, Wan Jun began to scold Zhang Yuntian, such as, "Do you know what a housekeeper is? Why did you target Wen Yuning like that? Why did you swear so much? Are you a traitor?" Zhang Yuntian said slowly, Yes, I'll eat you." Zhang Yuntian. The army was furious. Zhang Yuntian responded directly, "My identity as a housekeeper has been recognized by the program team. What else do you have to say, Brother Jun?" Wan Jun was silent for a while, then he said, "Come to the company tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuntian saw that Huang Cuifang had sent him more than a dozen WeChat messages. He didn't even read them and simply blocked and deleted them. Then Zhang Yuntian opened his address book and blocked and deleted everyone in the Zhang family. All done, go to sleep. The next day, due to the jet lag, Zhang Yuntian's biological clock did not work and he slept until the afternoon and went to the company when it was almost time to get off work. Wan Jun got angry when he saw Zhang Yuntian. "It's better for you not to come at this time." "Oh." Zhang Yuntian turned around and walked out. "Then I'll come back tomorrow." Wan Jun yelled out, "Get back here." At the door of Wan Jun's office, the young assistant just came out of the office and made a gesture of wiping his neck to Zhang Yuntian, telling him that Wan Jun was in a bad mood. Zhang Yuntian didn't care and followed Wan Jun into the office. Only then did he find that there was another girl waiting in the office. "Brother Jun. What's this? I'm a serious person. Get out." Wan Jun cursed angrily. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Yuntian. She stood up and held out her hand to Zhang Yuntian. "Teacher Zhang, nice to meet you. I'm Ling Yu." Zhang Yuntian thought about it and then remembered, wasn't this guy the housekeeper originally decided by the program team? Because he heard that Wen Yuning was among the guests, he just disappeared? Zhang Yuntian shook hands with him with a suspicious look on his face. Ling Yu, as her name suggests, is full of spirit and gentle as jade, with a pair of big eyes that sparkle and sparkle. She said with great admiration, "Teacher Zhang, you are my idol. I love you so much. I watched the scene where you hit Wen Yuning with a soaked pillow 38 times. But I feel a little disappointed that you didn't hit her." Hearing Ling Yu calling him Teacher Zhang and male god all the time, Zhang Yuntian immediately smiled. Okay. As long as you hate Wen Yuning, then we are half-siblings." Ling Yu directly bowed. "Hello, big brother." Zhang Yuntian raised his hand. "No need to be polite, sister. Are you two done yet? You're addicted to this, right? Do you want to piss me off to death?" Ling Yu was still a little afraid of Wanjuan, so she just shut up. Zhang Yuntian sat directly on the sofa, crossed his legs and asked, "Why did you call me here today? Are you going to pay me?" Don't be embarrassed, I only have a dozen yuan on me now, and I don't even have the fare to go back. Wan Jun sneered, you still want your salary? My phone is about to explode with calls from the production team complaining about it. Why tell you? They could just tell me no. Tell you. Wan Jun slammed the table. Tell you, and you just responded with sarcasm. I didn't expect that, Zhang Yuntian, you can also write doggerel. What do you mean they are porcelain and you are dirt? Who are you mocking? Brother Jun, you sang well. Zhang Yuntian clapped his hands in applause. Then he raised his eyebrows to signal Ling Yu, who immediately clapped his hands. Brother Jun, you sing well. Zhang Yuntian. Seeing Zhun Ji's hysteria, Zhang Yuntian stopped being naughty and changed the subject, saying bitterly, if life wasn't forcing us, who would be willing to do something they don't like? I'm just a little actor with no one to rely on. Wan Jun threw the bottle of water on the table away. Zhang Yuntian didn't even look at it, and grabbed the water bottle with one hand. Good shot, 3 points. 016, Resurgence of Fame. Wan Jun was so angry at Zhang Yuntian that he suffered a myocardial infarction. He took out the quick-acting heart-saving pills and took 3 of them in a row. After a while, he slowly recovered. When he looked up, he saw the damn Zhang Yuntian and Ling Yu, who were looking down and discussing something, and then they were staring at him. Wan Jun smashed the bottle hard on the table. What are you looking at? Zhang Yuntian stood up from the sofa, walked over and reached out to grab Wan Juan's medicine bottle. Take your claws away from me. Wan Jun moved the medicine bottle directly to the other side. Zhang Yuntian insisted on taking a look and snatched the medicine bottle away. However, before he could read a few lines of the introduction, it was snatched away by Wan Jun again. Ling Yu blurted out, Brother Jun, do you really have a heart disease? I'm just mad at you guys. Zhang Yuntian glanced at Wan Jun, then looked at the bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills, sat back on the sofa and stopped talking. Wan Jun took out a stack of things from the drawer and handed them to Ling Yu. These are your recent course schedules. Come to the company at 7 o'clock every morning. You can leave the company only after you have finished all the courses. After Ling Yu took a look at the course, she immediately wailed, Brother Jun, such a full course. I can't handle it. You have to bear it even if you can't stand it. Next month, IQIE.com will have a talent show called Rocket Girls. They will select 5 girls from the 108 female trainees to form a group and debut. Ling Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Brother Jun, I'm an actor. I'm not good at singing and dancing. If you don't know how to do it, then go and learn it. What? Do you want to stay like this for the rest of your life? A third-rate actor. Ling Yu touched her face irritably and pouted. I would like to be a minor character in the crew. TSK, if you want to be a supporting actor, there has to be a crew that wants you. After Wan Jun finished speaking, he handed Zhang Yuntian something, your next itinerary. Zhang Yuntian took a look and raised the script in his hand. The extra you wanted has come to me. Ling Yu leaned over to take a look and saw the 5th male in the crew, a name she had never heard of. To put it nicely, he is male number 5, to put it bluntly, he is an extra with lines. Ling Yu was a little incredulous. My dear brother, you can't be that serious, right? Didn't the variety show you participated in, Very Travel, get a very good response after it was broadcast? In the past, 100% of the people on the internet were scolding you, but now it has dropped to 99%. With the blessing of Queen Chen, there should be a lot of work coming to you. Oh. Zhang Yuntian touched his chin thoughtfully. Ling Yu looked at Zhang Yuntian and then at Zhun Ji, thinking that she would soon hear Zhang Yuntian having a big fight with Zhun Ji because he was dissatisfied with the work arrangement. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Yuntian said, it turns out that the program I participated in was called Extraordinary Travel. It's not a very good name. Ling Yu was stunned. Brother, you have been recording the show for several days, but you don't even know the name of the show. Never paid attention. Wan Jun was very impatient when he heard them talking. Stop bothering me and leave me alone. As he said this, he took out a stack of things and handed it to Zhang Yuntian. This is the complete script, read it carefully. Ling Yu is right, you are getting more popular now. I don't like the male 5th role, but I think this script is okay. The crew will hold an open audition tomorrow. You can go directly to audition for the male 1st role. Male number 1. What? You don't have confidence? Take the contract for male number 5 and go audition for male number 1. If you pass, you can play male number 1. If you fail, then play male number 5. Zhang Yuntian raised his eyebrows at Wan Jun. He finally realized that Wan Jun was trying to provoke him. Wan Jun never overprotects his artists, but instead puts them in harsh environments. If they can survive, that's a skill. If they can't, that's fate. There is nothing wrong with this. No one can rely entirely on others. Only after experiencing wind, frost, rain and snow will the road become wider and you will go further and further. Zhang Yuntian casually flipped through the script and replied, "I'll give it a try." He had some impression of this drama. The role of male number 5 in his previous life was deleted, and a lot of unexpected things happened in the end of this drama. I heard that during the filming, the male lead was detained on suspicion of rape, and the crew had no choice but to re-edit the show, cutting out all the scenes showing the male lead's face. This also resulted in a messy editing of the TV series. I remember that this drama was called The Male Lead with His Back because all the scenes with the male lead were with his back facing the audience. This drama was a complete flop and didn't make any splash at all. Zhang Yuntian just glanced through the script and felt that if the show was filmed well, it might become a dark horse. Since there are open auditions, why not give it a try? Seeing that Zhang Yuntian agreed, Wan Jun said, "The audition will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll send you the address later. Don't be late." Zhang Yuntian nodded, then extended his hand directly to Wan Jun. "What's wrong? Where's my performance notice fee?" Wan Jun snorted coldly, "Their finance department will close the accounts at the end of the month, why rush? I have to be anxious. I'm waiting for the rice to cook. I really have no money." Today, the property management knocked on my door and asked me to pay the property management fee, but I didn't dare to open the door. The property management fee was a full 30 yuan. I am a grown man and I don't want to lose face. Har, har, har. Ling Yu next to him, regardless of his image, just held his stomach and laughed. Wan Jun said with a gloomy face, "I'll transfer 3,000 yuan to you through WeChat. Put away your poor look. You are an 18th tier actress after all. Don't be so embarrassing." After a while, Wan Jun transferred 3,000 yuan to Zhang Yuntian, and he thanked him with a smile. Ling Yu walked out with the schedule, and Zhang Yuntian also prepared to leave with the script. When he walked out, he turned to Wang Juan and said, "Brother Jun, don't take medicine carelessly." "You mean this?" "This is a prescription drug given by the hospital." Zhang Yuntian shook his head, "Brother Jun, this affects the secretion of male hormones. To put it bluntly, it will affect fertility in the future, and if you eat too much, you will soon be in trouble." Wan Jun was stunned for a moment, and it sounded scary. "You know all this?" "A little bit." Zhang Yuntian shrugged and continued, "You'd better see a Chinese medicine doctor for this disease. This disease is not serious. Chinese medicine is more effective than Western medicine and does less harm to the body." After saying that, he waved and left. Looking at Zhang Yuntian's leaving back, Wan Jun seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Yuntian took a taxi back to his small apartment, found a comfortable angle, sat on the sofa and began to read the script. While reading, Zhang Yuntian took out a piece of paper and started writing a brief biography of the character. Time passed like this, and early the next morning, Zhang Yuntian changed his clothes and went directly to the audition site according to the address sent by Wan Jun. This TV series is not a big IP, the director is unknown, and there are no well-known actors joining. It is a complete 3-no product. However, 40 or 50 actors still showed up at the audition. 017 Confrontation with netizens. Most of those who came to audition were outside the 38th tier cities, and many were students, none of whom were famous. On the contrary, Zhang Yuntian, an 18th tier actor, seems to be the best among these guys. "Fuck, Zhang Yuntian," someone exclaimed. Zhang Yuntian held his head high and chest out. For a moment, he felt that he was quite a big shot. After waiting for a while, the numbers started being called out and actors went in for auditions one after another. At this moment, someone suddenly sat down next to Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian didn't pay attention, but suddenly heard the girl next to him say, "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm your fan, can you sign an autograph for me?" Zhang Yuntian was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and looked at the girl with a look of as if he had seen a ghost. The little girl looked at Zhang Yuntian, who had an indifferent expression on his face, and her face suddenly became serious. She was a little scared for a moment, because he was really fierce when he cursed people on the show. He stood up immediately and said, "It's okay if you don't sign. Sorry to bother you." After saying that, run away. Wait a moment. Zhang Yuntian called out to the girl. Did you just say you wanted an autograph? The little girl quickly took out a notebook and handed it to Zhang Yuntian carefully. Zhang Yuntian still had some doubts. With his online reputation like this, how could he still have fans and people asking him for autographs? He signed his name on the notebook doubtfully, looked at the girl several times, and then carefully returned the notebook to the girl. Both of them looked unusually cautious. The little girl took the book and said happily, "Thank you." Zhang Yuntian's expression was filled with fear. After the little girl left, Zhang Yuntian felt like he was alive again. I didn't expect someone would ask me for an autograph. It's so scary. In his previous life, Zhang Yuntian was blacklisted by the entire internet. All the people on the internet cursed him. Those people wished he would die. They had never experienced what it was like to be a fan, let alone sign autographs for fans. Those people were showing mercy by not throwing sulfuric acid at him in person. He didn't do anything in this life, but how come he suddenly has fans? He was just wondering if this was a trap. As he was thinking about all sorts of things, the staff called out his name, Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian stood up and was about to go in when he saw the little girl who had just asked for his autograph. She waved at him and said, "Brother Yuntian, come on." Brother Yuntian, Zhang Yuntian got goosebumps after hearing this. Zhang Yuntian entered the audition room. The room was not big and there were 3 people sitting in the front. The director sits in the middle, with the producer on the left and the screenwriter on the right. Zhang Yuntian bowed, and before he could say anything, he heard the director in the middle say, "Zhang Yuntian, hasn't it been confirmed that you will play Zhaohua?" The original male number 5 was named Zhaohua, who was the male protagonist's teacher when he was young, and he appeared several times. Zhang Yuntian nodded, "Indeed, but I prefer the role of the male lead. I want to give it a try." The director looks relatively young, around 30 years old, wears glasses and has thick hair. He has not yet started to suffer from the hair loss crisis that many senior directors suffer from. He looked at the script and said indifferently, "Then you can act in the 3rd scene." 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuntian walked out of the audition room. Many people looked at Zhang Yuntian, but he didn't care. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, Wan Jun called him, as if this guy knew that Zhang Yuntian had finished the audition. "How was the audition?" Wan Jun asked directly. "I don't know. Let me go home and wait for notification." Wan Jun was silent for a moment after hearing Zhang Yuntian's words, and then asked after a while, "How do you feel?" Zhang Yuntian boasted directly, "I feel that I performed very well and I fit in very well with the male lead. If they don't choose me, they are blind." Snap. Without any extra words, Zhang Yuntian hung up the phone. Zhang Yuntian didn't care at all and stood on the street waiting for a car. Then his cell phone rang again. Zhang Yuntian thought it was Wan Jun calling again, so he picked up the phone without even looking at it. "What else?" "Zhang Yuntian, what's wrong with you? I called you so many times, why didn't you answer? Where have you been?" Wang Suifang's voice came from the other end of the phone. The sound seemed from another world. Zhang Yuntian frowned and looked at the caller ID, which read, "Sister Wang." Sister Wang is an old servant of the Zhang family. When Zhang Yuntian was in the Zhang family, the other servants ignored him, but Sister Wang took better care of him. That's why he blocked everyone except Sister Wang's number. As a result, Wang Suifang actually called him using Sister Wang's number. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuntian asked into the phone, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Go home immediately." Wang Suifang said angrily. "Go home." Zhang Yuntian sneered, "You can go home, but don't regret letting me go back." After saying that, Zhang Yuntian hung up the phone. Zhang Yuntian continued to wait for a car on the street, but no one came, so he directly used the taxi app to call an online taxi. A driver soon accepted the order, but the distance was far, about 10 minutes. Zhang Yuntian simply lowered his head and started to check his WeChat moments. He hasn't logged in since his rebirth. Yesterday Ling Yu said that now only 99% of netizens scolded him, and he didn't feel anything. But today, someone actually cheered him on for his audition. Zhang Yuntian was a little suspicious. Could it be that his reputation was starting to improve? After logging in, he found that all the private messages in his WeChat circle were insulting him, so he cleared them all with one click. Then I turned to my last post on WeChat Moments. There are no pictures attached to it, but it is a very inspiring text. You won't regret it if you try your best, and there will definitely be a rainbow after the storm. It was sent by him in his previous life. This post on WeChat Moments has over 20,000 reposts and over 60,000 comments. Zhang Yuntian was a little surprised. Because he was often scolded, he had turned off all the prompts that could be turned off. Unless he clicked on them himself, he could not see the comments and reposts at all. Could it be that he is becoming famous? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuntian clicked on the comment. The comment with the most likes: Zhang Yuntian's mother died. It must be a typo. I typed instead of. Zhang Yuntian had mixed feelings. What worries me is that his reputation hasn't changed at all, so my thoughts are in vain. The good news is, he looked at the comment with the most likes for a while, then gave it a thumbs up. Not only did he like the post, he also commented directly, "If you can talk, say more. What's wrong with my mom? Can't she afford to play?" After posting, Zhang Yuntian continued to read the comments below, all of which were scolding him. He liked all the posts with the word "mom" in them. Netizen: Zhang Yuntian, have you seen this? Your mother's ashes are in my hands. If you don't quit the entertainment circle, I will just throw it away. Zhang Yuntian liked the comment: Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people, now it's public. Netizen: Zhang Yuntian, your mother is a beast. Zhang Yuntian liked the comment: that's right, how did you know? Netizen: Zhang Yuntian, your mother exploded in a spiral and shattered into slag, and then was eaten by cats and dogs, without leaving any hair. Zhang Yuntian liked the comment: you have such a sweet mouth. If you can talk, just say more. I tell you, if there is no novel written by you, I will uninstall it directly. Zhang Yuntian was having a crazy argument with netizens online. Beep. The horn sounded. A black car stopped next to Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian thought it was an online hailing car, so he put his phone in his pocket, opened the door and got in. The atmosphere in the car froze. 018. Rebellion. It's just the beginning. Only then did Zhang Yuntian notice that there was already someone in the back row. I looked over blankly and saw a beautiful and heroic face. Chen Tianjiao, why are you here? Chen Tianjiao thought this question was too ridiculous. She chuckled, raised her eyebrows, leaned back, and lazily lay on the sofa in the back seat. Mr. Zhang, this is my car. Zhang Yuntian turned his head and saw a woman in the front driver's seat and the co-pilot seat. Both of them were staring at him. I have seen the girl with big breasts in the cab before. She is Chen Tianjiao's assistant. I have never seen the other girl who wears glasses and looks intellectual before. Sorry, I got the wrong car, he said as he opened the door and prepared to get out. But he heard Chen Tianjiao's voice coming from behind him. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Tianjiao. The intellectual beauty in the co-pilot's seat shouted with some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yuntian waved his hand lightly. I have already called an online taxi. After that, he got out of the car and closed the door. Just at this moment, an online taxi arrived. Zhang Yuntian got in directly and the car drove away quickly. Huang Ting, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glared at the assistant in dissatisfaction. Why are you honking the horn for no reason? The assistant shrank his neck and said, I saw an acquaintance and wanted to say hello. I was wronged by Mr. Zhang last time in the hotel. If not. Ahem. Chen Tianjiao in the back seat suddenly started coughing, her eyes lowered, and her facial expression could not be seen clearly. The assistant quickly shut up. Hotel, what hotel? Huang Ting looked at the assistant, then at Chen Tianjiao, and said angrily, are you two hiding something from me? The young assistant lowered his head and dared not speak. Chen Tianjiao rubbed her brows with her hands, sighed, and said impatiently, let's go. When the car left, Chen Tianjiao casually looked out the window at the street. On a building not far away, there was a sign saying New Power Film and Television Company. Film and Television Studio. Is he here for an interview? At the Zhang family's front gate. Zhang Yuntian got out of the car and walked straight in. It was Sister Wang who opened the door. When Sister Wang saw Zhang Yuntian coming back, she was very happy at first, then she said with some worry, "Madam is very angry now, Master, you should apologize to Madam later." Zhang Yuntian smiled at Sister Wang, didn't say anything, put his hands in his pockets, and walked in. Wang Suifang sat on the sofa, her face full of anger, as if she wanted to eat someone. "You still want to come back from the dead?" Zhang Yuntian sat down on the sofa opposite Wang Suifang and said leisurely, "Come back. Didn't you ask me to come back?" Wang Suifang stood up suddenly. "What's wrong with you? Did I ask you to sit down? Kneel down." Zhang Yuntian scratched his ears disdainfully, looked at the angry and domineering woman in front of him, curled his lips sarcastically, and remained indifferent. "It seems that you have grown wings," Wang Suifang said as she took a few quick steps, walked in front of Zhang Yuntian, raised her arm, and slapped Zhang Yuntian directly in the face. Zhang Yuntian narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and grabbed Wang Suifang's arm. "What? I hit you and you dare to resist?" Wang Suifang roared angrily. "Resistance?" Zhang Yuntian sneered and waved Wang Suifang's hand away. Zhang Yuntian stood up directly from the sofa and waved his arms. Snap! A slap landed directly on Wang Suifang's face. The whole hall suddenly became quiet. That was not called resistance just now. The resistance has just begun. "You're crazy." After being beaten for a while, Wang Suifang became even more hysterical and rushed over to hit Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian raised his foot and kicked Wang Suifang directly in the stomach. With a loud bang, Wang Suifang was kicked out. "Oh my God, The servants hurried over to support them. You. Wang Suifang fell to the ground, her face full of shock and disbelief. Is this the Zhang Yuntian who used to be submissive and obedient at home and followed his family's orders? Zhang Yuntian put his hands in his trouser pockets, his eyes filled with unconcealable hatred. It was just a kick and a slap. Such a small thing could not compensate for the suffering I endured in my previous life. The biological mother actually sold her own son to an underground black live streamer. Is this what a mother is? Even animals are not so cruel. It's a rebellion, a complete rebellion. Wang Suifang's face was red from the beating, and her stomach was in great pain. She waved away the servants beside her. "What are you all standing there for? Go and call their master." A servant immediately ran to make a phone call. At this time, a voice came from the second floor. "Yuntian, you are back." Zhang Yuntian looked up and saw that it was indeed Zhang Tianjiao. He was wearing a custom-made suit and walked down from upstairs with a smile on his face. Zhang Tianjiao didn't seem to notice Wang Suifang. As soon as he came down, he walked in front of Zhang Yuntian and said, "Brother, you came back just in time. I'm going to attend my friend's birthday party later. Is it okay for me to wear this? This suit I'm wearing was custom-made for me by my father, who asked a famous Italian designer. It cost hundreds of thousands to design and tailor it. Do you think I look handsome in it?" Zhang Yuntian looked up and down at Zhang Tianjiao, his eyes full of disdain. "It was like this in my previous life. Whenever Zhang Tianjiao got something expensive and good, he liked to show off in front of Zhang Yuntian. This is one of his interests. He enjoyed having 2 children in one family, but the treatment he received was completely different. The clothes Zhang Yuntian wore only cost a few dozen yuan, and even the servants at home looked down on him. Zhang Tianjiao's clothes are all custom-made, and a suit can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If Zhang Yuntian came home late, even for 1 minute, he would not be allowed to eat, and sometimes he would be beaten or scolded. But no matter how late Zhang Tianjiao came back, the door of the Zhang family was always open for him. They live together under the same roof, but the difference between them is as great as heaven and earth. "Hey, brother, do you want to touch this dress? But your hands are so rough, don't damage it." "It doesn't matter to me if you damage it, I still have a lot of condoms. But if Dad finds out, he will definitely be very angry and will beat you up again." Zhang Tianjiao spoke hypocritically, and pulled Zhang Yuntian's hand, asking Zhang Yuntian to touch his clothes. Zhang Yuntian sneered and pulled his hand back. He said coldly, "Can you please stop touching me? Every time you touch me, it feels like I've touched feces. It's disgusting. I have to disinfect it repeatedly with disinfectant. It's too troublesome." What is he talking about? Zhang Tianjiao was stunned. Zhang Yuntian has a low status at home and has never fought back or retaliated. Does he know what he is saying? 019, fight. Tiancheng, come here. Huang Suifang, who was kicked away by Zhang Yuntian just now, spoke. Mom. Zhang Tiancheng turned around and found that there was a slap mark on Huang Suifang's face. What happened to your face? Did anyone hit you? Huang Suifang grabbed Zhang Tiancheng's arm, stood with him, and said fiercely, Zhang Yuntian, do you think you can fly away now that your wings are strong? You don't answer the phone, you don't go home. Yuning said that you went to their crew and offended their investors. Now you go home and attack me without saying a word. Okay, very good, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not your mother. Go and get the family law. As he spoke, a servant went to the warehouse and brought out a thin iron rod. Zhang Tiancheng said hypocritically, Mom, what's the matter? You don't have to be so angry. If you hit me with a metal rod, it will break my bones. Have you forgotten that when I was in the second grade of junior high school, my brother scribbled on my homework book, and my father hit him with 5 sticks? His spine was almost broken, and he had to rest in bed for more than 10 days before he could get out of bed. Huang Suifang snorted coldly, he is being foolish and stupid, I will break his stupid roots and let him know how powerful I am. Brother, how could you hit Mom? Are you possessed? Apologize to Mom quickly. Mom will be soft-hearted and you will get less punishment. Although Zhang Tiancheng said this, he couldn't hide the smile in the corner of his eyes. He seemed to be looking forward to this family punishment very much. Huang Suifang picked up the stick and hit Zhang Yuntian directly. Zhang Yuntian did not dodge or evade, but raised his hand to grab the iron rod. Zhang Yuntian, you unfilial son, let me go. Huang Suifang roared. Zhang Yuntian sneered and, with an effort, snatched the stick back into his hand. Now I think I was really stupid, thinking that as long as I was submissive and obedient, I would be accepted by them, but what did I get in return? I was deceived, insulted, and sold to underground black live broadcasts. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yuntian turned the iron rod and hit Huang Suifang's shoulder hard. Zhang Yuntian, are you crazy? Zhang Tiancheng shouted and ran over to support Huang Suifang. Zhang Yuntian turned his stick and swung it directly at Zhang Tiancheng's back. Zhang Tiancheng and Huang Suifang collided directly with each other. Mom, this guy is crazy, really crazy. Zhang Tiancheng yelled. He didn't dare to fight with Zhang Yuntian at this moment. Zhang Yuntian was holding an iron rod in his hand and looked like a god of war. Zhang Yuntian, you are really outrageous. You dare to hit me and even your brother. What are you guys doing just standing there? Go together and take down this unfilial son. Huang Suifang yelled directly at the servants. The servants rushed forward, and Zhang Yuntian danced a circle with the iron rod, directly forcing back these cowardly servants who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Waste, all of you are a bunch of waste. Huang Suifang roared. Bang. Zhang Yuntian directly put the iron rod on the ground and sneered, they are useless, didn't they learn that from you? Huang Suifang's face was ferocious at the moment, and she angrily yelled at Zhang Yuntian, if you dare to hit me today, I will make you die miserably tomorrow, just wait, wait. Tomorrow. Zhang Yuntian reached out and scratched his ears, then took a few steps forward, isn't it still early? As he said that, he turned sideways and kicked Huang Suifang with a whip-like kick. Huang Suifang flew to the side like a ball, and her body hit the storage rack at home. Lady. Mother. The shelf shook violently, and the porcelain and wine bottles on it were shaken down. Huang Suifang was lying on the ground at this moment, and those things fell on her with a clatter. Huang Suifang screamed. Her face, arms, and hands were instantly covered in blood. Mother. Zhang Tiancheng ran over unsteadily, and this really scared him. I had the thought of resisting just now, but now I am completely scared. He stared at Zhang Yuntian and said, you are not Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian would not dare to do this. Who are you? Who are you? Me? With a clang, Zhang Yuntian put down the iron rod in his hand. He walked in front of Zhang Tiancheng, reached out and grabbed Zhang Tiancheng's hair. R. Zhang Yuntian screamed in pain. Me. Zhang Yuntian lowered his head and whispered, I am your retribution. After saying that, he slammed Zhang Tiancheng's head to the ground. Bang. The next second, Zhang Tianjiao's forehead was covered with blood. Looking at the two people half dead on the ground, Zhang Yuntian stood up, wiped the blood off his face with the back of his hand, and said slowly, "I said, let me come back, don't regret it." After Zhang Xingqian received the call from the servant, he rushed home immediately. When he got home, he saw the house in a mess and the family doctor was bandaging Huang Jingfang and Zhang Tiancheng. What happened? Dad. Seeing his father coming back, Zhang Tiancheng seemed to have found his backbone. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "It was Zhang Yuntian. He was crazy. After he came back, he beat my mother and me." After listening to this, Zhang Xingqian frowned and said, "You said Zhang Yuntian did all this." Huang Suifang also stood up and cried heartbrokenly, "Zhang Yuntian, this beast, I saw that he has not been home for a while, so I wanted to call him back and give him a good scolding, but he hit me as soon as he came back. Husband, look at my shoulder and my hand, these are all hit by him." Zhang Xingqian's face was very ugly. Does Zhang Yuntian have such courage? It was really him, absolutely true. The wound on my forehead was caused by him. The doctor just said that it might leave a scar. Zhang Tiancheng said, gritting his teeth. Zhang Xingqian looked at his wife and son who were wrapped in bandages. His face was gloomy and frightening. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Zhang Yuntian is dead." Zhang Yuntian, who had no idea that he was dead, was having lunch when Wan Jun called him. "Zhang Yuntian, are you crazy?" Wan Jun on the other end of the phone was very angry. Zhang Yuntian took a bite of beef vermicelli and said in a daze, "Brother Jun, what's wrong with me? I didn't do anything, you can't wrongly accuse me." "I'm wrongly accusing you? What nonsense did you say on WeChat Moments? Do you think my life is too peaceful? If someone else in the company hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known you did such an awesome thing. You liked and commented on this post. Do you know that you've become a trending topic on WeChat Moments now?" Zhang Yuntian thought that Wan Jun knew about his beating. Zhang Yuntian immediately felt relieved, and after gushing out his fans' comments, he said, "It's on the trending search list, that's a good thing, it means I'm going to be famous." 020. Program recording. Famous? What the hell, do you think anything good can come of being on the trending search? You've been arguing with netizens online, and they've scolded you like a piece of scum, saying you're mentally ill. Ask the company to take you to their hospital for a good checkup. Zhang Yuntian took a sip of soup and said with a smile, "Really? Then the company will take me to see a doctor. Let me make it clear first, the medical expenses will be borne by the company." Zhang Yuntian. Finally, Zhang Yuntian listened to Wan Jun's scolding for more than 10 minutes, until Wan Jun was at a loss for words. Zhang Yuntian then spoke, "Brother Jun, you are right. I will never do it again. I am a little sleepy after eating. I will take a nap first, not reflect on myself." Wan Jun cursed, "You are such a bastard, I will be pissed off by you sooner or later." In the end, Wan Jun hung up the phone. Zhang Yuntian didn't take these things to heart at all. After eating and drinking, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up again, he was woken up by a phone call. It was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Yuntian answered, "Hello." "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Yuntian? I'm from the crew of Legend of Xinxia. You have passed the audition for the leading male role Ling Feng. Please inform your agent and contact our crew as soon as possible to sign the contract." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuntian got up from the bed and called Wan Jun. Wan Jun wanted to scold Zhang Yuntian again, but when he heard that Zhang Yuntian passed the audition, he felt a little better. "I know, I will contact them, you wait for the notification." Zhang Yuntian asked, "Brother Jun, how much is the salary for the leading male role?" Wan Jun smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you obsessed with money? Such a small crew can only make a few 100,000 at most." Zhang Yuntian frowned, "Then how much can I get according to the contract I signed with the company?" "You signed a 40% to 60% profit contract with the company. If it's over 100,000 yuan, you'll only get a few tens of thousands of yuan." This amount of money was not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. Zhang Yuntian curled his lips and showed no interest. "Okay, I get it." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuntian lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the Zhang family's affairs. When he was reborn, his purpose was not just to beat up Wang Cuifang and Zhang Tianjiao. He wanted to deal with the entire Zhang family. To deal with the Zhang family, these tens of thousands of dollars would not be enough. In fact, even if he had nothing, he was not afraid of Zhang Yuntian. What he was afraid of was the Zhang group behind Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian is just a branch of the Zhang group, and he doesn't want to alarm the head of the Zhang group. It would be great if the Zhang family didn't care about Zhang Yuntian's life or death. But this is just a thought. The Zhang family is the most protective of their own people. The second episode of recording of Extraordinary Travel will begin soon. The guests gathered directly at the second destination, the capital of the United States of America. When Zhang Yuntian was holding his ticket and preparing to board the plane, he received a call from the program crew. "Are you at Kyoto Airport? We have a returning guest this episode, so you can pick him up. He's on the same flight as you." Zhang Yuntian asked, "Who?" The staff member said, "Xiao Rong." Zhang Yuntian asked again, "Who?" The staff member was stunned and repeated, "Xiao Rong." Zhang Yuntian, "I mean, who is Xiao Rong?" Staff. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuntian looked at the photos sent by the program team and searched all their way. Finally, he found the young man in trendy brand clothes who was signing autographs for female fans in the terminal hall. Zhang Yuntian was waiting nearby. After a while, the security guards came and drove those fans away, and Xiao Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Walking up to Zhang Yuntian, he said, "This is really annoying. I don't know how these fans found out about my schedule. They even followed me into the lobby." Zhang Yuntian frowned as he listened to his words. Why does this tone sound so much like Zhang Tianjiao? It seems like an explanation, but it is actually showing off. Zhang Yuntian glanced at him, said nothing, and directly pulled up the suitcase. "Let's go, the plane is about to take off." "Oh, the housekeeper is quite cold." Xiao Rong looked at Zhang Yuntian, who ignored him and spoke directly. "She's just an 18th tier celebrity, why is she pretending so much? But she does look good. Butler, let me tell you that this is a live show. We need to be more enthusiastic and friendly in the show. This is the only way to attract fans. Learn from me and you won't suffer any loss." Stupid idiot. Zhang Yuntian now regrets coming to pick up this guy. Not only did he feel superior from the beginning to the end, but he also kept nagging and complaining endlessly. After boarding the plane, we arrived at the economy class and ended up sitting next to each other. Xiao Rong walked inside and said to Zhang Yuntian, "Housekeeper, do you like to sit outside or inside? I can sit anywhere. Sit on your grave." Zhang Yuntian was not interested in him and did not want to make close friends with him. He had no desire to communicate with him. He turned around and said to a little girl beside him, "Can you change seats? My seat is right next to you. It won't interfere with anything." The little girl turned her head. Zhang Yuntian was stunned, and the little girl was also stunned. "Mr. Zhang." Chen Tianjiao's assistant stood up immediately. She stood up so quickly that her hair started to surge. "What a coincidence. You're on this flight too. You're going to the capital of the United States, too." "Yes, I am accompanying Sister Tianjiao. During the last trip, Sister Tianjiao was sick and no one took care of her. This time, Sister Huang Ting told me to stay with Sister Tianjiao. Sister Tianjiao is also on this flight, she is in the first-class cabin." After hearing this, Zhang Yuntian blurted out, "Chen Tianjiao is participating in this show. Why not?" Zhang Yuntian heard from them that Chen Tianjiao was only attending one session on behalf of the sick teacher Liu, so why did she have to participate again? "Mr. Zhang, do you want to change seats with me?" "I agree, you sit here." The assistant made room for Zhang Yuntian and asked attentively, "Do you want to go to the first-class cabin to say hello to Sister Tianjiao? She will definitely be very happy to see you." "What's there to be happy about?" Zhang Yuntian sat down on the assistant's seat and said calmly, "She should come to see me. Apart from her good looks, what else is there for me to take the initiative to go over to her? This is not a feudal society anymore, and she is not the queen." The young assistant was choked, stuck out his tongue, looked at Zhang Yuntian's fierce look, and stopped talking. Xiao Rong was watching from the side, smiled and said, "You are the assistant of Queen Chen, come and sit down." He looked at the assistant with a strange look in his eyes. After a flight of more than 10 hours, Zhang Yuntian ate something, covered himself with a blanket and went to sleep. When he woke up, he walked to the bathroom in a daze. 021, arrival. I went to the bathroom, washed my face, and when I went out, I bumped into someone. The other person was shorter in stature, probably a girl. Zhang Yuntian was a little half asleep and didn't notice who it was. He just said, "I'm sorry." He moved to the side to make way for the other person. At this moment, the plane seemed to encounter an updraft and began to shake violently. The girl next to her didn't stand steadily, her body tilted and she almost fell. Zhang Yuntian subconsciously reached out and supported the other person. "Careful." "Thanks." A familiar female voice came. The turbulence only lasted for a moment, and then the plane stabilized. Zhang Yuntian looked down and saw that the girl next to him was Chen Tianjiao. Seeing that Chen Tianjiao had stood firmly, Zhang Yuntian let go of his hand. "Why are you flying economy class?" Zhang Yuntian asked. Chen Tianjiao remained calm. "There's someone in the first-class restroom." Obviously Chen Tianjiao had already known from her assistant that Zhang Yuntian was on the same plane with her, so she was not surprised to see Zhang Yuntian. "So you're here to use the restroom?" Zhang Yuntian didn't say anything else. He just moved aside and let Chen Tianjiao walk in. Then Chen Tianjiao walked in and the bathroom door closed. The cabin was very dark and everyone around me was sleeping. Zhang Yuntian just went back and sat down, and he saw Chen Tianjiao, wearing a tweed windbreaker, walking out of the bathroom. "Did she just go in to wash her hands? Why do you care so much?" Zhang Yuntian pulled the blanket and went back to sleep. It was already noon when the plane arrived in the capital of the United States. When we got out of the airport, Hu Jun, Du Xing and Wu Shui had already arrived. After seeing Zhang Yuntian coming out, Hu Jun smiled and waved to Zhang Yuntian. After Zhang Yuntian walked out, everyone saw that there was a Xiao Rong behind him. "Hey, senior brother." Wu Shui stood up from her chair after seeing this, ran over excitedly, and took Xiao Rong's arm. "I heard from the program team that there would be a flying guest. I didn't expect it to be you, senior brother. Why didn't you reveal anything at all?" Xiao Rong naturally put his arm around Wu Shui's shoulders and said, "Didn't the program group ask for confidentiality? Why don't you welcome my senior brother?" "Welcome, of course you are welcome." Wu Shui seemed very excited and introduced herself to Hu Jun and Du Xing excitedly. After a while, everyone present stood together with Xiao Rong, while Zhang Yuntian stood alone. At this time, the program team turned on the live broadcast. Here it comes, so far. Happy, it's Xiao Rong, come for me." With Xiao Rong, this show will definitely be exciting. The comments burst out in large numbers, and it seemed that everyone liked this guy Xiao Rong very much. "Do we still need to wait for Wen Yuning and teacher Liu Qingyun?" Hu Jun asked. The program team said, "Wen Yuning's plane will not arrive until tonight, and as for the other guest, she has already arrived." The staff of the program team pointed, and everyone looked over and saw Chen Tianjiao walking out of the security check. The barrage of comments exploded. "Xiao Rong is here, and actress Chen is here too. This is a double happiness. Xiao Rong is a fan of actress Chen. This is a big dream come true." Someone said that actress Chen was not in this episode. Who spread the rumor? Take her out and shoot her for 3 minutes. I almost missed it. It shouldn't be a rumor. I heard that although teacher Liu has been discharged from the hospital, his health has not recovered enough to support the show. Therefore, Queen Chen should still appear on 1 or 2 more episodes of the show. Wow, look at it and cherish it, Queen Chen, look at me. Chen Tianjiao pushed the suitcase and met up with Hu Jun, Du Xing and others. Xiao Rong walked up to her and said, "Tianjiao, I'm your fan, can I have a hug?" Chen Tianjiao simply ignored him. Xiao Rong was turned away and looked a little unhappy, but Hu Jun and the others did not notice this little episode. The program team then began to announce the rules for the second episode, which was still 100 local currency, 3 days of accommodation, and the requirement to check in at 5 attractions. Wu Shui immediately said, "We have 7 people this time, so how come the funding is even less?" There is a difference between 100 Citibank dollars and 100 euros due to the exchange rate. 100 euros is equivalent to 1,000 Chinese yuan, while 100 Citibank dollars is equivalent to more than 600 Chinese yuan. If you calculate it carefully, the money is indeed less. The production team was calm and collected. "You think the money is too little? Or you can just kick the guest star away. You guys are so mean." Wu Shui complained and looked at Zhang Yuntian. The other people also looked at Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian glanced at them, smiled and said, "When you miss me, I'm just a small fortune, but when you don't, I'm just a rag." Duxing chuckled, walked up to Zhang Yuntian and gently patted him on the shoulder, then said with a smile, "Xiao Rong is a new friend, so we should be more enthusiastic." "What's wrong? You're a grown man, so you won't be jealous, right? Get lost." Zhang Yuntian cursed softly, then strode towards the production team. "Give me the money." The program team gave the money to Zhang Yuntian. He picked up his suitcase and walked out, and the others quickly followed. Xiao Rong and Wu Shui walked at the back. Xiao Rong asked, "I thought the housekeeper of the program was to take care of our daily life and diet. I didn't expect that the housekeeper meant the team leader." "Hush." Wu Shui immediately lowered her voice cautiously, and was relieved when she saw that Zhang Yuntian, who was walking in front of her, didn't hear her. She whispered, "Don't say that to his face. He is a very petty man." After hearing this, Xiao Rong raised his eyebrows. "I heard that he is very fierce. He's more than just vicious, he's simply a tyrant who kills people wantonly." Wu Shui said in an exaggerated manner, and then warned, "Anyway, senior brother, listen to me, don't provoke him. Didn't you watch the last show?" Xiao Rong smiled and said, "I have been busy lately and don't have time to watch it." Wu Shui nodded, "I understand you, senior brother. You have been too popular recently. Just don't mess with him. He is a vindictive man and will take revenge on you." Xiao Rong nodded indifferently. He didn't believe that he would dare to do anything wrong in front of the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone was taken to the bus stop and got on a bus soon. Wu Shui felt dizzy from the constant changing of cars. "How many more times do we have to change trains?" Zhang Yuntian said calmly, "Why waste your time talking nonsense? Just follow me. I won't sell you out." Xiao Rong was a little surprised watching from the side. He didn't expect that he would be so rude to Wu Shui in front of the live broadcast room. Just as the rumor said, very fierce. Before Xiao Rong came, he learned from his agent that Zhang Yuntian had a lot of negative information flying around. Although he was handsome, the things he did were extremely outrageous. But he didn't care. As a celebrity, what was the purpose of making money? Wasn't it just for enjoyment? As long as these things were not exposed, everything would be fine. And the more relaxed you are, the easier it will be for you to do things. 022, collision. They sat in the car for an hour and a half, and finally they arrived at a very inconspicuous and remote hotel. Their hotel was very cheap, 2 rooms cost $15 Although the small hotel is remote, it has everything needed for a comfortable stay and is very clean. There is 1 room for boys and 1 for girls. It was still early, and after everyone had put their luggage away, Zhang Yuntian suggested, "Let's take advantage of this time to check in at a scenic spot." Although everyone was a little tired, no one objected. Zhang Yuntian had just checked the route very clearly on the bus, and the itinerary for the next 3 days had basically been arranged. Before departure, everyone gathered downstairs, but Xiao Rong did not show up. Zhang Yuntian was a little impatient and said, "I'll go up and take a look." Zhang Yuntian walked to the door of the room and knocked. The door was opened quickly. Xiao Rong was wearing very cool clothes and opened the door directly. The live broadcast room is where the main force is, and there is no camera in the room. Zhang Yuntian looked at Xiao Rong like this and his face turned cold. "Everyone is downstairs, what are you doing here?" Seeing that there was no one behind Zhang Yuntian, Xiao Rong closed the door directly. He simply raised his arms and gave Zhang Yuntian a wall bang. Zhang Yuntian's anger suddenly surged, and he asked viciously, "What do you mean?" Xiao Rong laughed out loud, "Don't pretend, I already know about your situation. I saw it online, aren't you quite open-minded? I see you have delicate skin and tender flesh, how about we? R. Zhang Yuntian looked at Xiao Rong, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. "Want to play? If I'm not mistaken, you probably want to play a front and back collision game, right?" Har. Xiao Rong knew there was hope when he saw Zhang Yuntian was so understanding. Showing how cruel and unruly you are in front of outsiders is just to cover up yourself. You will know it once you try it yourself. As a popular rising star, I am very attractive to these 18th tier celebrities, whether they are male or female. You're right. I want to play a little. I want to touch you. Zhang Yuntian raised his eyebrows, "Okay. Everyone had been waiting downstairs for almost 10 minutes, and no one had come down yet. Chen Tianjiao went upstairs to see what was going on. As a result, as soon as he went up, he saw Zhang Yuntian walking out of Xiao Rong's room in disheveled clothes. Zhang Yuntian's outfit was very different from when he went upstairs before. He was wearing a pair of blue jeans, a light-colored shirt, and a college-style jacket on the outside. When he came out, Zhang Yuntian casually draped his coat over his arm, and all the buttons on the collar of his shirt were open, so you could vaguely see Zhang Yuntian's broad shoulders. Not only that, Zhang Yuntian's face also looked a little flushed. What happened? Chen Tianjiao saw that Zhang Yuntian was not in a good state and asked. Nothing. Zhang Yuntian closed the door with a crack left. Xiao Rong is feeling a little unwell and can't go with us. Let's go downstairs. Looking at Zhang Yuntian's behavior, Chen Tianjiao became more and more suspicious. I want to go in and take a look. What are you looking at? A grown man is resting in the room. Why are you, a delicate girl, going in to see him? Don't you know what it means not to look at what is inappropriate? Unexpectedly, Chen Tianjiao was quite strong. Zhang Yuntian used only half of his strength but still couldn't push her at all. Chen Tianjiao looked at Zhang Yuntian stubbornly, then put her hand on the door panel, as if to say, if you don't open the door for me, I'll be nailed here. Oh, why are you like this? I told you he's not feeling well. Let's go and don't disturb him. HMPH, is he feeling uncomfortable? It's none of your business. Chen Tianjiao remained unmoved. Looking at Zhang Yuntian hiding something, she walked past him, pressed the door handle hard, and the door opened. The room was a mess. For a moment, the air froze. Chen Tianjiao stood at the door and looked into the room. Xiao Rong was lying on the ground in a strange posture, covered in wounds and bleeding from his head. Xiao Rong had already fainted, his breathing was very shallow, and his hands and legs were tied behind his back. When Zhang Yuntian realized he was exposed, he was about to run away, but was stopped by Chen Tianjiao. Chen Tianjiao pulled him back to the room, locked the door, and asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Yuntian said desperately, "What could have happened?" He said he wanted to have a man-to-man fight with me, a very exciting one, and wanted to battle with me, so I used military boxing to have a man-to-man fight with him, but I didn't expect him to be so weak that he even broke his head while dodging. What about his hands and legs? Oh, that was done by me, it was just a joint technique, nothing serious, I'll take it off for him now. Zhang Yuntian walked over and started to operate the machine with a few clicks. I don't know if the connection was correct, but at least the position was right. Chen Tianjiao's eyes bulged as she watched from the side. She rubbed her brows gently and said, "You go down first." Based on Zhang Yuntian's description, Chen Tianjiao roughly understood what had happened. I'll go down. Leave you here as a little girl? You're just causing trouble. I told you not to come in, but you insisted on coming in. Alas, why don't you listen to me, little girl? You are the one causing the trouble, okay? Get out of here right now and I will clean up your mess. I need you to wipe my butt. He's like this, Zhang Yuntian wanted to say something else, but he saw Chen Tianjiao with a serious face, staring at him with wide eyes. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Yuntian wrapped Xiao Rong with a bed sheet and trotted downstairs. Chen Tianjiao's so-called solution was nothing more than circle, fame, connections and background to force Xiao Rong to submit. He knew very well that with Chen Tianjiao's current status in the entertainment industry, it would be easy to settle this matter. Zhang Yuntian still needs to use his identity in the entertainment industry to make money, otherwise he would have ignored it long ago and there would be no need to clean up the mess. He can beat 100 brats like Xiao Rong by himself. Xiao Rong woke up, opened his eyes and saw Queen Chen looking down at him. My hands and feet were in excruciating pain, and my head was dizzy. When I touched my hands, they were covered in blood. Xiao Rong finally remembered what happened just now. He looked around and asked, "Where is that bastard Zhang Yuntian?" Chen Tianjiao stared at him with a frosty face. Zhang Yuntian went up to call for help, but instead of calling anyone down, he also got Chen the actress killed. Everyone gathered around him and asked what was going on. Zhang Yuntian didn't know how to answer, so he just said, "It's almost down, wait a little longer." Hu Jun didn't understand and asked, "Did something happen?" Then he prepared to go up and take a look. "No need to go, I'll be down in a moment." Others always feel that something is strange. 023, it seems that we need to collide again. After waiting for a while, only Chen Tianjiao came down. Sister Tianjiao, where is my senior brother? Wu Shui asked immediately after seeing Chen Yin coming down alone. Chen Tianjiao responded calmly, she is not feeling well and said she needs to take a rest. Weren't you fine just now? Why do you suddenly feel uncomfortable? Zhang Yuntian quickly laughed and said, it could be jet lag or he could not adapt to the local climate. It's hard to say. Let's just go. The production team will arrange someone to take care of him. Having said that, Zhang Yuntian led his men out. After the encounter in the previous episode, everyone was under the control of Zhang Yuntian, their violent butler. When they saw Zhang Yuntian walk out, although they were still a little worried about Xiao Rong's situation, everyone still followed Zhang Yuntian. They took the bus to the scenic spot. On the bus, Zhang Yuntian sat next to Chen Tianjiao in a sneaky manner and asked in a low voice, how is he now? It's all right. No way, it's all right so soon, was I so gentle? So what do you want to do? Just beat him to death. How is that possible? At most, he will be bedridden and half paralyzed. It seems that my military boxing skills have declined. I need to have another good fight with him someday. When everyone came back from the scenic spot, it was already a little late, so Zhang Yuntian bought a bunch of cheap hamburgers to get rid of everyone's dinner. When everyone returned, Xiao Rong was lying on the bed with a bandage on his head and his face was ashen. Wu Shui was shocked when she saw it. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Rong looked at Zhang Yuntian who was standing at the end of the crowd, then turned his gaze to Chen Tianjiao on the other side. Thinking about what Chen Tianjiao had said to him, he gritted his teeth and said with a breath held, I accidentally fell when I was going to the bathroom. Why are you so careless? Wu Shui reached out and gently touched Xiao Rong's head, with a look of heartache on her face. Because Xiao Rong was injured, the originally lively atmosphere of the program suddenly became much more dull, and many people on the barrage felt sorry for Xiao Rong. In the evening, Wang Yuning came and reunited with everyone. Wang Yuning and Xiao Rong had worked in the same film crew before and were acquaintances. When she heard that Xiao Rong was injured, she went to the boys' room to say hello. She wanted to chat a few more words, but when she saw that Xiao Rong seemed to be seriously injured and had a bad look on his face, she didn't talk much and prepared to leave. She still remembers the first time she asked for Chen Yingho's autograph, she was badly scolded. Not only was she scolded by Zhang Yuntian, but many netizens also criticized her. Just at this moment, she saw Zhang Yuntian walking in the corridor. Seeing Zhang Yuntian, Wang Yuning immediately remembered that Zhang Tianchen called her a few days ago and said that Zhang Yuntian had beaten him and his mother. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuning immediately followed and chased after him. She wanted to have a good talk with Zhang Yuntian. But after running out, she found that Zhang Yuntian was with Hu Jun. Since there were other people there, Wang Yuning couldn't get closer and could only go back to the room first. Wang Yuning packed her things and went to the living room, but suddenly someone called her, Yuning, you looked so hurried just now. Did you go to look for someone? Wang Yuning's heart tightened, fearing that he would find out that she had just gone to see Zhang Yuntian, so she quickly covered it up and said, I thought it was Sheshua just now. I wanted to borrow some face cream from her, but I forgot to bring it with me. Xiao Rong raised his eyebrows and stared at Wang Yuning thoughtfully. In terms of thinking, Xiao Rong is equivalent to 5 Wang Yunings. He has been in the circle for as long as Wang Yuning. He clearly saw Wang Yuning chasing Zhang Yuntian out, and now she is hiding again. Could it be that Wang Yuning and Zhang Yuntian have some relationship? Xiao Rong thought about it and decided that today's beating would not be in vain. In the evening, Zhang Yuntian went to the front desk downstairs to inquire about the local bus departure time because he wanted to calculate tomorrow's departure route and precise schedule. On their way back to the room, he happened to meet Wu Shui. Wu Shui was holding a kettle. When she saw Zhang Yuntian, she said, this kettle seems to be broken. It can't be used. Wasn't it fine at the beginning? I even saw Chen Tianjiao drinking hot water. Wu Shui said, this is not for our girl's room, this is for your boy's room. My senior wanted to drink some hot water, but it turned out to be broken. Please accompany me downstairs and tell the front desk. When Zhang Yuntian heard that it was related to Xiao Rong, he ignored her and said, no. Wu Shui stomped her feet behind him, don't you drink water at night? And you are the housekeeper. Zhang Yuntian ignored him and went straight back to his room. Wu Shui finally went downstairs alone, with the cameraman following her. After Wu Shui arrived at the front desk, she smiled politely at the receptionist and then asked, "How are you? Can you help me fix this?" After saying that, he pointed to the kettle in his hand. Maybe it was because of poor pronunciation or something, the receptionist didn't understand even after I said it several times. Wu Shui was so anxious that she scratched her head. Wu Shui's English is so bad. She even mocked Zhang Yuntian before. Zhang Yuntian is so disgusting. He knew Wu Shui's English was poor, but he didn't help. By the way, Wu Shui didn't tell Zhang Yuntian that her English was not good, right? Is Zhang Yuntian a god who can see through other people's IQ? No way, someone actually spoke up for Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian actually has fans. Have you forgotten all the negative information about him? You guys are fans of this kind of person. Birds of a feather flock together, and it turns out that you guys are such rubbish in real life. The brain-dead fans started making personal attacks. Your dad, I'm not a fan of Zhang Yuntian. I just think that he does things in a clean and profitable way, and he hates evil as much as he hates evil. But just because of what you said, your dad, really became a fan. What? Are you biting me through the internet? Zhang Yuntian, go ahead and fuck these glass-hearted people. Everyone was arguing non-stop on the barrage. Zhang Yuntian had almost finished packing things for tomorrow. He looked up and found that more than half an hour had passed and Xiao Rong had not returned yet. Ignore him, people like him are better off dying outside. When everyone had almost finished washing up, someone knocked on the door of the boys' room. When they opened it, it was Wang Yuning. If you have to fart, do it now. Zhang Yuntian was very impatient. Have you seen Wu Shui? She hasn't returned to her room yet. Wang Yuning asked. She hasn't come back yet. She just came to bring us a kettle and then went back. Hu Jun said. Zhang Yuntian frowned when he heard their conversation. Zhang Yuntian, Hu Jun, Du Xing and a few others, together with Wang Yuning, searched outside for a while. On their way, they met Wu Shui's follow-up photographer. After asking, they found out that Wu Shui asked the photographer to stop following her, and the photographer came back on his own. Although it is a reality show, the guests are still respected. If a guest says he doesn't want to film anymore, the program department will not force him to continue filming. After searching for a while without finding her, everyone discussed it and decided that Wu Shui was an adult and nothing should go wrong, so they all went back home. After all, it is going to rain and my mother is going to get married, so there is no point in worrying about many things. More than an hour later, Wang Yuning and Chen Tianjiao had already gone to bed, but Wu Shui had not returned to the dormitory yet. It was past 1 in the morning when the door opened and Wu Shui came in with a smile on her face. 024, I want to be the leader. The next day, Xiao Rong was able to move around with everyone. He wore a hat to cover his bandaged head. When Zhang Yuntian went down, he saw Wu Shui and Xiao Rong huddled together. Xiao Rong was sitting on the sofa and talking to Wu Shui. Wu Shui lowered her head and smiled, leaning on Xiao Rong from time to time. What's wrong with Wu Shui? Is he boneless? Is he leaning on Rong on purpose? Can you please stop coming closer? This woman is poisonous. Although they are senior and junior brothers and sisters, they are not biological siblings. Can you please separate them? Wu Shui is such a bitch, disgusting. Xiao Rong is a popular star now. His drama, Bu Pierce Their Heart, is currently on the air and has attracted many fans. When he saw Wu Shui like this, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room immediately exploded, and most of them were scolding Wu Shui. Zhang Yuntian walked over and gave Chen Tianjiao a mask as usual, and then took everyone to the bus. Wu Shui suddenly said, "Give my senior a mask as well." Zhang Yuntian looked at Xiao Rong and found that he was looking at Wu Shui lovingly. He sneered, "Does he need it in the United States?" Wu Shui was furious at the time. "Do you know how famous my senior is now? You have never been famous yourself, so you don't know how annoying it is for big stars to be recognized on the street all the time." Wu Shui spoke angrily, quickly and abruptly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Well done Wu Shui, someone finally stood up to Zhang Yuntian. Seeing him bullying others on the show, I really wanted to get into the screen and beat him up on the head. Why don't you give us Rong masks? We Rong have many fans abroad. You are really a frog in a well. I think Wu Shui was just protecting her child and didn't mean to lean on Rong. Since you stood up for Rongrong, I will forgive your behavior. Xiaoxue, what nonsense are you talking about? Hu Jun scolded sternly. Hu Jun is the big brother of the program group. Naturally, he knows that Wu Shui usually has many dissatisfactions with Zhang Yuntian, but she always chooses to endure it. Unexpectedly, this time she would openly confront Zhang Yuntian, not for herself, but for Xiao Rong. Hu Jun frowned and looked at Xiao Rong, who was sitting on the sofa with a helpless smile. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Xiao Rong's attitude today was problematic. Duxing also quickly tried to smooth things over. Zhang Yuntian looked at Wu Shui with a cold gaze. After a while, he took out a mask and handed it to her. It would have been over if you had given it earlier. Wu Shui ran over to get it, but saw Zhang Yuntian directly pull the mask back. Wu Shui took the air and said angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Yuntian looked at Xiao Rong and said, "Is your arm or your leg broken? Can't you come and get it yourself?" Xiao Rong seemed very innocent, looking at Zhang Yuntian with a surprised and aggrieved expression. Is Zhang Yuntian a mad dog? He bites whoever he catches. I feel sick when I see Zhang Yuntian. Why should our Rongrong have to endure this bullshit from Zhang Yuntian? Can't the program team fire Zhang Yuntian? Wu Shui's mood at this moment was exactly the same as the barrage. He yelled directly, "I'd just like to help my senior brother get things, why are you so nosy? Give me the mask." TSK. Zhang Yuntian glanced at Wu Shui irritably, and finally threw the mask to her. After Wu Shui got the mask, she ran back and handed it to Xiao Rong with an attentive look on her face. Xiao Rong said gently, "Thank you." Wu Shui's face immediately turned red. After a while, everyone got on the car. Zhang Yuntian sat in the last row of the car. After Chen Tianjiao got on the car, she walked with her long legs and sat next to him. As the car started moving, everyone was chatting. At this time, Chen Tianjiao suddenly said, "Do you know where Wu Shui went yesterday? Is there any need to think about this?" Xiao Rong didn't return to the boys' dormitory at all yesterday, and Wu Shui came back very late. Without waiting for Zhang Yuntian to speak, Chen Tianjiao continued, "He took her to the back stairs." He was naturally referring to Xiao Rong. Zhang Yuntian sneered, "Women in love really have negative IQ." Chen Tianjiao laughed softly. "What's wrong? I just don't think it's love." Zhang Yuntian thought of Xiao Rong's disgusting look yesterday. This guy is really disgusting. Yesterday he teased a man, and today he immediately changed his target to a woman. He stared at the back of Wu Shui's head for a long time, and finally curled his lips and looked away. "It's going to rain, and my mother is going to get married. We can't worry about this." Chen Tianjiao glanced at him and said nothing more. After a day's trip, everyone had a great time, except Wu Shui, who came to Zhang Yuntian to ask for money from time to time. On their way, everyone was laughing and joking together, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. But in the evening, when everyone gathered in the hall, Wu Shui suddenly said, "I want to be the leader tomorrow." Zhang Yuntian, who was calculating how much funding was left, raised his head. Hu Jun said, "Xiaoxue, stop messing around. I'm not kidding. Why should he always be the team leader? I can stop treating him as a servant, but why should he always be the team leader? We can only eat what he thinks is cheap, and we can't eat what we want. If this goes on, how can we have any fun in fulfilling our duties? Especially my senior brother, he fell on his head and is not feeling well, but he insisted on taking the bus. Changing buses makes people feel dizzy. How much money can this save? My senior brother came back and said he was not feeling well. I don't care. I will be the team leader tomorrow. Otherwise, divide the money between my senior brother and me and we can do it on our own." Hu Jun listened to Wu Shui's words, and his expression became more and more serious. "Wu Shui, this is not a joke. Your English is average. Even if you are allowed to go alone, it will be difficult for you. Brother Hu, why are you still helping him? I have the best relationship with everyone among these guests. You always speak up for him. Have you ever considered me?" Hu Jun stood up and said, "I'm telling you this because I care about you. I don't need you to tell me like an elder. I'm here to travel, not for military training. I don't need anyone to tell me what to do. If you really can't accept me, just ask the production team to fire me and replace me with someone else." Wu Shui. Hu Jun was really angry. Zhang Yuntian stood up and stopped Hu Jun, looking at Wu Shui. "Do you really want to be the team leader?" "Yes. Wu Shui was not afraid of Zhang Yuntian at all now. She raised her head and looked like a little fighter. Okay. Zhang Yuntian handed the money in his hand directly to Wu Shui. Yuntian, don't take her too seriously. Hu Jun wanted to stop him. Wu Shui took the money, counted it, and said, everyone can sleep until 10 o'clock tomorrow and then get up. We will set off in the afternoon. I am not like some people who wake everyone up early in the morning. The most important thing when playing is to have fun. I pay attention to everyone's sleep quality. Zhang Yuntian nodded lazily, whatever you want. 025, I'm into this couple. Wu Shui took the money and ran away, probably to take credit from Xiao Rong. As soon as Wu Shui left, Hu Jun grabbed Zhang Yuntian and said bitterly, she is just a little girl who has not grown up. Don't be angry with her. The more you come into contact with Zhang Yuntian, the more you can see how strong Zhang Yuntian's ability to coordinate and take charge of the overall situation is. Among them, only Zhang Yuntian can control the situation. The 7 people traveling together have different tempers and personalities, but Zhang Yuntian can manage everyone and ensure that the program team's mission is completed steadily. Anyone who can do this is definitely a great contributor. Hu Jun didn't know what happened to Wu Shui suddenly, but he was very clear about one thing, he couldn't offend Zhang Yuntian. I'm not angry. There's nothing to be angry about. If she wants to have fun, let her have fun. I don't care. After Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, he prepared to go back to his room to wash up. It seems like he really doesn't care about this matter at all. Although I also wanted to criticize Zhang Yuntian, I somehow thought of Wang Yuning from the previous episode. Wu Shui shouldn't spend money recklessly, after all, she has seen the example of Wang Yuning. Speaking of which, is it okay for someone who can't speak foreign languages fluently to be a tour leader in the capital of the United States? Support Wu Shui. Our Rong has suffered too much. He is a flying guest, but at the end of the day, what has he been tormented into? I am crying my eyes out. I feel so sorry for Rong. He's injured. Shouldn't we be nice to him? After taking a shower, Zhang Yuntian looked around the room and found no one was there, but he didn't care and just lay down on the bed to rest. In the girls' dormitory, Wu Shui and Wang Yuning returned. Wang Yuning saw that Chen Tianjiao had already rested, and whispered, keep your voice down, Xiao Shui, Sister Tianjiao is sleeping. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Wu Shui deliberately made the door close loudly. Wang Yuning said, Sister Tianjiao is already asleep, so let's keep our voices down. Wu Shui said loudly, everyone is in a meeting. Zhang Yuntian is upset and doesn't come to the meeting. She doesn't come to the meeting either. She has no sense of collectivism at all. Wang Yuning was a little surprised and thought to herself, this Wu Shui is just a fool. I'd better ignore her. Chen Tianjiao will also be offended. If you really offend her, let's see what you will do then. Wang Yuning didn't dare to talk to Wu Shui anymore, for fear that she would say something explosive and bring trouble upon herself. Although he also hated Chen Tianjiao, he still had to do the face-saving project because of her status in the entertainment industry. Chen Tianjiao was not asleep, she was lying on the bed at the moment. She heard what Wang Yuning said just now, but she didn't take it to heart. She was just a little girl who thought she was in love. There was no reason why Chen Tianjiao didn't attend the meeting, she just didn't want to go. After a while, the lights in the room were turned off, and Wang Yuning, who was sleeping next to Chen Tianjiao, also went to bed. After a while, the door was suddenly opened. Chen Tianjiao opened her eyes and took a look. Sure enough, Wu Shui's bed was empty. Wu Shui had gone out. Wu Shui went out for a few minutes and came back again with a smile on her face. She seemed to be in a good mood. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuntian got up, washed up, and went straight out of the room. As soon as I went out, I saw Chen Tianjiao walking out of the girls' dormitory next door wearing a black sportswear. The photographer in the corridor followed, carrying his photographic equipment. Zhang Yuntian put his hands in his pockets and looked at Chen Tianjiao, breakfast. Chen Tianjiao nodded, you too. Zhang Yuntian walked towards the elevator and pressed the down button. Chen Tianjiao stood beside him and waited for the elevator with him. Soon the elevator came down and they arrived at the Western restaurant on the first floor, where free sandwiches were served in the morning. They took the sandwiches, each received a cup of free milk, and the other received a cup of free coffee, and the two of them leaned against the window and started eating. The cameraman followed and filmed. The two people by the window both have outstanding facial features, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The hot steam from the drinks permeates the air, and the scent of fireworks makes it seem peaceful and beautiful in this bustling city. There were a few pedestrians walking on the street outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The prosperous capital of the United States was just waking up. Wow, I just woke up and saw such a magical picture. I have already taken a screenshot. It's better than those fashion photoshopped photos. I've saved it and used it as my computer wallpaper. To be honest, Zhang Yuntian is quite handsome. I think he is the only man who doesn't look that outshined when compared to actress Chen. I think the same thing about the previous one. No matter who Chen Yinghu was paired with before, I felt they were not a good match. Even Cheng Dao was just average to me. But I don't know why, when Zhang Yuntian and Chen Yinghu sat together, two words flashed wildly in my mind: a good match. Did he get eye cancer? How can they be a good match? We, Tianjiao Wushuang, don't think they are a good match, not at all. Humph, our actress Chen is not someone who can be paired with just any random person. Do you want me to dig up the negative posts of a scumbag like Zhang Yuntian and throw them in your faces? Our actress Chen is not so low as to be paired with such a person. The fan club of the movie Queen above is Tianjiao Wushuang. I'm sorry. I'll just find a place to hang myself. I'm sorry. Please stop scolding me. Please stop scolding me. After breakfast, seeing that it was still early, Zhang Yuntian did not go back upstairs and went straight out of the hotel. After walking a few steps, he felt some movement behind him. He turned around and saw the little girl Chen Tianjiao following him closely. Zhang Yuntian didn't say anything, and the two of them walked one after the other. Passing by a watch shop, Zhang Yuntian stopped. The watch shop had just opened, and the owner was a typical American man, fat and a little bald. Seeing that there were guests, I greeted them both good morning. Zhang Yuntian responded with a smile. This watch shop has a wide variety of styles, including Gothic style, fashionable and luxurious style, retro gentleman style, and playful and cheerful style. Zhang Yuntian stood in front of the window, looking at a clock with a great wall pattern on its frame. The boss saw the interest in Zhang Yuntian's eyes and thought that a deal was about to be made, so he started to introduce the product enthusiastically. This clock is not cheap, it costs $300. After hearing the price, Zhang Yuntian immediately smiled bitterly and shook his head at the boss. Not to mention that he is not allowed to use his own money in the show. Even if he agrees to use his own money, he can't afford it. His entire fortune consisted of the $3,000 he begged from Wan Jun. I spent a lot before, and now I only have less than 2,000 left. This watch costs more than 1,800. He was reluctant to spend so much money at once. 026, lost my wallet. Do you like it? Chen Tianjiao, who had been following beside him, suddenly asked. I don't like it. It's just average. Zhang Yuntian shook his head. Just now, Zhang Yuntian's eyes were almost glued to the window. No one would believe that he didn't like it. Chen Tianjiao glanced at Zhang Yuntian. The two of them strolled around the hotel, and on their way back, they passed by the watch shop again. They looked in the window and found that the watch they had just bought had been sold. It's sold out already. Zhang Yuntian looked regretful. Business is too good nowadays. Chen Tianjiao looked at him and said, if you like it, why don't you book it in advance? Reservation. What do you want to reserve? Pre-order it and come back to buy it after the show is recorded. Zhang Yuntian looked at Chen Tianjiao with an expression as if he was looking at a local tycoon, and sighed faintly, you don't understand anything. Chen Tianjiao. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, other people started to get up one after another. As soon as Wu Shui finished putting on her makeup, she went to the boys' dormitory to see Xiao Rong. The doctor from the program crew was changing the bandage on Xiao Rong. As their wound was still bleeding, the cameraman did not take a picture of the wound, but instead took a picture of his handsome face as he closed his eyes in pain. The barrage was immediately filled with voices of heartache. Wu Shui felt very distressed watching this. In order to express her distress, she went straight to their hotel and ordered a super luxurious breakfast. Wu Shui was so distressed that she directly spent 30 Citibank coins from the team. While everyone was having lunch, Wu Shui suddenly announced, we will charter a car to go to the tourist attractions this afternoon. Charter a car. Hearing Wu Shui's words, everyone looked up at him in shock. Hu Jun disagreed and said directly, charging a car is too expensive. It's not expensive. I'll contact the hotel to arrange a car. We're guests, so we can get a discount. This move was obviously learned from Zhang Yuntian. It's only 12 Citibank dollars round trip. Isn't he this expensive? When it was almost time for dinner, Hu Jun quietly asked Zhang Yuntian, how much would it cost if we took the bus round trip? Zhang Yuntian replied, 2 Citibank dollars. Hu Jun was speechless. Just a fraction. Now Hu Jun felt even more distressed. But I have already told Wu Shui to be the team leader, and she is very insistent. There is no other way, so I can only listen. The following day was quite harmonious, but Wu Shui treated everyone differently and was especially accommodating to Xiao Rong, which still made others feel uncomfortable. But Xiao Rong was a patient, so no one said anything. After returning home at night, you have to pay for the room for the next day. Duxing accompanied Wu Shui because Wu Shui's foreign language skills were poor. After arriving at the front desk, Wu Shui searched for a long time but couldn't find her wallet. What's wrong? Duxing asked. Wu Shui's face looked a little ugly. Brother Du, I may have left my wallet in the room. Wait for me, I'll go get the money. After that, she trotted upstairs. Wang Yuning had just come out of the shower and saw Wu Shui turning the room upside down like a robber. She asked, what are you looking for? Wu Shui looked anxious. I'm looking for my wallet. Have you seen it? Wang Yuning thought for a moment and said, is it in your black bag? I just looked, it's not in there. Wu Shui's face turned red with anxiety. Please help me look for it, I can't find it no matter how hard I try. Wang Yuning and Wu Shui started looking together. Duxing was waiting downstairs, but after waiting for almost 20 minutes he didn't see Wu Shui coming down, so he went upstairs to see what was going on. As soon as I got there, I saw everyone blocking the door of the girls' dormitory, and everyone was looking for something. What's wrong? Duxing asked. Hu Jun said with a somewhat unpleasant expression, I don't know where Wu Shui put her wallet. The money is lost. Duxing blurted out. This sentence was like a piercing blow to the window paper, and the room suddenly fell silent. Wu Shui was sitting on the suitcase at this moment, and burst into tears with a wow. Wu Shui sobbed with tears on her face, I don't know where I put it. I clearly remember it was in my bag, how could it suddenly disappear? I remember now. Wang Yuning suddenly said, I remember you said Xiao Rong was thirsty and wanted to buy him a drink, and then you put your wallet on the counter. Wu Shui stood up and ran out. Xiaoxue, why are you going out so late? Duxing chased after her. Hu Jun saw that everyone ran out, and was afraid that something might happen to them, so he ran out too. The few people left in the room were silent for a while. Wang Yuning sat directly on her bed, while Xiao Rong went straight back to the boys' dormitory. Zhang Yuntian came to the corridor and Chen Tianjiao followed him out. Looking at Zhang Yuntian, who was lazily leaning on the windowsill, Chen Tianjiao asked, what if you really can't find your wallet? What will you do? Zhang Yuntian glanced at her and said, she insisted on being the leader. She should be the one worrying about not being able to find her wallet. What does it have to do with me? The barrage is very hot at the moment. Zhang Yuntian is so naive and selfish. Is he still a man? Snowflake fans, get out of here. Your Wu Shuiqian licked Xiao Rong and ended up losing his wallet. Now everyone is going to starve. And you still have the nerve to call Zhang Yuntian selfish. I'm confused. Why did they change the team leader? Wasn't everything fine when Zhang Yuntian was leading the team? Everyone had food to eat, drinks to drink, and some fun to play with. They were also able to complete the tasks assigned by the program team. Now that the team leader has been changed, something went wrong within a day. When I saw Wu Shui ordering a luxurious breakfast for Xiao Rong this morning, I had a feeling that this person might be Wang Yuning number 2. In the show, the two sisters have a good relationship and do things in exactly the same way. The reason for changing the team leader is because Xiao Rong, the loser, got hurt by falling flat on his face. Zhang Yuntian didn't give Xiao Rong any special treatment, but Wu Shui rushed to the front to defend his senior. I'm really convinced. I came to watch a travel variety show, not an idol drama. I'm out of money. I won't have a place to stay if I check out tomorrow morning. You really don't care. Chen Tianjiao said to Zhang Yuntian. Why should I care? I'm not her biological father. If she does something wrong, should I clean up her mess? Then you still need me to clean your ass. please make it clear, I didn't ask you for help. Okay, whatever you want. Chen Tianjiao said. This guy really doesn't know how to appreciate a good person. He acts like a good boy after getting the advantage. But he probably won't ignore it, as Zhang Yuntian is a man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After a few days of contact, Chen Tianjiao got to know Zhang Yuntian a little better. He has the desire but not the courage to do it, and he talks tough but is actually a soft-hearted person. More than an hour later, the three people came back, and sure enough, the wallet was not found. 027, press on the ground and rub. Because she didn't find her wallet, Wu Shui felt very guilty and her eyes were swollen like walnuts from crying. After a while, Wu Shui's cell phone rang. She picked it up, sniffed and said a few words, then said to Hu Jun, "Brother Hu, I'm going out for a while." "Is it the program crew?" Hu Jun asked. "I thought it was a call from the program crew. After all, such a big thing happened, the program crew would definitely intervene. Maybe they will give you some compensation, and losing the money is just an accident." Wu Shui agreed vaguely and went out directly. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, the others went back to their rooms to wash up. Zhang Yuntian tossed and turned in the room, unable to sleep, and finally sat up from the bed. There was no way that idiot Wu Shui could communicate with the program crew with her eloquence. After he got up, he went straight to the program crew's room. The program crew lives in another building next to where they live, and there is a stairwell connecting the two buildings. When Zhang Yuntian passed by the stairwell, a woman's scream suddenly came from the closed stairwell. He paused for a moment and looked towards the door of the stairwell. "Brother, don't do this, brother, please let me go. Don't be afraid, baby. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's no one here at this hour. Brother, woo, please don't, brother." Zhang Yuntian narrowed his eyes and prepared to push the door open. When my wrist was halfway extended, someone grabbed it. Zhang Yuntian turned around and saw that he didn't know when Chen Tianjiao came over. "Brother, woo." Wu Shui's voice just rang out inside, and it was as if someone covered her mouth, and she could only whimper. Zhang Yuntian glared at Chen Tianjiao and said, "Let go. Didn't you say you wouldn't care?" Chen Tianjiao said. "Whether I care or not, it's up to me." What Zhang Yuntian hates and is most angry about is this kind of thing. Originally, he was looking forward to the show, but when faced with such a situation, he had to take care of it. He had to take care of it. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to get over the hurdle in his heart. After saying that, he ignored Chen Tianjiao, shook off her hand, and kicked directly at the door of the stairwell. A loud bang sounded directly. This place is not far from the dormitory, and the huge noise directly alarmed everyone in the dormitory. They ran out of the room and saw Chen Tianjiao standing at the door of the stairwell from afar. "What's going on?" They were all confused. Just as they walked over, before they could figure out what was happening, they saw a body flying out from the stairwell. It just happened to fall not far from them. "What the hell?" Hu Jun, Du Xing and others quickly took a step back. Before I could see clearly who had just landed at my feet, I saw Zhang Yuntian walking out of the stairwell with his sleeves rolled up and a stern look on his face. He picked up the person on the ground and punched him hard in the face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. Hu Jun was stunned. Wang Yuning, who had just walked out of the room, was even more dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The photographer who was slacking off saw this scene and hurried over. As soon as the camera took a quick look and saw who was beating and being beaten, the cameraman shouted, "What's going on? What happened?" It is now 12 o'clock at night in the United States, which is almost 12 o'clock at noon in the country. For most people in China, this is the time to eat while watching variety shows and dramas. The live broadcast room is very popular at the moment. The popularity is almost over 100 million. During this period of time, everyone saw the bloody scene where Zhang Yuntian went crazy and pressed Xiao Rong against the wall and beat him violently. Before he could even type the code, Zhang Yuntian punched Xiao Rong again, directly turning his eyes into panda eyes. "Yuntian, stop fighting, stop fighting." Hu Jun finally reacted and rushed forward to grab Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian let go of his hand and Xiao Rong fell directly to the ground. At this time, Xiao Rong looked half dead. He lay on the ground, coughing several times, and half of his face was covered with blood. The program crew rushed over quickly after receiving the news. The chief director was so excited that he shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Someone nearby asked, "Director, do you want to turn off the live broadcast first? The comments were all, don't turn it off, don't turn it off. The director said with a straight face, why close it now? After it's broadcasted, at least there will be some evidence left. Then, he loudly questioned Zhang Yuntian, who was finally stopped by Hu Jun. Zhang Yuntian, are you crazy? Zhang Yuntian sneered, took off his coat, and walked into the stairwell with it. Chen Tianjiao followed him in. After a while, Wu Shui, who was wearing Zhang Yuntian's coat, cried out of breath and was carried out by Chen Tianjiao. The coat could not completely cover her, and outsiders could immediately see Wu Shui's torn pants and the scraps of cloth hanging around her waist. The whole world is silent. The live broadcast room was silent. Seeing the camera, Wu Shui threw herself into Chen Tianjiao's arms, sobbing and shaking all over. Zhang Yuntian glared at the photographer, who quickly moved the camera away. Chen Tianjiao took Wu Shui back to the girls' dormitory. After the door of the girls' dormitory was closed, everyone seemed to be awakened from silence. After the chief director glanced at Xiao Rong, he was silent for a long time, as if he was still digesting the matter. In the girls' dormitory, Chen Tianjiao listened to their whole story. With a gloomy face, she turned on the camera in the girls' dormitory. There are cameras installed in both dormitories, but due to privacy issues, it is up to the guests to turn them on or off. After all, we are in the room, and if we are not careful, we might expose ourselves. The reason why Chen Tianjiao turned on the camera was to let the audience know what happened. Otherwise, unfounded speculation would only add more doubts. Some people with dirty thoughts often have the most vicious speculations about a girl's innocence. Of course, there is also Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian himself is blacklisted by the entire network. Now he has also attacked the top star Xiao Rong. If he doesn't clarify it properly, it is estimated that Zhang Yuntian may be killed by Xiao Rong's fans the next day. After the live broadcast room was connected to the girls' dormitory, the audience almost packed the room. The barrage of comments made it impossible for anyone to see clearly. It wasn't until Chen Tianjiao started talking that they calmed down. Just tell me what he did to you. Wu Shui wrapped herself in the quilt, covering up all the torn clothes. Her face was covered with tears, and she spoke in sobs and intermittent voices. He said he had something to tell me, so I went. He comforted me at first and said he would accompany me to the production team to see if he could get the money back. Then he hugged me and tried to take off my pants. I told him not to do that, and he covered my mouth. Okay, stop talking. Looking at Wu Shui's expression, Chen Tianjiao asked her to stop. At this point, she basically knew what had happened. 028, Public Opinion. Chen Tianjiao was just using Wu Shui's words to explain the matter to the audience in the live broadcast room, and she had no intention of forcing her to do anything. Seeing her in so much pain, I had to stop her. Wu Shui didn't stop and continued, it's a good thing Zhang Yuntian came, otherwise. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Chen Tianjiao and Wang Yuning. After being shocked, Wu Shui quickly realized that this matter must be clarified as soon as possible. The barrage of comments popped up explosively. Oh my god, it's a super big melon. I don't believe it. Our Rong can't be such a person. What kind of woman can he not find if he wants one? Yeah, would Rong fall for someone like Wu Shui? She must be crazy about fame, hyping herself up like this and profiting from someone's misfortune. The previous top female star of Huatong Entertainment was Wu Shui. Now that Xiao Rong has arrived, the company's resources have begun to tilt towards Xiao Rong. Now there is reason to suspect that Wu Shui is maliciously retaliating against Xiao Rong because of this incident. No wonder he insisted on being the team leader and was so nice to Rong on purpose. It turned out that he wanted to gain his favor so that he could frame him. The live broadcast room was almost wiped out by Xiao Rong's fans. The more rational comments made by passers-by were instantly blocked out. In the boys' dormitory, Hu Jun frowned and asked Zhang Yuntian, Yuntian, why are you so impulsive? You beat Xiao Rong so hard that he vomited blood. Zhang Yuntian, you beast, you scumbag, how dare you? The anger in the live broadcast room turned to Zhang Yuntian again. Zhang Yuntian calmly sat on the sofa and said, it's just a broken nose. The blood is from the nose, not vomited blood. Hu Jun said with a serious face, you are really too impulsive. I also think I was too impulsive. Zhang Yuntian nodded. Time was so tight that my first reaction was to hit him in the face. If I had hit him in the abdominal area below the chest, he would have definitely vomited blood. What a pity. Hu Jun. After discussing for a few sentences, everyone decided to go to the girls' dormitory to check on Wu Shui. They didn't know how the little girl was doing after what had just happened. Entering the girls' dormitory, Wang Yuning and Chen Tianjiao were both comforting Wu Shui. At this moment Wu Shui was still sobbing softly. Zhang Yuntian said impatiently, "How long are you going to cry? Shouldn't you find a way to solve the problem? If you cry again, I'll poison you and make you mute." Wu Shui quickly covered her mouth and looked at him in horror. Zhang Yuntian frowned and glared at Wu Shui. "I really don't understand what's so good about that guy. You like him so much and take care of him like an ancestor." Wu Shui said pitifully at this moment, "He is handsome." "Him? Handsome?" Zhang Yuntian sneered. "What's so handsome about a face that has undergone plastic surgery? Can't you tell that he had plastic surgery? The scar under his cheekbone is still there, and is still handsome. What about Duxing and Zhun Ji? Aren't they all gods-like in appearance? Har har, you're right, our Duxing is the most handsome. You have good vision. Old ginger is still spicy, and old people are still handsome. Teacher who is really good. Zhang Yuntian, you are going to heaven. Duxing and Hu Jun are both so beautiful. Look, they are both embarrassed." By the way, no one mentioned Zhang Yuntian's looks. In terms of looks alone, Zhang Yuntian is miles ahead of Xiao Rong. As soon as Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, Wang Yuning and Wu Shui looked at him blankly. Zhang Yuntian frowned. "No way. You guys don't think Xiao Rong is handsome after all this, do you? Tramp living by begging?" No one dared to speak. Duxing and Hu Jun were suddenly described by Zhang Yuntian as having gods-like looks, and they felt very embarrassed standing there. Zhang Yuntian then asked, "What should we do about this? Should we call the police directly?" When Wu Shui heard the words, "call the police," her face turned pale. Zhang Yuntian glanced at the direction of the camera and said, "Xiao Rong is much more popular than you. I guess there are more people scolding you online than sympathizing with you. They will definitely say, if you didn't wear such revealing clothes and didn't deliberately get close to Xiao Rong, would he do anything bad to you? It's a complete victim theory. These netizens are all old keyboard warriors. I'm used to them. Their lines are repeated over and over again. I can think of them with my eyes closed. But I don't care. But if you don't want to be attacked, I suggest you call your agent now and negotiate, or ask the National Public Service Agency to intervene. I'm used to being bullied. It's quite an honor. Hats, today I am going to smear Zhang Yuntian. I just learned some curse words today. This time I will definitely curse Zhang Yuntian to death. Zhang Yuntian, I am learning. Har har har, Zhang Yuntian, you're really a talented guy. Let me tell you, you've successfully attracted my attention. Be careful, 2nd Battalion Commander, quickly put away my Italian cannon and fire at it next time. It would be best to call the police, but the agent may not agree to call the police. Huatong Entertainment is probably busy doing crisis public relations to protect Xiao Rong." After Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Wu Shui lowered her head and said nothing. Hu Jun said, "The company can't be trusted with this kind of thing." Obviously he also knew about the bad reviews of Huatong Company. "Why don't we wait for Wu Shui to rest for a night and talk about it tomorrow," said Duxing, who had been silent all the time. "Wait until tomorrow, Wu Shui will be finished." Zhang Yuntian looked at Wu Shui's pitiful appearance and said coldly, "The best time to handle crisis public relations is within an hour after the incident. You can drag it out if you want to. When you are blacklisted by the entire internet, it will be useless to cry anywhere. I, who am blacklisted by the entire internet, cannot save you, who is also blacklisted by the entire internet." After saying this, Zhang Yuntian stood aside with his arms folded and stopped talking. The others looked at Wu Shui without saying anything and remained silent as well. Wu Shui didn't sleep the whole night. The next day, after Wu Shui received a phone call, her face changed and became uglier than ever before. The program team held an emergency meeting and Xiao Rong was sent to the hospital overnight. Wang Yuning asked, "Is the show still being recorded?" "We will record it, of course." The program crew responded affirmatively. The next day, Xiao Rong will not participate in the recording. As for whether Wu Shuai-san will participate, it depends on her own wishes. Everyone looked at Wu Shui who was sitting in the corner. Everyone thought that Wu Shui would not participate in the subsequent recording. Unexpectedly, she said directly, "Record, I want to participate in the program recording." Everyone was shocked. "Wu Shui, do you really want to participate in the recording?" Hu Jun felt a little unbelievable. Wu Shui laughed bitterly and said to Hu Jun, "Brother Jun, I have to record it. I will tell you the rest later." Chen Tianjiao looked at Wu Shui thoughtfully, then looked at Zhang Yuntian. At this moment, Zhang Yuntian was also staring at Wu Shui. After sensing Chen Tianjiao's gaze, he immediately looked at Chen Tianjiao. Chen Tianjiao turned her eyes away proudly. 029, confusing right and wrong. Duxing at the side suddenly said, "Then what should we do next? Will the program team compensate us for the lost money?" The production team directly refused, "Of course not, the money has been given to you. Whether it is lost or spent is your business and has nothing to do with us." Wu Shui's eyes suddenly turned red and she looked at everyone with great apology. The production crew reminded us in a mean way, "We have more than 20 minutes left before we need to check out." 10 minutes later, 6 people came downstairs carrying their luggage. There was an eerie silence in the elevator. Wu Shui lowered her head and kept apologizing, "I'm sorry everyone, it's all my fault." Since something like this happened to her, it's naturally difficult for everyone to blame him anymore. The eldest brother Hu Jun said, "It's okay. There will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. A living person cannot be suffocated to death by a stinky fart." But these words sound more like comfort. Who can solve this situation? A group of people, penniless. Wu Shui might as well just quit, so she doesn't have to bear the responsibility of losing money. The production team doesn't care about this. Just let them wander the streets. Do you think that man can do it? If it's that person, maybe, possibly, there's a way. I don't know why, but when I think of that person, I always feel that he will have a solution and can lead everyone out of the predicament. What are you talking about? You're making a trailer here. Don't worry about them. They must have been attracted by Zhang Yuntian. Not mentioning his name must be their last act of stubbornness. It's obvious that they were attracted by the unreasonable Zhang Yuntian's confident and domineering aura, but they are too embarrassed to admit it, so they can only call him by his code name. Har har, I'm brave, I'm not afraid, I'll just say it directly, Zhang Yuntian, I just like your energy as a domineering CEO who has nothing but is still unstoppable, I'm your fan. By the way, are you guys or girls? I'm a girl fan. You guys are confusing me. The audience in the live broadcast room are all knowledgeable people, not to mention the guests participating in the show. After Wu Shui apologized to everyone, almost everyone's eyes turned directly to Zhang Yuntian. The cameraman also turned around and pointed the camera at Zhang Yuntian. It feels like the whole world is waiting for Zhang Yuntian to come out and take charge of the situation. Zhang Yuntian. After the elevator reached the first floor, Zhang Yuntian walked out first, and a group of people followed closely behind Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian stopped at the entrance of the hotel and waited for everyone calmly. After Wu Shui and the others came out, he asked, "Captain Wu, where are we going now?" Wu Shui's tears flowed down again, "Brother Qian." Stop. Hearing Wu Shui's clip sound, Zhang Yuntian got goosebumps all over the floor, "Speak properly to me." Wu Shui quickly walked up to Zhang Yuntian and said, "Brother Qian, please help me." Zhang Yuntian quickly dodged, "How about you help me first, help me shut your mouth." Wu Shui buried her head and looked like a sinner. After a moment of silence, she raised her head and said, "Just help me. Didn't you help me last night? And you also looked at my..." Wu Shui stopped at the right time. "Don't tell me, I washed my eyes several times this morning with clean water and I feel like I'm going to get corns. What should I do?" Wow. After being teased by Zhang Yuntian, Wu Shui lowered her head and burst into tears. From the current perspective, Wu Shui can still take the initiative to mention what happened last night, as if she no longer cares about what happened yesterday. In fact, this is just an appearance. Wu Shui talked to everyone about this when we were packing our luggage just now. Huatong Entertainment has already issued a statement and purchased a large number of public accounts and Danyan accounts to release the statement. The content mainly consists of 2 parts. The first part is about Xiao Rong's injuries, and the other part is the characterization of the incident. Xiao Rong did not insult Wu Shui, but because Wu Shui's proposal of love failed, he became angry and directly slandered Xiao Rong. The 2 most direct eyewitnesses, Zhang Yuntian and Chen Tianjiao, were used by Wu Shui. Wu Shui used them as tools to attack Xiao Rong and beat Xiao Rong without fully understanding the situation. After this statement was released, most netizens expressed disbelief. But so what? The power of neutral netizens cannot compare to those organized fans. Moreover, why didn't you call the police last night? This is very crucial. Huatong Entertainment even directly turned black into white and released a lot of negative information about Wu Shui on the internet, including that she was in love with her teacher in high school, and that she had multiple relationships in college. When someone didn't like her, she went to their home and committed suicide, forcing them to do so. Directly describes Wu Shui as a person with an extremely sick love brain. Now the discussion about this matter has completely exploded on the internet, not only limited to fans, but also has set off a huge wave of public opinion among the general public. Those fans naturally believed Xiao Rong. However, many people who watched yesterday's video thought that Xiao Rong was a beast in human form, but many people were brainwashed by these negative news and statements, and gradually began to believe that everything was directed and acted by Wu Shui herself. Many of Wu Shui's former classmates came forward to share their own experiences, saying that they had no evidence whatsoever and directly started a conspiracy online. In more than 7 hours, a large number of comments began to appear on the internet about Xiao Rong being harassed by a mentally ill person. At the beginning, it was only Xiao Rong's fans who joined the fight, but gradually passers-by also began to join. They said, "I don't know what kind of person Wu Shui is, but since everyone says so, I will definitely believe it." People who lack self-values and judgment have begun to be misled by comments. Huatong Entertainment even called Wu Shui this morning and threatened her that if she continued to dwell on this matter, she would be left on the sidelines. Wu Shui said directly, "Who are you trying to scare? The worst that can happen is that I will quit the entertainment industry." It was precisely because of this that she did not withdraw from the recording of the show. Just like she said, she must continue recording. After recording this show, she will completely break up with Huatong Entertainment. As she has signed an 8-year contract with Huatong Entertainment, she will basically say goodbye to the entertainment industry in the future. Wu Shui felt very unwilling and regretful. She should have called the police last night. Until yesterday, she still had illusions about her agency. Now everything is too late. Just like Zhang Yuntian said yesterday, crisis public relations should be resolved within an hour. Now she is 7 hours behind the other party. A full 7 hours were enough to ruin Wu Shui's entire acting career for the rest of her life. 0:30, return to the team leader. Wu Shui was actually pretending to cry, but the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and her pretend crying turned into real crying. Hu Jun, who was watching from the side, said with distress, "Let's find a place to sit for a while. It's not good to stay at the door of the hotel like this." Everyone walked forward in silence. Finally, everyone arrived at the bus stop and sat in a row on the public seats. Everyone was silent, and Zhang Yuntian suddenly said, "Everyone take a 10-minute break, then we'll set off." Everyone looked at him at once. He suddenly said such leadership-oriented words. Did it mean that he was going to be the team leader again? Damn it. Zhang Yuntian is finally going to be the team leader again. My old days are back. What's the point of returning to the team leader? If there's no money, what's the point? Are you going to look for a haunted house again? No, our Queen Chen is really afraid of ghosts. Look, Zhang Yuntian took out his cell phone, no way. How can there be so many haunted houses? In this situation, it's impossible to find them even if we look for them now. Zhang Yuntian had a serious expression on his face. He made several phone calls in succession. Finally, after the last call was connected and they chatted for a few words, Zhang Yuntian's expression relaxed. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuntian said directly to everyone, "Let's go." Everyone followed Zhang Yuntian and stood up. At this time, a bus happened to come. Zhang Yuntian walked up first and everyone was stunned. How to take a bus without money? Just take the pirate car. Come up, what are you standing there for? Zhang Yuntian frowned. The others then walked up hesitantly. Zhang Yuntian did not put in a coin, but just showed the driver the ticket he bought yesterday. The driver did not say anything and just watched them get on the bus. After everyone was seated, Hu Jun whispered, "How come we can get on the bus without spending any money?" He spoke very quietly, for fear that the driver would hear him. Zhang Yuntian said calmly, "Didn't you buy the ticket on the first day you came here?" The others were stunned. First day. Zhang Yuntian explained to everyone, you can buy bus tickets in advance in the United States. I compared the prices of buses and taxes. I also cut out the coupons in the travel brochure on the plane. With the foreign travel discount, I bought 3 days of bus tickets in one go. The bus tickets I have can be used until the day after tomorrow. Everyone. Barrage, har har har, it's you, that man. I feel like an old lady. Whenever I see a discount, I just buy it. Then the question arises. Transportation has been solved, but what about food and accommodation? These two are the most critical issues. You rubbish Wu Shui, you're playing with so many girls and hurting your lover. How dare you, a dirty person like you, slander us Rong Rong? I hope you get hit by a car when you go out. Where's the management? Hurry up and arrest someone. Someone escaped from the mental hospital. Hurry up and block this person. If you want to fight, go to WeChat Moments instead of disgusting others here. That's right. I don't care about your trivial matters about Wu Shui and Xiao Rong. I want to see how awesome that man is. Boom. Zhang Yuntian is a piece of trash. He doesn't know right from wrong and directly attacks Xiao Rong. He is simply a cancer in the entertainment industry. Even dogs don't follow him, so why do you want to follow him? You might as well follow a piece of shit. Oh? As a fan of the entertainment industry's #1 critic, are you sure you want to go against us? Come on, you losers. The live broadcast room started to curse and swear again. The computers are about to freeze due to the accounts blocked by the property managers. However, the people who were recording the show were unaware of these things. Zhang Yuntian took the 5 of them and kept changing buses. Of course, there was no additional charge for changing buses within an hour. More than an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination, a large villa. Big villa? Everyone looked at Zhang Yuntian in amazement. Are you sure this is the place we deserve to be now? Zhang Yuntian didn't explain much, he just walked over and rang the doorbell. Soon a young couple came out, and their husband looked obviously Chinese. Zhang Yuntian talked a lot with them. Wu Shui was completely confused and had no idea what they were talking about. She looked at Hu Jun and said, Brother Jun, do you know what they are talking about? Hu Jun's foreign language skills were okay, but they were communicating too fast and he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Duxing next to him was also confused and turned to Chen Tianjiao. Chen Tianjiao said, he's staying overnight. Stay overnight. Hu Jun was stunned. Can I stay overnight? Will the production team allow it? After a conversation, the owner of the villa warmly led them into the room. After entering the room, you can see that the host's room has a photo wall, which is full of photos of their travels to different places, including photos of outdoor attractions, many group photos with various tasks, and of course many group photos with others in the living room. It can be seen that this family particularly likes traveling. The cameraman moves the camera towards the photos. Can I stay here? Is this allowed by the program's rules? They don't look like friends, do they? It seems that Zhang Yuntian is not very familiar with the owner of this house, and he is still very reserved in the room. The barrage was full of questions. But soon someone understood the reason. Har har har, as a veteran hiker, I really admire him. He can even think of such a method. By the way, what kind of person is Zhang Yuntian? What on earth is going on? Those who understand just don't explain, and keep everyone's appetite on the barrage. But Zhang Yuntian quickly explained to everyone, they are all registered members of a multinational travel backpacker website. Many people who like to travel will register on this website. The registered members on these websites come from different countries around the world. As a backpacker, I will travel to your country with my luggage, and you will arrange a place for me to stay so that I can appreciate your local scenery. When you come to travel to where I am, I will arrange a place for you to stay and take you to appreciate our local customs and culture. Ordinary people may not understand this very well, but those who really like to travel internationally know all about it. After listening to Zhang Yuntian's explanation, Hu Jun looked at him in confusion. You understand all this? Is this still a celebrity? Why does she look like a travel expert? Zhang Yuntian said naturally, last time I went to Europe, I thought, just in case I would be sleeping on the streets, so I registered on this website. I also communicated with them online a while ago. The male owner of this house is Chinese and is quite interested in China, so he agreed to my request. 031, Yuntian, please listen to my explanation. Hu Jun couldn't help but raise his thumb to praise Zhang Yuntian, and Du Xing and Wu Shui behind him also gave thumbs up. Zhang Yuntian was too lazy to pay attention to them and continued chatting with the young couple about interesting things during their trip. But most of the time it was the young couple who did the talking. They are experienced travel enthusiasts and can often talk for more than 10 or 20 minutes about a single photo, all about the culture and customs of that place at that time. After introducing the photos, you also need to watch videos of some extreme sports such as bungee jumping and skydiving. Zhang Yuntian seemed very interested and had a very happy chat with the young couple. If he could make the other person happy through chatting, the other person would prepare a sumptuous meal for them. Wu Shui said with tears in her eyes, "Brother Yuntian, you have started to sell your smiles just to give us a full meal." Hu Jun burst out laughing, "Don't talk nonsense, if he hears you, be careful, he will beat you." The gloomy atmosphere of the whole day seemed to become much brighter with the lunch provided by this hospitable young couple from a foreign country. Afternoon, small garden of the villa. Zhang Yuntian finally got rid of their hospitable young couple and found a place to take a break. At this time, he heard a noise beside him. Turning around, he saw a woman in overalls and an orange shirt, standing there looking at him, with one hand in her hand and the other on her waist. She was wearing very little, probably because the heater was on in the room, so she didn't wear a coat when she came out to make the call. A cold wind suddenly blew at this time. The cold wind blew into his neck, and Zhang Yuntian shivered. He looked at the woman opposite him and said, "Chen Tianjiao, aren't you cold?" Chen Tianjiao didn't answer and just walked past Zhang Yuntian. Just as the two were about to cross each other's paths, Zhang Yuntian grabbed Chen Tianjiao's arm. The cold wind began to blow wildly again. Chen Tianjiao stopped. Zhang Yuntian had a slender figure, so she could only look up at him. "What's up?" "It's okay, I can't pull you," Zhang Yuntian said. "You?" Seeing that Chen Tianjiao was about to get angry, Zhang Yuntian immediately loosened his hand, then took off his coat and put it directly on Chen Tianjiao. Not letting her refuse, he held Chen Tianjiao's arms with both hands and said, "You are such a grown-up, really, it's cold, you should learn to take care of yourself." "You?" Chen Tianjiao said again, but this time she was not angry. She pushed Zhang Yuntian away, trotted open the door of the small garden, and ran back to the room. Zhang Yuntian did not look away until Chen Tianjiao ran back into the room. After spending some time together, Zhang Yuntian felt very comfortable with Chen Tianjiao. Although she usually acted very aloof, there were many times when she just stood behind him silently and supported him. Zhang Yuntian didn't know what the famous movie star Chen Tianjiao was thinking. She wanted to get close to him even though she was being blackened by the entire internet and her reputation was completely ruined. This is also the reason why Zhang Yuntian always can't help but want to tease her. But it is impossible for him to be with her. At least at this stage, he will not consider the issue of men and women at all. He has more important things to do. After giving the coat to Chen Tianjiao, Zhang Yuntian couldn't stand the biting cold wind outside anymore. He no longer considered whether to hide or not and pushed the door open to go in. After opening the door, I bumped into someone. "Be careful. Why are you so impatient? You're like a fool." The other party's smiling voice rang out. Zhang Yuntian immediately raised his head and looked coldly at Wang Yuning inside the door. Wang Yuning ignored Zhang Yuntian's expression and said to him with a smile on her face, "Yuntian, what's wrong with you recently? I miss you so much." "Humph." Zhang Yuntian snorted coldly, "What? Are you sick? Are you horny?" "Yuntian, stop pretending. I've seen this place. There are no cameras and no one else here. You don't have to pretend to hate me. Let's have a good chat." Zhang Yuntian stared at Wang Yuning's face for a while, then chuckled and said, "Okay, let's talk. Tell me, what do you want to talk about?" Wang Yuning looked around and said in a low voice, "Let's talk outside." As he spoke, he pushed Zhang Yuntian out. The back door was closed again, and a few seconds later, Chen Tianjiao walked out of the kitchen holding a cup of coffee. As she was about to go back to the living room, Chen Yinghu paused and looked directly at the back door that had just been closed. "Can I tell you now?" Zhang Yuntian said while shrinking his neck. The cold wind in the United States was so strong that it went straight into his neck. Wang Yuning was even colder, so she wore a one-piece dress with a thin sweater on top. But there was no one outside, so she smiled and said, "What else can we talk about?" "Of course, we should talk about our own things." I called you so many times, why didn't you answer? Zhang Yuntian was stunned for a moment. You called me. I didn't answer? What was the prompt tone? Wang Yuning said, it seems to be saying that the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Oh. Zhang Yuntian nodded and said, it seems that I should change a communication company. Do you know which communication company will directly tell the person involved that he has been blocked? Wang Yuning's expression suddenly changed. Yuntian, you blocked me. Zhang Yuntian, what else? Wang Yuning frowned. Yuntian, is it because of the incident with Mr. Wang? Please listen to my explanation. I really don't know anything. I was filming at the time. Later I heard that Mr. Wang seemed to be injured and went to the hospital, but I didn't know what happened. Later I went to the hotel to find you and saw a lot of blood in the room. Later Mr. Wang called me and I knew what happened. I wanted to explain to you over the phone, but your phone was always unreachable. Do you mean that Wang Xiangqian lied? Zhang Yuntian asked. Of course he lied. How could I betray you to him? You are my fiancé. We are engaged. How could I do such a thing? Zhang Yuntian sneered. If it wasn't for you, how would he know which hotel and room I was in? How could he barge in so openly? As a well-known investor, he wouldn't be reduced to getting a blacklisted person on the internet, right? Besides, I clearly remember that I had no strength in my body at the time, and the last thing I ate that day was the drink you handed me. I don't know about these things. It must be Mr. Wang. Hasn't he been interested in you for a long time? He also invested in that crew. These things are probably his doing. Yuntian, you must believe me. In the past, didn't you believe me no matter what happened? Yes, I believe in you and you all, that's why I was so miserable in my previous life. Only at the cost of my life can I see the true faces of all of you. 032. Don't you like water? Thinking of what happened in his previous life, Zhang Yuntian clenched his fists in hatred, but he said, Yuning, it seems that I misunderstood you. Wang Yuning saw that there seemed to be something going on, and immediately said, Yuntian, that's natural, you must have misunderstood me. Zhang Yuntian walked towards the fountain in the garden with a sad face, and said with some sadness, during this period of time, I treated you so badly and scolded you often. Will you be angry? Wang Yuning followed Zhang Yuntian to the fountain and said with deep affection, Yuntian, how could I blame you? You believe in me, that's the best thing. Yuntian, didn't we agree before? When I succeed in the entertainment industry, we will make it public and get married. You are my fiancé, why should I blame you? Yuning, will you really marry me? Of course, why would I lie to you? Tianjiao. Hu Jun went to the kitchen to get some water and saw Queen Chen standing at the back door of the villa that connected to the small garden, holding a cup of coffee. She seemed to be about to push the door open, with one hand on the doorknob, but she didn't push it. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. Turns out you're here. Fuck. Hu Jun was startled because Chen Tianjiao suddenly turned her head and her face looked frighteningly gloomy. Tianjiao, your brother Hu, I didn't offend you, did I? Bang. Chen Tianjiao directly placed the unfinished coffee on the table next to her. Due to the large amplitude of the movement, a lot of coffee splashed out. She withdrew her hand and prepared to go back to her room. The next moment, someone suddenly heard screaming. Chen Tianjiao paused, and Hu Jun looked towards the back door in confusion. The sound came from the small garden. Chen Tianjiao turned around, pursed her lips slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked over and pushed open the back door. As soon as I went out, I heard a sharp female voice, Zhang Yuntian, are you crazy? Hu Jun followed Chen Tianjiao and saw Wang Yuning standing in the fountain in the small garden, trembling all over. It was a cold day, and just looking at this scene made Hu Jun feel cold to the bone. The coldness that had just gathered on Chen Tianjiao's face dissipated, she raised her eyebrows slightly and looked forward. Zhang Yuntian put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, Yuning, don't you like water? I have fulfilled your wish now, why are you still angry? Wang Yuning was shivering with cold all over. She was so angry that she didn't even think about running out of the pool. She didn't even notice Chen Tianjiao and Hu Jun on the other side. She yelled, Zhang Yuntian, you are crazy, who likes water? Don't you like water? Then why is your head filled with water? It keeps making the clanging sound, it's really annoying. Wang Yuning felt cold and angry, cough, cough, cough. What's wrong? Do you have a cold? Zhang Yuntian smiled and said, don't be afraid. I will book a crematorium for you right now. You see, as soon as you cough, I will book a crematorium and contact the funeral home for you. You see, do you like a boy like me who responds to everything? Do you still want to marry me? Zhang Yuntian, you are a fucking lunatic. Wang Yuning was shaking all over and was about to crawl out trembling. As soon as he climbed out of the edge, Zhang Yuntian stood over and blocked the road. Get out of the way. Wang Yuning pushed Zhang Yuntian. Of course Zhang Yuntian would not move away. Instead, he stepped on Wang Yuning's palm with his foot. Wang Yuning dodged in a hurry, causing her body to stagger and she couldn't stand steadily, and she fell directly into the pool. What's the hurry? Sister Yuning? Don't you have a lot to talk to me about? Didn't you say there's no one here and no cameras? We're just starting to warm up. After Wuxue had lunch, she was called aside by the program crew for a talk. When she came back rubbing her eyes, she found that she and Duxing were the only ones left in the living room. Where are they? Duxing, I don't know. I think he went to the kitchen to get some water to drink. Wuxue looked around and looked towards the back door. The kitchen should be here, I'll go check on them. It should be. R. Suddenly, a hazy and terrifying scream was heard. Wuxue was stunned and immediately looked at Duxing. Duxing was also stunned and looked at Wuxue. It sounds like Wang Yuning's voice, let's go and check it out. The two walked all the way to the back door, and the cameraman immediately followed them. The back door opened, and Wuxue went out for just 1 second before she immediately stopped, turned around, and pushed the sound behind her back like a conditioned reflex. The cameraman was suddenly pushed and almost fell down. After steadying the camera, he looked at Wuxue with a puzzled expression. Wuxue turned around and slammed the back door shut, holding on tightly, and lied with open eyes, they are not outside. Duxing was still recalling the horrific scene he had just seen. He was still a little dazed. After hearing Wushue's words, he quickly agreed, yes, there is no one outside. The photographer was confused, I can hear the noise outside. Before he finished speaking, a familiar scream came from outside again, R. Get out of the way, what the hell is going on outside? The cameraman wanted to force his way over. Duxing and Wuxue were on high alert, holding onto the door handle tightly, refusing to let him pass. The cameraman was so angry that he went straight to the director. Behind the door, Hu Jun was stopped by Chen Tianjiao again. In the middle of winter, he was sweating profusely. Tianjiao, please let me pass. We can't keep going on about this. If we continue, someone might die. The sound of bang entering the water was heard. Zhang Yuntian kept Wang Yuning in the pool as if he was playing a game. No matter how she rushed, she was stopped by Zhang Yuntian. Because the sprint is very powerful, people often lose their balance and fall back into the pool. Despite several such attempts with everyone blocking his way, Zhang Yuntian was still smiling and never tired of it. The sound of arguing inside the door was getting louder and louder. It was the voices of Duxing and Wuxue, as well as the cameraman and director. Hu Jun looked at Chen Tianjiao who was standing in front of him, with a look of anxiety on his face, someone is really going to die. Chen Tianjiao just refused to move away, and Hu Jun had no other choice. He tried to charge forward but found that his strength was not as great as Chen Tianjiao's. Chen Tianjiao looked at Hu Junkai and said, Brother Jun, don't panic. He knows what he is doing. It's outrageous for a man to bully a woman, let alone the current situation. Where is his sense of propriety? Just as he finished speaking, he saw Wang Yuning fall into the water again. At this time, Wang Yuning's body was completely wet, her clothes were stuck to her body, and she was shaking all over. What the hell is going on in there? What are you doing? Get out of my way. The director's voice rang out outside, and he was almost furious. Hu Jun quickly said, if a man bullies a woman, no matter what the reason, he will be finished if he is caught on camera. Chen Tianjiao thought about it and it seemed to be true. She said, TSK. Although she was not very satisfied, she still let Hu Jun pass. 033, show. After Chen Tianjiao stopped trying to stop him, Hu Jun rushed out immediately. Although he didn't have a very good impression of Wang Yuning, as the eldest brother of the team, he couldn't bear to see Wang Yuning like this. Rushing forward, he pushed Zhang Yuntian away and pulled Wang Yuning out of the pool. Probably because of the large amount of cold water washing over her eyeballs, Wang Yuning's eyes were red and her entire body was soaked. Hu Jun immediately put his coat on Wang Yuning. Seeing Wang Yuning's half-dead appearance, he couldn't help but stare at Zhang Yuntian. What are you doing? Zhang Yuntian looked over calmly. There were large water stains on his body and water kept dripping from his hands. Hu Jun, do you want to go and take a rest? Zhang Yuntian did not respond to Hu Jun. He glanced at Wang Yuning, who was being held by Hu Jun, and said, Sister Yuning, let's talk next time. There are too many people here this time. Wang Yuning, who was held by Hu Jun, trembled all over when she heard these words and kept burrowing into Hu Jun's body. Hu Jun couldn't stand it anymore and felt that Zhang Yuntian was becoming more and more like the ancient bully who bullied men and women. When Zhang Yuntian wanted to go out through the back door, Chen Tianjiao directly grabbed Zhang Yuntian's wrist. Zhang Yuntian was stunned for a moment and looked down at Chen Tianjiao. Chen Tianjiao glanced at Zhang Yuntian's wet wrist, pursed her lips and said, Go this way. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Yuntian away. When the program crew finally broke through the defense line and entered the small garden, they saw Hu Jun holding their wet Wang Yuning and walking towards the door. Everyone was shocked. Du Xing and Wu Shui looked at each other, and the same message flashed in their eyes. Zhang Yuntian and Chen Tianjiao disappeared at the same time. What's going on? The director team shouted. Hu Jun opened his mouth and explained, Yu Ning accidentally fell into the pool just now. The chief director turned his gaze and looked at Wu Shui and Du Xing with suspicion. If it was just someone falling into the water, why are you two here trying to stop it? However, the live broadcast camera was still there, and the director did not ask directly, but just asked someone to take care of Wang Yuning. Because Wang Yuning fell into the water, the entire production team became busy, drying clothes and handing out towels. In the corner, Du Xing asked Hu Jun, Brother Jun, what's going on? Hu Jun sighed, I don't know what happened. When I went out, Yu Ning was already in the water, and Zhang Yuntian kept stopping her from coming out. Wu Shui also sighed, I saw Zhang Yuntian knock Wang Yuning directly into the pool. I don't know the specific situation. By the way, where is Zhang Yuntian? Wu Shui asked. It seems like he was directly pulled away by Queen Chen. Ding dong. A few people were talking about what happened just now when they suddenly heard the doorbell ring. The people from the program crew went to open the door, but saw Zhang Yuntian and Chen Tianjiao walking in from the door one after the other. How did they get in from outside? Hu Jun felt puzzled. Then, just when they were confused about how the situation would develop, the actress Chen came in and showed her actress-level strength. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, What are you all doing in the living room? What happened? As for Zhang Yuntian, who was standing next to him, his expression couldn't be said to be exactly the same as hers, but it could be said to be completely consistent. But Zhang Yuntian's performance was more exaggerated. He first widened his eyes, then covered his mouth, and finally exclaimed loudly, Yu Ning, what's wrong with you? Why are you soaked? If the current situation wasn't suitable. It is estimated that Du Xing, Wu Shui and Hu Jun will applaud them on the spot. After hearing Zhang Yuntian's words, Wang Yuning in the crowd looked at Zhang Yuntian with a vicious face. Zhang Yuntian looked at her nonchalantly. That determined look seemed to predict that Wang Yuning would not say anything. Yes, Wang Yuning really didn't dare to say it. Even though in her heart she wanted to cut Zhang Yuntian into pieces and tell everyone what he had done, she couldn't utter a word. If someone asks you why Zhang Yuntian treated you like this, should you tell her that she gave her fiancé to an old man for the sake of her own career? Neither Mr. Wang's affairs nor his fiancé's affairs can be made public. She could only grit her teeth and swallow all the pain. Wang Yuning was resentful and mad, but it was of no use. The owners of the villa, a young couple, came back from outside and heard about this. They hurriedly arranged a clean guest room and prepared some clean clothes for Wang Yuning. Wang Yuning took a shower with anger in her heart. When she came out, she saw her assistant sneaking in. Sister Yuning, your phone number. The assistant handed over a cell phone. Although the program team collected the guests' mobile phones, almost all the guests brought assistants with them. If people outside cannot contact the guests, they will ask the assistants to help contact them. Wang Yuning frowned. The incident of her falling into the pool was broadcast live. It was probably a call from her agent. Wang Yuning snatched the phone in an annoyed mood and said, "Hello." A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone, "Yu Ning." Wang Yuning was stunned for a moment. Uncle Zhang. Wang Yuning's incident was ultimately defined as her personal carelessness. The program crew tried to smooth things over and didn't intend to pursue the matter, and Wang Yuning herself didn't seem to intend to pursue the matter either. However, there have been a lot of bad speculations on the internet. For example, many netizens speculated that the reason why Duxing and Wu Shui tried their best to stop the program crew was because they saw Hu Jun bullying Wang Yuning, so they covered up for Hu Jun. After all, there were only Wang Yuning and Hu Jun in the small garden at that time. The program crew deliberately asked Wang Yuning in front of the camera, "Is this the case?" Wang Yuning pretended to be kind as usual and said with a smile, "Of course not, it was because I looked so embarrassed when I fell into the water." Du Ji and Sister Shui probably didn't want to be photographed in such an embarrassed state, so they stopped the people from the program. As for Brother Jun, how could he bully me? If it weren't for him, I would probably have frozen to death in that small pool. I have to thank him very much. The expressions of Hu Jun, Duxing and Wu Shui were somewhat unnatural. Although they didn't know what had happened between Zhang Yuntian and Wang Yuning, and Zhang Yuntian's performance clearly showed that he would not agree with them, in the end they still sided with Zhang Yuntian and joined forces to help him cover it up. Zhang Yuntian stood by and watched Wang Yuning perform with a cold expression on his face. 034, Occupy the Pit. Watching Wang Yuning talking in front of the camera, Zhang Yuntian frowned. Before taking a shower, Wang Yuning was clearly about to explode with anger, but after coming out of the shower, her attitude took a 180-degree turn. He didn't believe that Wang Yuning was no longer angry about what had just happened, and he didn't believe that Wang Yuning, who was vindictive, would be so grateful to Hu Jun and the others. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Is he playing a trick of torturing himself? On that day, Zhang Yuntian took everyone to check-in at 2 more attractions. The check-in task for the 5 scenic spots has been completed. In this way, everyone only needs to spend tonight in the villa, and the recording will be finished tomorrow, and they can leave and return home. Zhang Yuntian thought that Wang Yuning would be resentful and would cause trouble during the afternoon tour of 2 scenic spots, but Wang Yuning was always friendly and seemed to be more cooperative than the other guests. She seemed to not care at all about what happened today, which was totally out of her character. What exactly was she planning? The more Wang Yuning acted like this, the more Zhang Yuntian felt something was wrong. Have you fallen in love with her? On their way back, Zhang Yuntian, who was observing Wang Yuning, suddenly heard a cold female voice coming from beside him. He was stunned for a moment and turned his head. What? Chen Tianjiao frowned and glanced ahead meaningfully. Wang Yuning. Wait. You said I like her. Zhang Yuntian immediately frowned. Tianjiao, even though we are already very familiar with each other, I will still be unhappy if you cast such a vicious curse on me. Chen Tianjiao glanced at him and said, I saw you staring at her intently just now. This is not staring, this is a kind of observation. Zhang Yuntian gave an analogy. Did you take a science class when you were a child? In the past, the teacher taught us to observe how animal excrement ferments into organic fertilizer. Have you ever taken such a class? Chen Tianjiao shook her head, no. Zhang Yuntian pointed at Wang Yuning in the front row and said, that's great. Now you can make up for the courses you missed when you were a kid. Chen Tianjiao. She really wanted to cut open Zhang Yuntian's little head to have a look. This guy kept swearing and it was hard to guard against him. Chen Tianjiao rubbed her brows speechlessly and said, I can understand why you hit Xiao Rong, but why did you hit Wang Yuning? She's still a girl, and it would be very bad for you if this gets out. There is definitely a grudge between these 2 people, and it is a personal grudge, otherwise Zhang Yuntian would not be so hostile to Wang Yuning right from the start. But Chen Tianjiao didn't he know what kind of hatred there was between them that would make Zhang Yuntian target her so directly on the live show, and without any scruples? Nothing. Zhang Yuntian said lazily, do you need a reason to bully someone? And the more you bully Wang Yuning, the more refreshing it is. Really, if you don't believe me, try it sometime. Seeing that Zhang Yuntian was acting crazy and stupid and obviously didn't want to say more, Chen Tianjiao stopped asking any more questions. After returning to the villa, the landlord and his wife arranged 2 larger rooms for them. There is still 1 room for boys and 1 room for girls. In the evening, after everyone has washed up, they chat in the living room. Hu Jun, Duxing and Wu Shui were sitting together and whispering something. When they saw Zhang Yuntian coming over, Hu Jun patted the empty seat next to him and asked Zhang Yuntian to sit over. What's wrong? You called me to a denunciation meeting? Let me make it clear, if the reasons for denunciation are not sufficient, I will turn hostile. Seeing Zhang Yuntian's unreasonable but funny words, Wu Shui burst out laughing, but tears began to fall as she laughed. It's annoying. What's going on? If you don't control your tears, you'll be the next one to be thrown into the pool. Wu Shui pouted in grievance, but her tears could not stop falling. After a while, her face was covered with tear marks. Hu Jun and Du Xing were comforting her. Zhang Yuntian felt that they were a little puzzled and looked at them with strange eyes. After a while, seeing Wu Shui's emotions calm down, Hu Jun said, "Xie Xue will not come next time." Hearing this, Zhang Yuntian was stunned for a moment. At this stage, Wu Shui still needs exposure. He said solemnly, "Why?" Wu Shui's voice rang out, "I'm going to sue Xiao Rong and the company, and I'm going to be busy with a lot of things afterwards. I guess all my performing activities will be suspended." Wu Shui said it simply, but whether she was going against Xiao Rong, the current top star, or against the company that held her agency contract, she, a third-tier artist, was undoubtedly fighting against a rock with an egg. Everyone fell into a long silence. "Oh, don't think too much. These things may turn out well in the future. It's getting late, so let's all get some rest." Although he said this, there was obvious lack of confidence in Hu Jun's words. Zhang Yuntian then said, "Send me your email address when you get back." When the other people heard Zhang Yuntian say this, they all looked up at him. Wu Shui also looked at Zhang Yuntian with curiosity. "I have something for you. You will know when the time comes." Early the next morning, everyone said goodbye to the young couple. The recording of their second episode of the show also ended and they returned. The production crew returned the personal belongings to everyone. Zhang Yuntian stood at the door of the villa and turned on the camera. He saw that the person next to him had already started making phone calls non-stop. They seemed to be very busy, with a lot of work, many friends and many social engagements. If they disappear for a day or two, it seems as if the whole world is looking for them. Zhang Yuntian turned on his mobile phone and saw that there was no missed call. He then checked WeChat. He didn't have many friends on WeChat. Apart from a silly short video sent to him by a public account, there was no message at all. He felt a little sad. Seeing that other people's phones never stopped, he opened his WeChat moments with a depressed look on his face. "Until the moment I opened the WeChat moments, the world suddenly became colorful. Thousands of private messages cursing him and tens of thousands of malicious reposts." Zhang Yuntian read the comments below with tears in his eyes and felt the warmth of the world for the first time. Ever since he liked and commented on the messages from his haters last time, he has gained a large number of haters again, who are cursing him in different ways every day. Zhang Yuntian felt cheerful as he read the vicious comments below. The latest comment on WeChat Moments is about to exceed 100,000, and it is running out of room for new comments. Zhang Yuntian quickly posted a new message on WeChat Moments to provide a new venue for his black fans. Zhang Yuntian, occupy the spot. Less than a minute after these two inexplicable words were sent out, hundreds of black fans quickly poured in and occupied the spot at the speed of light. 035, no haters. I despise you. The comments were pretty vicious. How many mothers are there? How dare such an arrogant person post on WeChat Moments? The live broadcast was about to be turned off at this time. When it was turned off, the cameraman scanned several guests one by one with his camera. Finally, when he passed by Zhang Yuntian, he found that he was smiling and looking at his mobile phone with a gentle expression. The cameraman had never seen such an expression on his face before, so he quickly gave a close-up and asked, "Yuntian, what's the matter? You look so happy, do you want to share it with the audience in the live broadcast room?" Zhang Yuntian showed the interface of his mobile phone without any hesitation. As soon as the cameraman took the shot, his expression changed immediately. The barrage in the official live broadcast room suddenly stopped at this moment. The dense stream of swear words, insults, and personal attacks, one after another, are overwhelming. Aren't these all bad reviews? And the insults are too harsh, aren't they something a human can say? Zhang Yuntian is a bit scheming. Huh? What does this mean? Humph, showing the scolding in front of the camera, isn't it just to cry about how badly you were scolded, to gain sympathy, and then take the opportunity to whitewash yourself? That's disgusting, a male bitch. Just when everyone thought they had seen through the essence of the matter and were waiting for Zhang Yuntian's next T-arc performance. But Zhang Yuntian looked at the bad reviews on his phone and said happily, "Whenever I feel lonely, I see them, and my heart is immediately filled with warmth. Because I know that even if I am not famous, even if I am lonely and down and out, there will always be a group of people who pay attention to me all the time. Even if they don't know me, they will keep a close eye on my every move. They will comment on my behavior in detail and send many regards to my relatives and friends. Anyone may leave me, but they are always there, and will never leave me and will never separate. Cameraman. Anti-fan. Barrage. After Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, he happily liked those people who cursed, fuck. Halfway through, his WeChat moments was suddenly disconnected. He paused for a moment, then refreshed. After refreshing, the interface returned to the login interface. He was sure that there was no problem with his network, but he could not log in after entering his account and password several times. What's going on? Is your phone infected with a virus? The cameraman next to him said, looking at the situation, it seems that the number has been taken. Top number. Someone logged in from somewhere else, and the password seems to have been changed. Zhang Yuntian was furious. In broad daylight, in the open, these criminals are so bold now. They hacked accounts directly during a live broadcast. It's simply lawless. Before Zhang Yuntian could finish his words, the phone rang. It was Wan Jun calling. Zhang Yuntian answered the call. Zhang Yuntian's mobile phone is a domestically made smartphone of unknown brand. It may not work well in other aspects, but its volume is really loud. As soon as the call was connected, Wan Jun's voice came out, I took over your account. From now on, if you log into WeChat moments without anyone watching, I will beat you up. Snap. The call came and went quickly, leaving Zhang Yuntian with no time to speak. After Wan Jun finished speaking, he hung up. Zhang Yuntian looked at the screen of his mobile phone and fell into deep thought. The barrage is as joyful as the new year at this moment. Har ha har ha, Zhang Yuntian, stay stunned.jpg. Har ha har ha, I let you be so arrogant and let you be so arrogant. Now you get scolded. Let's see if you can still do it in the future. Har ha har ha, the guy opposite is so awesome. He actually dares to criticize the entertainment industry's #1 critic, Brother Chen. Give me the highest respect. On the other side, after Chen Tianjiao finished striking the electric arc, she saw Zhang Yuntian standing at the door staring at his mobile phone with a frustrated look on his face. She looked at a small stone on the road and kicked it away. What happened to Zhang Yuntian, who is fearless? Chen Tianjiao walked over curiously, what's wrong? The cameraman immediately turned the camera towards Queen Chen. The barrage of comments began to swipe like crazy, all expressing their love for Chen Tianjiao. Zhang Yuntian saw Chen Tianjiao coming over, looked at him sadly, and suddenly asked, did you check your WeChat moments just now? See WeChat moments. Look at it now. Chen Tianjiao thought something big had happened in her WeChat circle of friends, so she logged into her WeChat circle and looked at the trending searches, but didn't find anything special. Zhang Yuntian lowered his head and looked at Chen Tianjiao's mobile phone screen, look at the comments. Comments on my WeChat moments. Chen Tianjiao's face was full of suspicion, but she still listened to Zhang Yuntian's words and opened her last WeChat moments, which was posted a month ago. It was a WeChat moments of an advertisement that she endorsed. It was not posted by her, but by her team. There were nearly 700,000 comments on that WeChat moments post. Zhang Yuntian's eyes lit up when he saw it. With so many comments, according to probability theory, there must be at least 100,000 comments cursing you. Chen Tianjiao felt that Zhang Yuntian's words were inexplicable and frowned. Why are you scolding me? As he spoke, he clicked into the comments and scrolled through several pages. They were all confessions and compliments, without a single curse. She looked at Zhang Yuntian in confusion. What happened? Who would have thought that Zhang Yuntian would turn his head away with a look of disdain? He looked at Chen Tianjiao with a very contemptuous and disdainful expression and said, no one scolds you. How boring your life must be. Alas, my life is more colorful. You can't envy it. Chen Tianjiao? Play, Zhang Yuntian seems to be crazy. Har har har, this is so funny. Queen Chen is the national goddess, popular all over the world. She is at the top of the altar. Why should she envy you? Am I the only one who is curious? Has Zhang Yuntian developed a relationship with these anti-fans? He describes the anti-fans as if they were true fans. I am dying of laughter. Har 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 har. Oh, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. I don't care, no matter what this guy's reputation is, good or bad, I've decided, I want to be his fan, note, not his girlfriend's fan. When everyone was getting ready to leave, the live broadcast was finally disconnected. The program crew sent everyone to the airport. The flight lasted more than 10 hours. On the plane, Zhang Yuntian was heartless and slept soundly as if he were dead. By the time the plane arrived, everyone was groggy, but he was revived with full health. It was about 2 in the morning in China at this time. The entire airport was deserted, but the cars that came to pick up people had already arrived. No one picked up Zhang Yuntian, so he took out his luggage and saw that everyone else had already left. He was wearing a mask and waiting for a taxi in the waiting area. 036, impossible, absolutely impossible. After a few minutes, Zhang Yuntian did not wait for a taxi, but instead waited for a black business car. Zhang Yuntian was stunned for a moment, staring at the commercial vehicle up and down. The car window rolled down, revealing Chen Tianjiao's handsome face. Get in the car. Zhang Yuntian looked at Chen Tianjiao in the car and waved his hand politely, saying, "Don't bother, I'll just call a taxi." Chen Tianjiao frowned. "Hurry up and get in the car. I have something to talk to you about." "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Zhang Yuntian said, pointing at his nose. It seemed that he and Chen Tianjiao had nothing private to discuss. Zhang Yuntian finally got into Chen Tianjiao's car, but he didn't expect that what Chen Tianjiao was talking about was this. In his hand was an exquisite gift box, inside which was the great wall-carved clock that he had been eyeing for a long time. Zhang Yuntian was a little stunned at this moment. "This clock?" Zhang Yuntian asked in confusion. The assistant who was driving in front heard Zhang Yuntian's words, and before Chen Tianjiao could speak, she immediately asked for credit. "Mr. Zhang, Sister Tianjiao, so that you liked this watch, so she immediately sent me a message to buy it. What do you think?" Chen Tianjiao glared at the assistant and gently scolded him. "You are always the one who talks too much." The assistant stuck out his tongue and shut up. Zhang Yuntian held the watch in his hand and looked at Chen Tianjiao. The carriage was extremely dark. Chen Tianjiao was leaning against the innermost side of the car. She seemed lazy, but in fact she was a little nervous and expectant. She also looked back at Zhang Yuntian, waiting for him to say something. Zhang Yuntian did ask, "How much?" "I'll pay you back." Chen Tianjiao. She had thought of 10,000 possible questions Zhang Yuntian might ask, but she had never expected that Zhang Yuntian would ask such a question. As soon as Zhang Yuntian finished speaking, he took out his cell phone. Chen Tianjiao wrinkled her nose and said, "No need." "Yes, I must." Zhang Yuntian opened his phone and found his payment app. 300 Citibank dollars, right? If converted into Chinese currency, it's more than 1,800. "I'll transfer it to you." When Zhang Yuntian saw that he only had a balance of more than 500 yuan, he was embarrassed. After a while, Zhang Qian raised his head and said, "By the way, do you accept installment repayment?" Hearing Zhang Yuntian's words, Chen Tianjiao looked unhappy. "No need." "Why not?" "I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of small opportunities." "Let me pay you back in 3 installments." "No, 6 installments." "No, I'll pay you back in 12 installments." "I'll pay you back the first installment today." "Let me do the math. Each installment is 157 yuan. Take out your phone and I'll transfer the money to you now." Chen Tianjiao. Seeing that Zhang Yuntian was determined to pay back the money, Chen Tianjiao looked at him thoughtfully for a while, and suddenly took out her cell phone. Zhang Yuntian said, "I'll sweep you." Chen Tianjiao lowered her eyes and opened the QR code to add a friend. Zhang Yuntian scanned it and found that it was for adding friends, and said, "No, this is a friend code, not a payment code." Chen Tianjiao said playfully, "If we add you as a friend, wouldn't it be more convenient to transfer money?" Zhang Yuntian thought about it and it made sense. After exchanging more than 100 yuan, he still had more than 1,000 yuan left. It would be more convenient to transfer money after adding friends. Zhang Yuntian said that he would transfer the money in 12 installments, but in fact he mainly transferred the first installment first. As for the remaining money, after he received the announcement fee, he would return the remaining money to Chen Tianjiao in one lump sum. Since there would be a subsequent transfer of money, Zhang Yuntian didn't think too much about it and just added the friend directly. After transferring 157, Chen Tianjiao looked up and saw Zhang Yuntian with a sad face. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuntian looked at the only 300 yuan left in his account, his face filled with sadness. The 3,000 yuan that brother Jun gave me is not enough to spend. More than an hour later, the assistant drove the car to the gate of Zhang Yuntian's community. The assistant couldn't help but babble again, "Oh, brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to live in this neighborhood. Sister Tianjiao also has a house in this neighborhood. It's really a coincidence." Of course, Chen Tianjiao's house is in the villa area, while Zhang Yuntian lives in an ordinary residential area with a complex flow of people. One is a rich area, the other is an ordinary area, but they are both in the same community, so if you insist, you can even call them neighbors. Zhang Yuntian didn't expect this. He looked at Chen Tianjiao and asked, "Do you live here too?" The assistant said again, No, Sister Tianjiao just has a house here, she has never lived here." Ahem. Chen Tianjiao coughed softly and said, "I still come to stay here occasionally." The young assistant was stunned for a moment. She had been Chen Tianjiao's assistant for more than 3 years, but she had never seen her live here. The only reason she knew that Tianjiao had a house here was because once, Tianjiao lent the house to Huang Ting's relative for a few days. But this time the assistant didn't say anything more. Zhang Yuntian opened the trunk, took out the luggage, said goodbye, and walked towards the entrance of the community. Only after he walked into the community did the commercial vehicle behind him start its engine and leave. Zhang Yuntian didn't think much about it, he just felt that Chen Tianjiao was a very friendly guy. Inside the business car, the car had already driven a long distance. After replying to a message, Chen Tianjiao exited the chat interface and saw the chat box of Zhang Yuntian who had just been added. She stared at the avatar in the chat box. It was a picture of a clock with the head of Sun Wukong. She was silent for a while and suddenly asked the assistant in front of her, "Do you think Zhang Yuntian likes watches, or does he just like the Great Wall pattern?" The assistant was stunned for a moment, and said in a daze, "I think he likes the Great Wall pattern." Nowadays, who likes watches? If men like watches, they probably like those expensive luxury watches. Chen Tianjiao frowned and thought for a while, then saved the profile picture and sent it to the assistant, "Go check if you can buy this." The assistant looked at the photo and nodded, "Okay." As for her boss, she didn't think there was anything wrong with him trying so hard to please Zhang Yuntian. If Mr. Zhang hadn't come to the rescue when they were in the hotel elevator, his boss might have died. There was nothing wrong with giving him a small gift. What's wrong with being nice to Mr. Zhang on a variety show? What's wrong with giving Mr. Zhang a gift? What's wrong with sending Mr. Zhang home? What about the life-saving grace? Isn't this the right attitude to have towards your savior? I have no way to repay the life-saving grace, but I can repay it with my body. If I cannot repay it with my body, I should be nice to the person. The young assistant never thought that actress Chen might fall in love with Zhang Yuntian. After all, given their respective identities, it was incredible that they could be friends. Lover? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 037, withdrawal. After returning home, Zhang Yuntian placed the clock worth 300 Citibank dollars on his bedside table. Watching the pointer move, Zhang Yuntian felt very satisfied. Click, click, and several photos were taken. Zhang Yuntian really wanted to share this with others at this moment, but after checking WeChat, it seemed that he didn't have many friends to talk about this with. He swiped through his friend list and set his eyes on Wan Jun's WeChat avatar. Hee smile. Zhang Yuntian directly sent all the photos he had just taken to Wan Jun at once. Wang Juan was sleeping and vaguely heard the constant ringing of his WeChat notifications. This is the case with agents. They are particularly sensitive to the sounds of phone calls, WeChat messages, and text messages. After hearing these sounds, no matter how sleepy they are, they will be awakened immediately. Wan Jun thought something had happened to his artist and hurriedly opened WeChat, only to find that all the messages were sent by Zhang Yuntian. Wan Jun was suddenly awakened from his sleep. He was not too worried about other people's messages, but he didn't know what tricks this damn Zhang Yuntian would play next. Wan Jun's heart was beating wildly at the moment, and he was a little nervous. He carefully opened WeChat. A minute later, he saw that Zhang Yuntian had sent him 7 or 8 photos of watches in a row, and added at the end, "Is it handsome?" After 3 minutes of silence, Wan Jun tentatively replied with a question mark, then thought for a moment and added, "Did you send it to the wrong person?" Zhang Yuntian on the other end of WeChat quickly replied, "No, Jun, do you think it's cool? I feel like the room looks very different after adding this clock." Wan Jun looked at the time on his phone in a daze. It was a little after 3 in the morning. Wan Jun was a little confused. Do you know what time it is now? Zhang Yuntian replied, of course I know. It's 3:30 in the morning. I just came back from the United States. I'm jet-lagged and not sleepy at all. Wan Jun. You're not sleepy? Am I not sleepy too? Zhang Yuntian changed the subject and said, don't worry about whether I'm sleepy or not, Jun Ji, just tell me whether I'm handsome or not. Wan Jun took a deep breath, did not reply to Zhang Yuntian, and directly blocked Zhang Yuntian's WeChat account and put him in a small dark room. Zhang Yuntian waited for a long time but didn't get a reply from Wan Jun. He couldn't help but send another message, Brother Jun, are you still there? After this message was sent, a big red exclamation mark appeared in the chat box. System prompt, the message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. Zhang Yuntian sighed, put down his phone, and carefully admired the clock on the bedside table. Zhang Yuntian likes all kinds of watches. This hobby does not come from him, but from his childhood. His father was still alive at that time. Grandpa and Grandma are still here. He also had a happy childhood before he followed Huang Cuifang to the Zhang family at the age of 10. Different clocks make different sounds. Yuntian, this one makes a tick 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 sound, this one makes a click 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 sound, and this one makes a tick 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 sound. Which sound do you like? Dad, which one do I like? Will you give it to me? You won't feel bad, will you? No, you are Dad's son. Sooner or later, these will all be yours. How can I feel bad for them? Then I want the one with the Monkey King portrait, Dayu Dayu Dayu, the somersault cloud, hee hee. The man who looked a bit honest in his memory adjusted the frame of his glasses, looked at the largest Monkey King framed clock on the shelf, and said with admiration on his face, you are indeed a biological son. Your vision is the same as your father's. Dad likes it too, so I can't give it to you. Dad, didn't you say you wouldn't feel bad? Har har, Daddy has changed his mind. What? Bite me. Zhang Yuntian looked at the great wall-frame clock in front of him, his mind filled with past memories. His eyes became moist. He wiped his slightly hot eyes and hid all the memories in his mind. Don't think about those people who will make him weak and sad. Never think about them again. The next day, Zhang Yuntian came to the company early in the morning. When Wan Jun arrived at the office, he heard his assistant muttering in dissatisfaction in the tea room, I waited in line for more than 20 minutes to buy this breakfast. Didn't you say you just wanted to taste it? While I was getting a drink, you almost finished it. We waited in line for such a long time. Not bad, not bad. You're still eating. Stop eating. One last bite, just one last bite. Who else could this devilish voice be other than Zhang Yuntian, the idiot? Wan Jun came to the tea room with a sullen face. Seeing her immediate boss coming, the assistant girl said innocently, Brother Jun. Zhang Yuntian, who was planning to buy all of Wanjuan's breakfast, saw Wanjuan coming over with a sullen face. He quickly put down the little breakfast in his hand and said nonchalantly, Brother Jun, good morning. Get in here. Wan Jun got angry when he saw Zhang Yuntian licking his face. Zhang Yuntian followed Wan Jun into the office. After Wan Jun sat on the office chair, he took out a packet of boiled Chinese medicine from his handbag and drank it directly through a straw. Chinese medicine is extremely bitter. Wan Jun drank it for 3 or 4 days and almost became stupid. Brother Jun, this is great. All the herbs used are precious. Zhang Yuntian smelled the Chinese medicine and basically knew which herbs were used. Wan Jun glared at him and said, You're going to die if you don't brag every day. You talk as if you really understand. Zhang Yuntian didn't explain, and just lay down on the sofa in Wan Jun's office as if he had no bones. Brother Jun, my money is gone. When Wan Jun heard Zhang Yuntian's words, he gritted his teeth in anger. I am your ATM. Come to me when you run out of money. Zhang Yuntian groaned, Brother Jun, I'm about to join the crew, right? I don't have more than 300 yuan on me, and I can barely make ends meet. You don't want to see me being looked down upon by others after I join the crew, do you? Wan Jun was so angry that he had a headache. He took a long sip of Chinese medicine and didn't care whether it was bitter or not. He said with a stern face, I'm going to transfer 2,000 to you. Can you please send fewer people to me? Zhang Yuntian took the 2,000 yuan with satisfaction, stood up and saluted Wan Jun. Okay, sir, I promise to complete the task. After that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wan Jun shouted, where are you going? Zhang Yuntian said, now that you have the money, why are you still staying here? Brother Jun, bye. After saying that, he ran away. It really is being treated as an ATM. Wan Jun was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Sooner or later, I will be pissed off to death by that bastard Zhang Yuntian. 038, turn on. After Zhang Yuntian came out of Wan Jun's office, he went to a nearby internet cafe. He wore a mask, booked a private room, and stayed in the room for the whole day. Until the evening, he sent a compressed package to Wu Shui's email. He stretched and left the internet cafe. In the following few days, the entertainment industry was turned upside down. People working in the media industry were busy as hell, and netizens were also busy as hell. They were either eating melons or on their way to eat melons. They were in a hurry and couldn't stop at all. However, these things have nothing to do with Zhang Yuntian. He has been secluded at home these 2 days, studying the script carefully, and has not been online at all. 2 days later, Zhang Yuntian officially joined the crew of Legend of Xinxia. The first day was the opening ceremony of the crew, which was simple and crude. In a corner of the film and television base, a few tables were put together, covered with red cloth, and placed on them were small oranges, bread, grapes and other things contributed by the crew members. Zhang Yuntian glanced over and saw that the bottle of waahar that he had just finished drinking, which was less than half finished, seemed to be still on the table. He didn't know who put it there. Shit, he thought he had met a pervert who was willing to steal someone's half-drunk drink, but he didn't expect that he would become an offering to the gods. I guess if the gods drank it, they would be punished by thunder, not to mention blessing. Not only were the tributes shabby, but there were also very few reporters who came. There were only 2 reporters in the whole venue. They just took some photos and didn't even interview. They just took the red envelopes and left. They didn't even stay for more than 10 minutes. The director of Legend of Fairy is surnamed Qian, a native of Hong Kong Island. He worked as a martial arts instructor in Hong Kong Island in his early years. Now he has come to the mainland to develop his career and is working as a web drama director. He is in his 30s and his hair is still very thick. Before filming began, he chatted with several leading actors in his fluent Hong Kong-style Cantonese, which served as a formal introduction to everyone. The male lead of this drama is Zhang Yuntian. The heroine is a girl that Zhang Yuntian searched through his memories of his past life but couldn't remember no matter how hard he tried. The other person's name was Gong Xiao. She was very beautiful, with 3-dimensional facial features, red lips and white teeth. She looked like an immortal in ancient costume. Wang Yuning and Ling Yu were far inferior to her. Zhang Yuntian wondered how such a beautiful girl could have never been famous in her previous life. After director Chen finished introducing them, Gong Xiao turned around. Her delicate features had a pair of phoenix eyes that curved slightly. She smiled at Zhang Yuntian and spoke in a clear and crisp voice, "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yuntian was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Teacher Gong, hello to you too." Gong Xiao paused, and with a slight blush on his fair face, he said, "Teacher. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Director Chen looked at the two of them, holding the script and said, "This drama is full of cruelty, but it is also sweet. In the drama, you are a couple, a husband and wife, and you are very close. I hope you can cultivate your relationship more in private so that you don't seem too unfamiliar when you are on stage." Zhang Yuntian nodded, then looked at Gong Xiao. Gong Xiao and Zhang Yuntian met each other's eyes and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble Teacher Zhang to give me some guidance. This is my first time filming a movie, and I don't understand a lot of things." Zhang Yuntian shrugged and said, "It's okay. This is my first time too. Let's improve together." Of course, this is not Zhang Yuntian's first time filming a movie. He has filmed quite a few movies in his previous life, and he almost made a comeback with his acting skills. However, in the end, he did not win any award for his acting skills because after the movie for which he had the best chance of winning the Best Supporting Actor award was broadcast, he died in an underground live broadcast before he even applied for the award. In the past 1 or 2 days, there were no scenes involving Zhang Yuntian and Gong Xiao at all. Instead, the scenes being filmed were about the love and hatred of the previous generation, and they were all filmed by the old actors. When Gong Xiao had nothing to do, he would go to the crew to watch other people act. Director Chen was very pleased. Although the heroine was directly given to her by the investors, she was not arrogant, but worked very hard. Then he asked, "Where is our Ling Feng?" Gong Xiao said with a smile on his face, "Teacher Zhang." He should not have gotten up yet. Director Chen looked at his watch. "It's past 3 in the afternoon, why haven't you gotten up yet?" Zhang Yuntian indeed did not get up. Director Chen asked someone and found out that Zhang Yuntian had not appeared on the crew once since the filming started. It is said that he sleeps until noon every day and will not get out of bed until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Director Chen couldn't help but feel a little worried. He thought that Zhang Yuntian would start to act like a big shot just because he had gained some popularity. With a hint of worry, Director Chen finally met Zhang Yuntian on the third day. Zhang Yuntian arrived at the crew on time. Probably because he was in a hurry to get up, his naturally curly hair was sticking up like a bird's nest. Director Chen was a little unhappy. "Go put on your makeup quickly." The crew was small and poor, and there was no dedicated dressing room. Zhang Yuntian squatted on a small stool in the corner. A makeup artist helped pass things while another makeup artist put makeup on Zhang Yuntian. Because it is a fantasy drama, it is impossible for her to appear on camera with curly hair. The makeup artist tied Zhang Yuntian's original hair close to his scalp, put on a wig, and then put a flowing wig on him. It looks a bit chivalrous. The conditions were really harsh. After putting on makeup, I had to change clothes. There were people coming and going in a simple dressing room surrounded by rags. After taking a look, the costume designer took Zhang Yuntian directly to the lounge of the crew next door. Zhang Yuntian asked, "Where is this?" The costume designer said, "This is the lounge of director Lu Xing's crew next door. They are reshooting. This is the lounge for the 4 of them. It is said that the heroine has other work and has not been able to come here, so this lounge has been empty. You can change here first." Zhang Yuntian said, "Can I change here? I'm a man, but this is the heroine's lounge." The costume designer said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? What happened to the heroine? She's not here anyway, so we can just borrow it for a while. It's empty anyway, so if we don't want to change here, we can only go to the public changing room." When Zhang Yuntian thought about the busy public dressing room and how far away it was from the photography base, he said, "Okay, I'll change here. You go back first. I'll go back by myself later." The costume nodded, "Okay, then you should hurry up a bit." After the costume designer left, Zhang Yuntian entered the locker room in the lounge. Zhang Yuntian was not vague and acted quickly, taking off his clothes quickly. However, when he was putting on his clothes, he found that the laces of the clothes were tied in a knot. Zhang Yuntian was struggling to untie the knot when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside. 039. OK. Zhang Yuntian immediately stopped what he was doing and listened with bated breath. After the footsteps, there was the sound of a door closing. Then a strange man's voice sounded outside, "You are too busy. I have been waiting for your schedule so long." After hearing their voice, Zhang Yuntian was a little stunned. Didn't they say that the leading actress has no schedule? How come I have a schedule right away when I come to use the dressing room? Do you have a grudge against me? This is such a coincidence. This is his first offense. He used someone else's locker room for the first time and was caught red-handed. Can he be given a chance to reform? Zhang Yuntian didn't care whether the belt was knotted or not, and simply put the whole garment over his head. With a loud clang. Zhang Yuntian. The dressing room was too small and the ancient costume was rather flowing, so when Zhang Yuntian was putting on the clothes, he accidentally pulled over the stool where the clothes were placed. For a moment, everything was quiet. Zhang Yuntian didn't dare to move and listened quietly to the noise outside. This is the women's lounge. If we're discovered, we'll definitely be considered a peeping criminal, and that would be terrible. His reputation has just recovered a little now, but if he is found to have been snooping again, he will probably be thrown into the abyss and will never be able to recover. The man's voice, which could be heard just now, stopped. Zhang Yuntian couldn't hear clearly, so he put his ear against the door, trying to listen more carefully. With a click. Just then, Zhang Yuntian heard a lock click. He looked down and saw that the locker room, which he had clearly locked from the inside, was open from the outside. He subconsciously grabbed the door handle, but the person outside was faster than him. The next second, the door was opened. Zhang Yuntian's clothes were in a mess, and there was a girl with a frosty face outside the door. Tianjiao? What's wrong? Is there anyone inside? Outside the locker room, the male voice that spoke before sounded again. Zhang Yuntian didn't have time to think about it. He just reached out and grabbed the woman outside the door, took her directly into the locker room, and then locked the door. In the narrow space, the two bodies were pressed tightly together. Tianjiao. Through the door, the man's voice outside the door sounded vague and not very clear. At this moment, the two people were pressed tightly together. Zhang Yuntian could sense the fragrance on Chen Tianjiao's body and the surging current in her chest. Looking down, the tights inside the black windbreaker wrapped the body up, making it round and sexy. Look at a ghost. Chen Tianjiao glared. Zhang Yuntian then withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Tianjiao's face. Zhang Yuntian pursed his lips and said softly, I know you have a lot of questions to ask me now. I can explain them to you slowly later, but you have to help me first this time. The tone was indeed begging, but the actions were. Zhang Yuntian still maintained the posture of holding Chen Tianjiao tightly in the locker room. His hand was on Chen Tianjiao's collar, almost pulling Chen Tianjiao's feet off the ground. He looked aggressive, not like begging for help, but more like he was going to hit someone. Chen Tianjiao raised her hand with great effort and pinched the back of Zhang Yuntian's hand, but unfortunately Zhang Yuntian was unmoved and still grabbed Chen Tianjiao's collar. Let me go first. Chen Tianjiao said helplessly. Why does this guy act like a rogue? No, I will let you go only if you promise to help me first. Chen Tianjiao frowned, put her hand down, and said calmly, Humph, let's just wait like this for now. You? Zhang Yuntian was a little angry. At this time, a voice was heard again outside the door, Tianjiao. It was still the man's voice. Zhang Yuntian gritted his teeth, but finally let go of Chen Tianjiao reluctantly. The woman didn't move, but glanced at her messed-up collar. Zhang Yuntian glared at Chen Tianjiao, but he had to bow his head under the eaves, so he straightened Chen Tianjiao's collar honestly. Is this okay? Chen Tianjiao chuckled. Zhang Yuntian glared at her. You wait here. Chen Tianjiao picked up Zhang Yuntian's clothes and threw them directly on his head. With a click, the door of the locker room opened. Zhang Yuntian didn't dare to move for a moment. Tianjiao? What are you doing in there? Huh? Who's that in there? The sound of a door closing was heard. Zhang Yuntian waited in the locker room for a while, and only took off the clothes on his head after making sure that there was no one there. Zhang Yuntian didn't want to stay here any longer, so he hurriedly started putting on his clothes. From time to time, there were sounds of conversation outside the door. After a while, Chen Tianjiao's voice came from outside the door, come out. Zhang Yuntian held his clothes and poked his head out of the locker room. There was no one else outside, only Chen Tianjiao was left. Chen Tianjiao sat on a single sofa and looked at Zhang Yuntian. The heater in the room was on, and Chen Tianjiao was probably feeling a little hot, so she took off her windbreaker and placed it on the armrest of the sofa, but she wore a thin shirt over the black tights. Being stared at by Chen Tianjiao, Zhang Yuntian felt very awkward and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you very much." Chen Tianjiao didn't say anything, but stared at Zhang Yuntian carefully. He had his hair in a bun with a jade hairpin inserted in it, and he was wearing an ancient robe, dressed like an ancient Confucian scholar. Filming? Zhang Yuntian nodded, yes, it's next door, a fairy tale drama. Chen Tianjiao stopped talking and looked at Zhang Yuntian carefully. This was the first time she saw Zhang Yuntian dressed well. He used to be unkempt and lazy, but not like now. He looked like a piece of jade that was carefully carved, dazzling and eye-catching. Zhang Yuntian was in a hurry, and seeing that Chen Tianjiao didn't say anything, he spoke on his own. He told Chen Tianjiao the whole story of today's events and repeatedly assured her that he was definitely not here to peep, and he really just came here to change clothes. Finally, he apologized to Chen Tianjiao. Anyway, thank you for what you did today. I owe you a lot of treats. I will treat you to a big meal when I have time. After saying that, Zhang Yuntian wanted to leave. Stop. Chen Tianjiao called out to him. Zhang Yuntian's hand was about to touch the door handle, so he had to stop and look back at Chen Tianjiao. He said with some concern, Tianjiao, we have been on variety shows together a few times. I also took good care of you on the show. You won't blame me, will you? What are you investigating? Are you investigating your desire to spy on me? R. Zhang Yuntian said with a sad face, I just explained it for a long time, but you still don't believe it. Don't cry, let me ask you, don't you have a dressing room over there? No, it's just a piece of rag, covering it up. Everyone changes clothes there, men and women use one. Sometimes you have to queue up, which is very annoying. Come here to change next time. Chen Tianjiao interrupted him directly. Zhang Yuntian was stunned. R.